Welcome everybody to Umineko. I am Malleable Persona, and you can just call me Mal if you like. I am joined here, as always, by Kat.
Hi, I'm here. I'm alive, mostly.
Like I said in the stream updates, just a note on the top, and I'll remind at the outro as well. I am taking a week off, so I'll stream today, but not on Thursday or next Monday. So we will be back the following Thursday.
I'm actually kind of gonna enjoy that a little bit because I'm not gonna tell my housemate that I'm not streaming on Thursday or Monday, so I'm gonna get like at least a couple hours to myself.
Good.
That's what I usually do when I don't stream on a day I normally stream, is I just don't tell them that I'm not streaming.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell them.
It's like yet another reason why I haven't told them like where I stream at or like what my username is or anything. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, of course.
I want them to know.
Yeah, no. Plenty of reasons for them not to know, and that's one of them for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I was talking, I was bitching to Steve earlier today about like how almost no game ever lets you play something that's actually non-human.
Oh, yeah.
Like, even when you play a fantasy game, most of the time you don't actually get to be a fucking elf or a dwarf or whatever, or like an orc, right?
Yeah.
It's total fucking garbage. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Like, absolutely. There's interesting things to be found in playing a human.
Yeah, but it should be like a choice, you know?
Yeah. There are a lot of games where that could have been a choice and they just didn't go for it. Or like Starfield. The fact that there are no aliens in that.
That is also, I mean, okay, I don't take this as me defending Starfield because it's fucking Bethesda. So, no matter what Bethesda did, it was not going to be good. But, like, what I was going to say is that there are interesting things to be found in the idea that humans are the only ones.
Oh, yeah. Like, there is something to be said for that. Unfortunately, they wouldn't do something as nuanced as that, right?
Oh, of course not. Fuck. We got cracker and cheese in my mouth, alright? How the fuck did you get that, Kashner? What the fuck? God damn it. Alright. It's fine. Yeah, like, of course not. Like, it's Bethesda. They're not going to do anything nuanced like that, but like, good at all. Like, it's... Bethesda hasn't been good at that in like 20 years. It's...
Yeah, it really only managed to get by being the only open world company in town that kind of does what it does, but now that's kind of slowly eroding.
Yeah, because we got other people doing good open world stuff, you know. Cyberpunk 2077 should not have released broken like it did, but it is still a really fun, cool game. I personally don't like the endings, but that's just me. Lots of people are going to like the endings, and in fact do. And like CD Projekt Red, they're very good at what they do.
Yeah, they're doing what they do. We've got Baldur's Gate 3.
Does Baldur's Gate 3 count as open world?
Yeah, I would say so. I think you can do things, at least kind of in the order you want. Like, I don't think it's mission-based, if I remember correctly, but at the very least, it is a role-playing game that does a lot of things that Bethesda used to do, but does not anymore.
I mean, like, if, like, mission-based versus not is your thing here, then Dark Souls 1 is open world.
True enough, and I would actually argue, yeah, it's a small open world, but it's still there.
I don't think so, because, like, almost everything is gated by, like, Quest Roger. quest progress, main quest progress. In fact, I was like, it's not this huge open field either at all. Like, it's not
Let's
like
see.
I don't know, like so open world as like a genre slash theme slash mechanic, I guess, is very nebulously defined.
Yeah. So, but yeah, taking a look here, yeah, it's more of a hub game uh, like Dark Souls.
Mm.
So not quite as open world, but still some interesting stuff there.
Yeah. I don't know like how Baldur's Gate 3 works because like I played during early access, like I bought the game and I like pre-ordered that shit, bought it in early access, whatever the fuck, and I played it when there was only the first act out, and
Yeah.
I got off the tutorial section, like the prologue section, and landed on the whatever fucking island or coast or wherever the hell we landed, and I went to go talk to all of the companions to see like who I wanted to bring with me, and they were all assholes. All of them.
Yeah.
So I just killed them
Yeah.
all, uninstalled the game, and never installed it again. Like I just like got into a fist fight with them on the damn beach, like in the conversation, and then just killed them and went on to the next one afterwards. Like, fuck, dude, I hated them so much. Like Asterion, for example, I don't know. I've heard that it's supposed to have changed by now, but Asterion, for example, was horrifically elitist. Like, probably one of the worst cases of elitism that I've ever seen in anything ever. And he just introduces himself like that. And I was like, nah, bruh, I'm not talking to you.
As far as I know, that's calm the fuck down. And he only gets like that if he kind of goes, like, into an ascended vampire, basically. Like, there's a route where he gets that bad, but that's not as bad as he starts.
That's fucking ridiculous. Like, no. Oh, man. And
Granted, I'm sure
wasn't much better either. I wanted to like Shadowheart. Like, I was talking to her and it's like, okay, I could see something here. And then she just like, I don't remember what the hell that pissed me off so much about her, but like she pops off with something. And I was like, all right, no, I'm stabbing you.
Fair enough. Speaking of Shadowheart, because I've been playing Dragon's Dogma 1, I'm walking along, and I fucking see this lady, a dark ponytail. So I talk to her because she's a pawn, so I want to see what level she is. Fucking named Shadowheart, so somebody's playing recently.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, in Dragon's Dogma 1, when you're playing online, other players' pawns will actually populate your world.
Which is very nice.
Yep. And if you're not playing online, then you get NPCs instead.
Yeah.
NPC pawns, that is. So, you know, if you want to hire my pawn, her name is Alexandra, and she's very tall.
She is indeed, and very obvious because I'm playing a short ass.
My character is also short. Arisen Magnus is like 162 centimeters tall or something like that. It's like even smaller than me.
Yeah, so that also explains what I've been doing for the past week.
Mm-hmm. But I was gonna ask you to elaborate for what do you think about Dragon's Dogma actually? How do you like it so far?
It's pretty good. I think I do need to get into the mindset that it is like a long RPG and there will be a bit more grinding than I've been doing.
Actually, if you just focus on the main story quest, you'll be done in 8 hours.
Sure enough, but just in terms of actually having enough power to destroy the things.
Oh, you can beat the dragon at like I don't know what level you are right now, but like it's
I'm like level 17, I want to say.
17? Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I just haven't been doing as much side content, and I like want to do side quests, but then I get partway through them and I go, no, this is too much.
Yeah, that's
granted. I've noticed like some of that is me not realizing, oh, when it says change vocation, they really mean, yeah, you can start unlocking the new vocations.
Yeah, yeah. You can unlock and play any of the 9 vocations.
Yeah, so I will go for the sorcerer, like I mentioned to you, just because I want to like spec more into magic. And the thing I don't like is for some of the like more detailed classes, like Magic Knight or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you can't switch your main hand just by a quick toggle. And like, yeah, I can understand if it has an animation that takes a minute or something, you know.
Oh yeah, that's just an artifact of it being an old fucking RPG, right? Like I
Uh,
don't know if Dragon's Dogma 2 is the same way, but
yeah, and
actually don't
just
even remember if Magic Knights can use swords. I
they
think they're,
can.
or is it
Yeah,
just
they're
swords and maces then?
yep, swords and maces.
Okay, right. It's the shield that they can't use. They use magic bucklers specifically, not other shields. That's right.
They use magic shields instead.
It's a shield and stave, I think, is the secondary weapon they can choose.
Yeah, it's shield, and then main hand is either your staff or
Oh,
your
wrong way
sword.
then. So what I always do, because you can equip any of the like passive abilities from any class onto any
Mm-hmm.
other class. What I always do is I level fighter first, so I can get the what's it called?
But the limiting physical damage, I'm guessing.
No. Who gives a shit about that? Just dodge better forehead. uh, oh, I just don't remember what they're called, like the passive abilities.
Oh gosh. But yeah, the passive abilities.
I always get it's called sinew, and it increases your carry weight inside the lowest rung of weight class, so I can like pack on the armor without like going up a weight class.
Ooh, okay,
Then
fair
after that,
enough.
I switch over to assassin and get a couple of the cool ones like autonomy, which increases your damage and defense by like 20% per missing party member.
Okay.
So if you get your entire party killed, like you're almost twice as strong as you were before, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that is definitely useful.
And then after I do all that, I just like switch over to magic archer and just sort of like turn everything into like smoking corpses because
Yeah, that's
it's laser
fair.
beam, it's homing laser beams.
Yeah, which I do definitely like the homing nature of when holy is applied to your staff.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember if all of the enchantments do that or if it's just holy.
It is at the very least not fire or lightning.
Okay, so it's probably just holy then.
All right, so last time uh we dealt with uh a lot of things that happened, but mainly Rosa has said Beatrice is dead.
As far as anyone knows, she's dead anyway.
Yeah, as far as she knows, she's dead, and we're going to see why.
Yeah, because like she was saying that she killed her somehow, and I'm like, hold on, how did that happen?
Yeah. This is worth noting. This was when she was still human, so that kind of adds to it. Or at the very least, she had a human body.
Yeah, I had to imagine that would be the case. Like in some definition of the word, she was human at the time.
Yep. Beatrice, I have been calling to you for some time now. Did you not hear me?
Why does he still look so fucking old when this was like fucking 40 years ago?
The real reason is they didn't want to draw more
Yeah.
art.
Yeah, I figured, but you know, it's still
But
just something that I noticed immediately, right?
yeah, but honestly, probably one of those things where we've been talking with stress grading.
I don't know
I
if
could see it.
if you grade that much by the time you're like 35. That's
I
also
don't
like,
know.
I mean, like you can
He's
definitely go bald by the time you're 20. I know some people who've gone bald by the time they're 20.
Granted, he's also been summoning demons and witches and shit, so like not the average person's level of stress.
True. I'm just saying, like he looks identical to like 40 years from now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Granted, it does lend credence to people going, he just fucking looks like he did when he was 40. He's fine.
True. I'm not saying that. You're gonna have to click because I'm not making that noise. Were you? My apologies.
Oh yeah, I knew you weren't saying that sound. I was just having the conversation.
Okay, fair enough. She sounds so much younger now. I wonder if it's still
Yeah,
the same voice actor or if it's a different one.
It is the same voice actor.
Okay, so they probably just like put in like a younger actor.
Yeah, just yeah, younger, a little more delicate and polite.
Damn it. Sorry. Again, I haven't had my allergy meds in like a week and a half now, so that's gonna be happening a lot.
Yeah, because we're fucking getting into spring as well, so even worse.
Yeah, god damn it, dude. I need my allergy meds. I am dying over here. I've actually been using rags to fucking blow my nose instead of because I don't have anything else right now. I'm fucking broke at the moment. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say something. Oh right. So I don't know how someone would make me sound young because I sounded like this when I was 14. You know, like I don't think I know how to like sound younger, right? Although like this voice might
Yeah,
also be why people thought I was like 27 when I was 14. So I don't know. Maybe I
yeah.
just got one of those
Honestly, you
voices.
do. Yeah, like I thought you were older than me, but you are actually younger than me.
Yeah, by a couple of years. Oh, like a year and a half or something like that, right? Year and some
Yeah,
change.
I'm 30.
So I'm 29 in like 2 months from now. It's like 2 months and
Yeah.
a week. Yeah, 2 months and a week. That's it. Yeah, I was lost in thought. Forgive me. I don't want to be polite to Kinzo, goddammit.
良い天気だな。なるほど。陽気に心を奪われるのもわかるというもの。
The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart.
紅茶はここで飲むか?
Will you have your black tea here?
It is weird seeing Kinzo actually like being gentle in any way. Who am I?
今紅茶を持ってくる。
I will bring some tea now.
しばし待て。
Wait here for a while.
That's concerning. Forget about the tea. Talk with me.
Very well.
よかろう。
Like, and just noting the fucking high fence all along here,
Mm-hmm.
which the regular Ushiromiya mansion does not have. And
We're
also,
finally getting
like
into
the
the thing
stone
that we've
wall
been talking
here.
about for a while, like what he did to her. Finally.
Yup.
It's taken like 3 months, but we're finally here.
Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. Yeah, like that was fucking obvious. You can't just skip a conversation topic like that. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence.
Who am I? Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. I have known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father.
Yeah, and this makes me very uncomfortable given...
Yeah, a little bit.
All the shit he says about Beatrice.
That is why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am.
Why are you worried about something like that? You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion. Is that not so? What more could you want to know? A lot of shit. Who my parents actually were.
What did he do to her to lose her fucking memory like this?
Oh, so you don't actually remember the details?
No, of course I fucking don't. You told me like a year ago.
Well, it was somewhat more recently than that, but still, I get what you mean.
We can go back into the Discord DMs and find it.
Maybe later. For now, it's better that you don't remember the details, honestly.
I do not know.
What's this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know?
Most people don't.
Yeah, like, she literally wants to know, like, where she is, who she is to the outside world. How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are.
Are you sure about that, Kinzo? Because, like, the most philosophical people I know are old as fuck.
That's true, first off, but so, like, I guess to some extent, you know, some of the early questions come about when we're younger. Like, are we alone out there? You know, what's my place in the world? That kind of thing.
I suppose.
But yeah, most philosophical thought like that does come more with age, usually. But it also depends on the person.
Granted, that's not because, like, people are old, but more like they know more and think about things more because of it. It's hard to have questions when you don't even know what to have questions about. This is my point here.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of the experience. Specifically, experiencing what the world itself has to offer. And then you can go, oh, okay, so I have some questions of what's outside the bounds.
Yeah, and of course, like, people can be young and do that too, obviously. Look
Oh,
at me.
yeah, absolutely.
Technically, I'm young, I guess.
Yeah, and like some authors' better works, like philosophers and stuff, is stuff done in their 30s. Like 30s, 40s.
Someone do me a favor and look up how old Rosa is. Because I don't want to like accidentally read something. So I feel like I read something that I shouldn't have last time I looked something up. I don't remember what it is now, but like, oh wait, never mind.
Let's
I remember it now.
see.
Fuck.
According to the When They Cry wiki, she is 35.
Okay, so like 30 years ago then. So he's like
Yeah.
40 or something. Still way too young to look like that, but you know, hey, whatever.
Yeah, so we don't actually have the ages for the two boys of the family, but Ava is 50, Rosa is 35.
When would Rosa have the opportunity to like bully Rosa? Or when would Ava have the opportunity to bully Rosa? Then, because like
That's
it's a 15-year difference.
Yeah, that is a 15-year difference.
Like I'm not saying that like a 16-year-old can't bully a 2-year-old or whatever. I'm saying like how would Rosa remember it, sort of deal, right? Like like Ava would be like 24 or something like that by the time Ava or Rosa could remember it well into her adulthood, right? Like,
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Minus 35.
apparently Kraus did the same
Yeah.
thing, and Kraus is even older than Ava, so it's like, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, Kraus is even older than Ava. At least fucking Rudolph I can understand because he is the third youngest. Or the second youngest, but however you want to phrase that.
He's the third child.
It's the third
Which
child.
ostensibly means that he's like 6 or 7 years older than Rosa, right? Something like that. So like close enough.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's closer, I guess, to Rosa's age range, or to Ava's age range than Rosa's. Because she's supposed to be significantly younger than her siblings.
I don't even have any memories of like my oldest brother living with us, and that's only an age gap of like 12 years. That's not the 15 here, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if my oldest brother like mistreated me or anything like that because I don't fucking remember that far back. Like,
Yeah. Though I guess in Krause's case, it makes sense because he always lived here. Like he never moved out. Whereas Ava kind of hit the bricks as soon as she could. Because of course.
Ass. Yeah, like she left for left when she was like 20 or something like that, right? Or at least that was the implication.
Yeah, so
Like,
yeah,
Rhoda
like
would,
20-ish.
Barely be old enough to remember that she was even there at all.
Yeah, because she'd be about 5 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, yeah, I do remember things from when I was 5. But...
So do I, but like just not in detail, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like there's more vague stuff. Like it explains a lot why she only kind of now unlocked this memory and went, oh yeah, I buried this shit deep.
Mm-hmm.
Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. Because of course it is, because he doesn't want to actually answer that.
I think part of it is that she's actually using polite speech now.
Yeah, like she is absolutely being polite, which is very unlike the Beatrice we know.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, good for her. Like, fuck it.
Right, yeah.
You know, fuck being polite, especially the Kinto.
So you won't tell me after all?
語ることなど何もない。そなたはベアトリーチェだ。
There's nothing to tell. You are
そ
Beatrice.
れで十分ではないか。
Isn't that more than enough?
いや違う。わらわが知りたいのは名前ではない。
No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name.
わらわが何者なのか。
I want to know who I am.
わらわは誰で何で
Who am I? What am I?
いつからここにいてそしていつまでここで日々を過ごせばよいのか
How long have I been here, and how long will I have to continue my days here?
やはり紅茶を持ってこよう。
I really should bring some black tea.
せっかくの陽気がもったいないとは思わぬか。
Don't you think it a waste of all this fine weather?
Just like smack him with your pipe. Just thump him real good.
これは何の話だ。どうやらお前の昔話のようだが。
What's this all about? Looks like it's probably the story of your past, right?
そのようだなまさかここまで遡るとは
Something like that. To think I would go this far back.
自分は誰なのかとはまた。えらく高尚な悩みをお持ちのようじゃねえか。
Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then, wondering who you were.
無理もないわ当時のわらわは自分が何者なのか
That is to be expected. At the time, I was unable to understand who I was,
何のために生きているのかを理解できなかった
and why I was alive.
ま、誰でも思春期に自分の生きる意味とは何ぞやみたいな哲学的な悩みに一度はとらわれるものさ。
Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life.
I'm gonna strangle this fucking boy.
そんな微笑ましい時期が
I'm gonna strangle him so fucking hard.
Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point?
Wondering what the point is to life is something that everyone does, like, of all ages, for thousands and thousands of years. And the best answer that we've ever come up with is, like, there isn't one, you make your own.
Yeah. I think what he's getting at is how Japan places so much importance on your middle school and high school years to then get into college and having that determine what goes on for the rest of your life.
Might be, yeah.
And that kind of thing. So, of course, people want to figure themselves out and be more than a worker drone.
I mean, that's the same thing over here, honestly.
I mean, yeah, but it's not quite. We don't quite put as much pressure on middle schoolers.
Yeah, not middle schoolers. Although, for Japan, middle school is also, like, you just do the first years of high school, so...
That's true enough, but you know, we don't put pressure on, oh, you've got to get into a prestigious high school. Like, yeah,
That's because our high school
like,
system isn't like that. So,
yeah, I mean, first off, yeah, our high school system isn't like that. And yeah, like for the upper tiers, yeah, if you get into a good, at least like a sports college or a sports high school, like a sports team in a high school, and you plan to get into sports in college, yeah, that'll fast track you. But by and large, we don't put the pressure on like entrance, you know, we don't have entrance exams for high schools for the most part.
yeah, again, because, like, our high school system just isn't like that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's what they're emphasizing the most here is like Ryukishi having worked with young people and young people in troubled situations, especially having them wonder, what the fuck am I gonna do
I think we can also just
when?
like put this down to Batman being a jackass
I mean,
because
yes, we can
that's pretty
absolutely
common.
put, but I think there's at least a smidge of Ryukishi's like experience in actually talking to young people about their worries. Because we do have like this kind of pressure that's put onto middle schoolers in Japan, and then most of the world does put a lot of pressure on high schoolers.
Speaking of like middle schoolers, I hate manga based on like with main characters that are middle schoolers. I just hate it so fucking much. Like these are 13-year-olds. Like just let them go be kids. Stop it.
Yeah,
Like why is
but
like a solid like half of the damn thing like all about 13-year-olds? I don't care.
I mean, yeah, but that's also the target audience, so in a lot of the cases anyway.
I don't know, like even when I was like 13 or 14, I wanted to read about people that were like 5 or 6 years older than me, right?
Yeah, but Japan has a different philosophy with that, where they emphasize the age group the person's in.
Which is ridiculous, honestly, because like they're they're not gonna stay in that age group forever. They're gonna be out of it in a couple of years, especially like when you're talking about like teenagers. They're gonna be out of that whatever age group you stick them into in like 3 years max.
Yeah. And then there's
Just because like everything
the other.
changes so quickly for like a teenager, like in every way.
Yeah, and then there's the issue that isn't unique to Japan, but it's particularly emphasized in Japan, where, oh, you get to be young and adventurous and even rebel a little bit, but when you're a middle schooler or a young person in general. But as you become an adult, you're meant to conform.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Yeah, that came a little too quickly.
That was a very sudden sneeze. Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, like
Sorry about.
I definitely like that is a large difference between the U.S. and Japan. Not necessarily in that part specifically, but definitely the conformism versus individualism.
Yeah, like it's one of those things. We need a mix of both, but Japan has too much of the conformism, and the United States has too much of the individualism.
I honestly don't know about that. Like on the surface, it's individualism, but I don't know if it actually is individualism once you start like scratching away at it. It's just like it's just
Well,
marketed as individualism more or less.
I mean, yes, in a certain extent, but we get the issue of like the conservative notion of the survivalist.
Hmm.
We have this idea of this rugged individual man protecting his family.
Yeah, I'm not saying
And
that like it's collectivism that we've actually got. I mean like it's conformism that we've got.
oh yeah, like there's definitely a conformity to it, but
Like
I'm not
Japan's got the
saying
collectivism too, so it's collective conformist, and we've got individualist conformist.
yeah, that's what I'm saying is it's individualist, not individuality. We have an emphasis on the selfish, not an emphasis on being different. If that makes sense.
Yeah. There's
So it's
an emphasis on like it not being different.
there's definitely there's still a conformism to it because society is kind of like that in a lot of places.
Sadly.
But yeah, sadly. but there is the difference in not contributing to your community, basically. You live and die on your own terms.
Which is just real fucking weird. Because you go ask any goddamn farmer, like, whether or not they need their neighbors, and
like, yeah,
they're gonna need their
fucking
neighbors.
my neighbors.
It's like, it doesn't matter how much money you have or whatever. Sometimes there's just gonna be issues that you can't solve on your own because, like, you don't have enough manpower, or, like, it's just an emergency and you don't have time to, like, do your usual part of it, or what have you. Always need people around you.
Yeah, and people in those rural communities share goods as needed. They don't sell it to each other necessarily. Like, obviously, there's some of that, but a lot of it is, oh yeah, I've got a abundance of X. I will give X to the family over there that doesn't have any.
Yeah, there's
And
a
in
reason
turn-
why there's that stereotype of, like, small towns being, like, very close knit and, like, looking at outsiders real funny because, like, it's real. That's what happens. They're very collectivists out there because they have to be.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because that's the thing, is no matter how much money you pour into your, fallout shelter or whatever, you can easily die to a 20-cent bullet.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a large community all taking care of each other, you're actually going to ride out the problems.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm into survivalism insofar as, like, being able to, in an emergency, right? Like, knowing where to get food, where to get water, like, and to keep a bug-out bag, keep medicine available, etc., right? Like, that's what I'm into. I'm not into this, like, living in a fallout shelter shit.
Yeah.
Although I might literally live in a fallout shelter because I like being underground and in enclosed spaces, so... But that's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, like, I personally do not, because I do get a little claustrophobic. So, I'd like the option that if I absolutely had to, I could jump out the second-story window and probably survive.
See, like, when I say that, like, I like dark, underground, enclosed spaces, I mean, like, I would sleep in a coffin if I could. If I had one, I would sleep in a coffin. And that's not a joke. And that's not me trying to be edgy or anything like that. I love being in enclosed spaces when I'm sleeping. Like, tight, enclosed spaces.
Mm-hmm.
I sleep in a corner because it's the best I got. It's like, I also liked, because for a while there, I had a bunk bed, even though, like, I didn't have anyone living with me. I was just sleeping on the bottom bunk. And so usually I fucking put blankets and shit underneath the top bunk's mattress, right? And, like, just make an enclosed space. Boom, there we go.
Yeah, though I feel like if you did have a coffin to sleep in, the daily ritual would be you opening the coffin just a little bit so Ember and Phoenix can jump out, like jump down, because of course they're sleeping on the lid.
Yeah, of course. Although, like, honestly, most of the time my cats, like, sleep, like, wherever the hell they want. Sometimes that's with me, but most of the time it's, like, cat bed or on a fucking sleeping bag I've got at the foot of my bed or whatever. So I've got a military sleeping bag from the 70s, the one that's, like, full cotton or whatever, or full wool, or I don't know what it's made out of, but it's actual fabric and not, like, polyester. I'm just gonna fold it up on the trunk at the end of my bed. Like, that's where Phoenix likes to sleep most of the time.
Yeah,
in
fair
fact,
enough.
the damn thing
I
is
just,
nearly white with his hair. I need to watch it.
Yeah, I'm just leaning into the propensity of cats to be an inconvenience.
That's true, they are. I don't think I would let them into the coffin with me because, like, I would close the lid and then they'd be like, get real mad 6 hours later.
Yeah, exactly. No. Yeah, so yeah, that's why I'm saying. Oh yeah, they'd eventually just be standing on the lid.
Although
either standing or sleeping on the lid.
If I had a coffin bed, they probably wouldn't be able to wake me up to feed them anymore, and that would be amazing. Because, like, Ember will sometimes wake me up at fucking noon when he gets when normally he gets fed like an hour, hour and a half later than that, but sometimes he'll wake me up at noon to feed him. I'm just like, you son of a bitch, what is wrong with you? It is too early for this.
Yeah, there would be some sound dampening, that's true. Granted, you'd want some better air holes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've actually thought about the design a lot
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
because I've wanted one of these things for like 10 years, right? So the way that I figured out is that like on the near the head and the foot there are air holes, right? Like they're decently sized, maybe like a ping pong ball size air hole, just like scattered all throughout it.
Yeah.
All throughout that thing. And then the bottom one, or actually, now that I think about it, both. Fuck it, both. Both the top and the bottom are like basically like hinged vents where you can just like unlatch it from the inside and just kick it out. Just in fucking case, because I'm stupidly paranoid about random shit like this for no reason whatsoever. Just in case someone tries to lock me in there. Like someone puts like a fucking couple of cinder blocks or whatever on the lid. Or like chains it up or something. Just in case. And also like a deadbolt on the inside of the lid so I can keep people from opening it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I actually I think it was about 8 years ago now, I did find a sort of like a bed capsule thing that was worth like, or at least it was being sold for like $10,000, but it was air conditioned. It had like power to it, like you could plug it into the wall and it would just have power in there. And so you can charge your phone and like set your alarms and everything on the inside, and then like there were like release buttons. So like you could just like hit a button and the whole fucking bed part would slide out of the damn capsule so you can get out like that. Like, I want one so bad. I need it. It is not a bit that I want to live in a converted mausoleum, okay? It's for, like, all the viewers out there, now and future. That is not a bit. I genuinely want this.
Which, fair enough.
It's like, I know it sounds like a bit, and it just sounds like me, like, really committing to the goth thing, but, like, I'm goth because I like these things, not the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, you saw a mausoleum for sale, and you're like, oh, if only.
I was like fucking, I was 16 when that happened.
Just popping off with the content warning just to have it.
Mm-hmm. That is a great idea. Well, we're just like bullshitting. I was actually in, I think it was near like Lake Erie in Ohio for that.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember the name of the town that I was in, but I'm pretty sure it was Lake Erie. Yeah. It was Lake Erie. So that's the one that's right there, literally. It can't be another.
Yep.
It can't be another one.
Yeah, no, it is one of the Great Lakes, so it is very memorable. Because if you've never been to one of the Great Lakes in the U.S., it is almost like the coast of an ocean.
Yeah, and
in
it
many
gets
places
very,
you cannot
very
see the other
fucking
side.
cold right there, like with the air coming off of the lakes.
Yep, lake effect snow is a thing.
Is it like Sandusky, maybe? I don't know. It was somewhere around there. It was definitely like I definitely like went out to smoke a cigarette one day and got hit with a cold wind right off the fucking lake. It was in February and I was just like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Because like remember, I lived in Texas for 20 years. Like so like during
Oh yeah.
I was I had been living in Texas for like 12 years when I went to go visit this person in fucking Ohio. So like I didn't bring a jacket because in fucking February in Texas, you don't need one usually. So I didn't think about it. So I get up there and I'm basically just like standing there in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and like flip-flops or sandals or something like that. I don't remember what the hell I was wearing. And I get hit by the cold wind coming off the coming south, like heading south off the fucking lake, and I put the cigarette out halfway and just went back inside. I was like,
Yep,
no, fuck
fair
that.
enough.
Fuck that. It was a difference of like 20 degrees Celsius between the two. So, like, I think that was the next day after I got there, too, which is just brutal. I wish
Yeah,
I remembered
and
exactly
just
where it was, because I'd look up and see if it's still available if I knew where it was. Fuck.
yeah, and just human adaptation is a thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like it's just a hell of a thing because it is possible to get heat stroke at like 50 degrees if you're an Alaskan.
Yep. Like you're from fucking like Siberia or something.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta have like the period of time where where the weather slowly changes to get warmer, and not just like walk out into something that's like 30 degrees higher than you usually like live in, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because, and I'm not even joking. Like, I was watching, because my mother likes this show, Alaskan Bush People,
Mm-hmm.
which is a very much like a community survivalist sort of thing. So rather than like the fallout shelter shit, it's like actually, oh yeah, people who kind of like being out and doing a lot of that homemaking stuff. But dude just has a fucking heat stroke.
Last time I had a heat stroke, it was in and like this is very classic, but it was in the middle of summer in Texas, and I was riding my bike for 20 minutes. So,
Oh geez.
that'll fucking do it.
Yeah, for some reason I think he was out on the beach in Alaska and it was like somewhere around 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, good clarification there, because like in Celsius, he'd just be dead, flat out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's halfway the boiling in Celsius.
I know what it's like at like 48 to 50 Celsius. It's not fun. It is awful.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the worst things I've ever experienced. Well, that had nothing to do with other people, at least.
Yeah. And of course the inverse is true.
Yeah,
You know,
hypothermia.
people who are used to warmer climates are not exactly expecting, like their bodies just are not adaptive to that level of cold that you can get in some places.
Hell, you can fucking freeze to death at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It is not a difficult thing to do.
Wow. I actually did not know that. I figured you could get like some negative consequences if you weren't used to it.
Yeah,
But
you
I
can
didn't
just straight up
think
die of
freeze-
exposure at like 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Yep. That's why, like, you always go out into the woods. Like, if you're going camping, even if it's in the middle of summer, take a jacket just in case.
Fair enough, yeah.
Just always bring your sleeping bag. Always bring a tent. Always keep a fire lit. Or at least while you're awake, keep a fire lit while someone's awake. Do not let the fire burn overnight if you're not in a place that, like, has made preparations for that.
Yeah.
Like, if you let
Like-
your fireplace burn overnight, you're good. Don't do that in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, don't do that in the middle of the woods. Do not take my word for this, but I would guess that, like, if you happen to be in the middle of a desert, that would be okay.
Yeah, or at least the sandy type of desert, yes.
Yes, the sandy type of desert, not like a taiga or something.
Well, I mean, a taiga would be fine too, for the most part. Because there's too much fucking snow there for anything to really, like, really light up.
True enough. But yeah, because, yeah, something for you to note. You can have, like, cold deserts.
Mm-hmm.
Like all hours of the day cold deserts, because the sandy desert is cold at night.
Yeah, like, I was just gonna say that, though, that there are different kinds of hot deserts, too.
Yep.
Like, the east of, or the west of Texas is also a desert, and that's got fucking cacti and bullshit everywhere. But it's just like those plants are adapted to the area, so like what little rainfall happens is good for them. But you don't want to keep a fire lit overnight for that because you'll fucking burn all the cacti down.
Yep.
Although it's not like there's grass or anything like that, so it's not going to get like too big, but it still might be dangerous for you specifically in your campsite.
Yeah, exactly. But I was gonna say, because deserts, as I actually learned in high school, are about precipitation, or lack thereof, rather.
It's about the level of rainfall, and that's it.
Yep.
Not about the temperature at all.
Yeah, so you wouldn't think of a taiga as a desert.
The only
Because
reason it's covered in snow is because the snow never fucking melts. All right, it'll snow like twice a year in one of these places, and then like it'll never melt.
Yeah, it'll never melt. The ground just is not necessarily built for anything to thrive in it because of that.
Like you might get some alpine evergreens, I think they're called.
Yeah.
This stuff that like it stays green year round and is also really good in cold environments. They're trees mostly.
Yep.
I think a pine tree might count as alpine evergreen. I don't know though for certain because I've never actually lived in an area with fucking pine trees.
Yeah. Also, speaking of like vegetation and stuff, I do like the world building in Death Stranding, otherwise known as Norman Reedus and his Norman Fetus.
Norman Reedus and the Funky Fetus.
Yeah. Because part of the issue with that setting is that there is rain that rapidly ages most materials. There's stuff that you can get that's resistant to it, but by and large, it ages everything, which means that the only thing that thrives is quick-growing grasses and things. So you don't get a lot of, like, trees, obviously. And obviously they're not going to...
Old age in like a year instead of fucking 100, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, just not enough time to, like, germinate seeds and stuff. Because, like, if a human gets a drop of rain on them, like, their skin visibly starts to age on the spot that the rain hits.
Brutal.
So, basically, quick-growing grasses at least get enough going to have the seeds and things. Because it doesn't, like, actually speed up time, it just speeds up the aging process.
Yeah, you were saying that you liked something about the world building, though, speaking about plants?
Oh, I just, well, that, basically. It's grass, like, the world is populated by grasses and things.
Thankfully, there are some, like, grasses. Not very many, but some.
Yep, there are edible grasses and things, and I'm sure there's, like, underground groweries and stuff in that setting.
And greenhouses and all that shit.
Yeah.
Although, does it ever stop raining in that setting? I don't know. Like, I've never actually played the game.
Yes, it does stop raining. Like, the storms come in and out. They act like basically regular storms for the most part, with an occasional, like, paranormal element.
I was just never really interested in it at all. So
that's fair. The game is very low, and that's the point. It's a very much more of a journey sort of game than the destination. So some people do like how meditative it can be, and like just pop on a podcast and enjoy.
I just don't like that kind of specifically. That one. I was just never
which is fair. Like it has a lot of quirks to its gameplay design that definitely is not for everybody.
You know, I was vaguely interested in it, and like I heard some stuff about how it plays. So I was just like, it's fine. I just want.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to be in a particular mood to want to play it, to be honest.
And that means there's fucking no chance for me to ever want to play it. I'd been in that mansion since the time of my birth, and I lived only inside the mansion.
もちろん庭には出られたが、敷地はとても高い柵で囲まれており、それを出ることはできず。
Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through it.
また出てはならないと厳しく言われておった。
And I was told severely that I mustn't leave.
わらわはな、屋敷と庭は自由に歩けたが、その外へは自らの意志ではたった一歩出ることさえ叶わなかった。
I just remembered a question that I wanted to ask you on stream.
Oh, yeah.
In a summoning circle, what 5 things would someone have to place to summon you?
Okay.
I have no fucking
let's-
idea for me. Like, obviously one of them is tea, but like,
Yeah, tea, probably for you, something like tea, tobacco.
yeah, that's good. Good point.
What kind of actual, like, food do you like a lot?
So there's a couple things that I really like, but for the most part, this is a recent problem. When I was younger, I didn't have this issue, and I think I've talked about it a little bit on stream before. But I don't really get hungry anymore.
Yeah, you've mentioned
And,
that before, but
Something has to be like
Like-
9 or 10 out of 10 for me to actually want to fucking finish it most of the time. Because it's just like, can you eat when you're not hungry? Can you eat a full meal when you don't feel hungry? That sort of thing. Like, it has to taste really fucking good for you to want that, right?
yeah, for sure.
Which is why I eat a lot of like small things, like a sandwich here or there, or a couple of eggs, sort of thing, rather than
Yeah.
a full meal at a time. Because like I can't actually eat full meals for the most part.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe for you, like a beef teriyaki or something.
I do like beef, and I do like teriyaki. Or at least I liked teriyaki last time I tried it 6 years ago. I don't know now. I don't know if it's good enough for me to want to eat it now. I haven't had a chance.
But something like that. Something
beef stew.
like you
Let's go
can.
with beef stew.
Yeah, beef stew. Yeah, beef stew. Okay, so that's 3
so far.
things. What metal do you like as far as jewelry the most?
Silver.
Silver?
Definitely
Okay,
silver.
so something silver.
Like blue to silver or something like that. It's like perfect.
Okay, so yeah, something silver, and then
I don't know,
Like
like a
a
really
very-
nice fucking sword. Like
Yeah, like a
really-
nice-
like an Albion sword's fucking long sword or something.
yeah, like either a nice knife or a nice sword, I think. Was actually what I was gonna go with.
I think it's Albion swords that I like.
Yeah. So there we go. So that's for you. For me, let's see. Let's see.
Might be a different fucking like manufacturer that I'm thinking of. But there's a couple like really nice ones that I know of, and I'm so like just Cult of Athena, Albion swords, and like I'm blanking on the rest right now.
Yeah. I really like it's called an Arnold Palmer, which is like a half iced tea, half
Yeah.
lemonade.
I know what that is. Yeah. I haven't had one in a very long time, but those are pretty nice though. Like I occasionally I do like some iced tea rather than hot tea.
Yeah. So that probably something mint, like a mint candy or something.
I do like me some New York patties and Andes candies.
Mm-hmm.
Not Andes like the person, but Andes like the mountains. Whatever. Capture's not gonna get that.
Yep. Let's see. Trying to think. Well, for this avatar at least, I very much like my gold accents.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, that turned out really well to have those pop, so those work pretty good. But I'm pretty versatile when it comes to what I like for accents. It's just whatever goes with the outfit.
Yeah, that's fair. I see. I mostly wear black, so like I've got the options of like gold and silver, and I prefer silver. So
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, though I do fucking love that person with an amputated leg that I showed in the Discord before, because he actually has a plate that put over his leg, and he goes, "Okay, am I doing silver? Or am I doing gold today?"
maybe instead of tobacco, like it's like a stack of gay magazines.
That could also work. Also, probably estrogel.
Yeah, like there's a couple options there.
Yeah.
It's like I feel the need to impress upon the audience that I read basically everything gay that I can find that is not exploitative.
Yep.
Just such a fucking shame that like most gay comics get axed really early.
Yeah, though it's becoming less of a problem as time goes on, but still, it's still a problem. It's just becoming slightly less of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that people like fucking weebs and gamers and all that stuff would like be really appreciative of like gay stuff in general and like more diverse stuff in general because like that's what like every fucking like noble bright ass like fun happy shonen type struggle story is about, right? Is like to like come together despite our differences, blah blah blah, blah and like we're stronger together than we are apart, and then like but these motherfuckers are just like, yeah, I don't like that gay stuff. It's gross. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Weebs are better about it than gamers, I think, but only just.
It's like you would not believe some of the fucking comments the lesbians I know that like Scanlate fan translation gay manga get like when they post it in the overall site discords. Like for example, manga decks, right? And that's one of the main like read manga here sort of things. When these people post their like announce their work as like, hey, we updated this thing, or like we posted this link here, or we posted this this new manga that just came out up on manga decks. You would not believe some of the fucking comments they get. It is disgusting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like there are enclaves of just hateful, awful people, especially on internet comments. Like I generally, unless it is specifically a queer site, I don't generally read the comment sections on manga sites.
Dynasty scans, go there. It's
like
that's
Dynasty
like
scans.
all that's all gay. That's like I mean, there's a het tag for a reason, so there is some het stuff, but like it's if you click on something randomly on Dynasty scans, you've got like a 98% chance of it being like hyper turbo gay.
Yeah, like it's Dynasty scans and like one other, and yeah, I'll read those because generally like those are okay. But yeah, there's some awful fucking people on the regular.
See, I've actually found the comments on Manga Deck's site to be fine. Like they're great for the most part. Like they're not any like obvious bigotry. It's mostly just like whenever there's something like bad in a comment. It's mostly just like someone being like weird about like not having media literacy, right?
Oh yeah, like that's the other thing I was gonna say is weebs and gamers have no media literacy.
Which is fucking weird because like this stuff is
They-
all media. Like that's their hobby.
Yeah, like they identify themselves with the hobby of media, but you know, the gamers TM
Like I
just do not engage with it. Like, oh god, you know what? I've got to pull this out and just fucking show you how stupid this is.
all
Let me
right.
see.
While you're doing that, have you seen the fucking screenshot floating around Twitter right now about this dude on 4chan getting upset that like because he said some shit like I chose to make all of my pawns men
Yes,
because
you showed me that
yeah.
actually. Yes.
Did I show it to you? Oh god.
Yes.
And like the
Yeah,
game just
but,
like says, "Oh, you're gay," and he gets so
Yeah,
mad
they-
about it.
Yeah, because basically, if you have all pawns, I think this is in the second game in Dragon's
The second game
Dogma 2.
specifically, because they do not say anything
Yeah.
about it in the first game.
I didn't think so, but yeah. So Dragon's Dogma 2, if you have an all-gendered, like all of one gender
Including-
party,
Actually, it doesn't even matter if it's including yourself. It's just the pawns. I think it comments on.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
pawns. They'll go, hey, I wonder if this indicates the preference, and they'll even outright say you have a harem to other people.
Yeah, depending on your pawn's personality, yeah, they'll say shit like that.
Yeah, and so this guy, this, hyper masculine, oh, I just choose men because they're all
Because they're
tough
better than
and
better in combat.
yeah.
Women are and everything. And it's like it's a fucking video game where there's no actual difference between the sexes. Like the only difference for the purposes of mechanics in Darkest Prison. Dragon's Dogma is like the weight and the height of the characters, right? That's the only thing that actually affects like mechanical stuff, like with your body type or whatever. And like you can have like fucking 7 foot tall women in it. Believe me, I know. I've done it.
Yep, that's exactly what I've done. But yeah, so I apologize for the psychic damage, but misery loved company.
Isn't the dude in the third, like the first row third thing, just gay? I don't think that's anti-white male. I think he's just gay.
I don't know, because I don't know what that is. So I genuinely don't know, but hey, some criticism of white dudes is valid. So
Yeah, definitely. It's just
way.
like this part. At the very least, even if the character's not gay, he's definitely wearing a lot of makeup. So
yeah.
it's like I don't think that's like anti anything except for maybe anti like toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
All right. Oh my fucking gods. Oh, I'm about to go on the fucking realism rant again. I should like have this as a fucking sound clip that I can just like hit on my keyboard and have that play instead of having to do it every time, so I can just like lean back and have a cigarette while it plays. Because I seem to go into this all the fucking time. Okay, so here's for everyone on stream. God damn it. This fucking mouse, I swear to all the gods, I'm going to destroy it. I'm going to yeet it into the sun. Mm-hmm. Give me a second. I'm struggling with my mouse. There we go. Okay, so this is the thing. This is the image. It's stupid as hell, obviously. Of course it is.
Yeah, like this is incredibly stupid. You do not have to read this. It had some bigoted shit in it.
Yeah,
but
I just have
anybody
it
who
up on
wants to
screen
look,
yeah, just so people can.
Yeah, which I'm doing the same thing just because we're talking about this.
So, this fucking realism thing, like, This part right here, it says it tries to justify female desexualization with a ridiculous realism argument in settings with magic and supernatural powers, while not altering the males to match and ignoring that realistically women tend to be shorter, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, sure, yeah, but like, first off, I'm pretty sure that's from Mortal fucking Kombat, and that screenshot right there, and like, that, like, in Mortal Kombat, they're supposed to be like demigods. They don't have to conform to like normal human proportions to begin with. First off,
Yeah, like
because they're
most
paragons of their kind. They are enormously powerful beings. Like,
and
I
also
know there's a couple like normal humans in the cast, but like they're fighting the gods of fucking lightning half the time. I don't think they're normal. I think they're paragons. Okay.
Yeah. Also, female characters are intentionally made to look ugly, and just a normal ass woman.
Yeah, that's just a normal woman. Like, it looks like she's got a little bit of fisheye camera going on, but that's it.
Yeah,
Whatever.
like a little
Aloy
bit
is
of weird
fine.
camera.
She's fine.
Yeah, Aloy's fine. And the reason she looks like that is so the mocap works. Because that's what her actress looks like as far as the face.
Right. And this fucking realism thing. When people say they want realism in their fiction, or at least if they're using it correctly, if they're talking like, and they know what they're fucking talking about, when they say they want realism in fiction, they mean realistic consequences, not like actual laws of physics shit, right?
Yeah, like here's
So, like,
a
desexualizing
example
this character specifically for realism is because she probably had like fucking 9-inch heels or something like that. And there's no fucking way, even if you're a paragon, that you're gonna fight in 9-inch heels. All right, fuck off. I don't care.
Yeah,
You're not gonna do it.
Here's a alternate example. Let's just say, for example, you have a modern fantasy setting. You know, magic and shit just exists, but it is still modern day. You go into a modern supermarket and take something off the shelf without using any sort of way to obscure yourself, and you leave.
You
If
just stole some
it
shit.
gives you, yeah, if it gives you no consequences, that's unrealistic because it is implied that cameras exist.
Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with like when I want realistic armor in my fiction. I'm talking about armor that will actually protect you. I don't need it to like not be fancy or whatever. I fucking love Final Fantasy armor because it actually looks like it'll protect you, and that's it's stupidly fancy.
Yeah, like
Keep it fantasied up. I don't
like,
care. Just like make it work. That's all I care about.
Yeah, like the thing is, I like things more absurd than Cat does, but even I have to go, yeah, the shit is good in Final Fantasy, except the fucking armor for the Dragoon if you are playing a woman.
It doesn't it doesn't matter which sex you are on that one. That shit just doesn't work because like the spikes are way too damn big for one thing. I mean, you stab yourself constantly. But
yeah, but that aside, because I don't mind that because weird. I don't think about it, but you have a fucking tummy window.
Yeah, like the entire stomach on the female Dragoon armor is always uncovered, like in all of the class artifact armors, and it's super fucking annoying. And I wish I could wear the Dragoon armor as my character, because I don't know if you know this, but the ears go in the horns. It's really adorable. The ears go in the horns.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Play a cat, people wondering.
Yeah, and it's just so goddamn annoying because it's taking an L when all the other artifact armors are just fine because they're equivalent across, basically.
Yeah, it just makes like small changes for like to accommodate like body shapes,
proportions,
right?
Yeah, and like, but Dragoon, for some reason, somebody wanted a tummy window, and that is very unrealistic in a very shitty way because that's literally the place you want to have covered.
Right? Like that, all my organs are in there. I need those to do organ things.
Yeah. Whereas if we have something like Ruby, for example, you can have much more exposed because most people rely on their aura as armor and actually quite like having the maneuverability, with very few exceptions, who still have armor.
Let me like open up this image and show everyone what we're fucking talking about here with this stupid fucking like dragoon armor. God damn it, dude! I swear the fuck this mouse. See this is what we're talking about. It even has like gaps right here by the neck. Are you fucking kidding me? The male version does not have the gaps on the neck, but the female version does. Right there, you can see them, and then like this entire huge fucking window, for like people just like to gut you. And this armor doesn't have. I mean, the armor is magic. It's supposed to be magic, but it doesn't have a magic force field on it. No armor in Final Fantasy XIV has a magic force field. That's just not how it works.
Yeah, that's just not how it works. And I would actually have differences if it was like, I don't know, a weird bikini design, or a weird, like, oh, okay, so you just don't, like, a chainmail bikini, because I still hate those, but at least that looks passable. But this is literally a big target for exactly where people would want to stab.
Yeah, and like, okay, so a lot of people are like, will justify this kind of thing, or like bikini armors and all that stuff with like, oh, but it'll distract your enemy in the fight. No, it won't.
Oh,
are you fucking kidding me? If someone is swinging a goddamn sword at you, you are not staring at their tits. And if you are, you deserve to die. All right?
Yes,
just straight up.
Granted, that has actually worked to people's benefits at times. There is a pirate that I cannot remember the name of that literally did just flash her tits because it was effective.
Yeah, so, but like she also wasn't wearing a chainmail bikini the entire time. She would just like rip her shirt down real quick in the middle of a fight. And people would be like, hold on, exactly. What the fuck? And then she'd stab him.
Yeah, because also the reason it fucking worked is these are sailors in a superstitious time when they did not have many female sailors.
Yeah, like,
so
during this time period, it was considered to be a curse if you had a woman on board.
Yeah, and journeys. It's horny, like, mostly het men, just, you know, by virtue of statistics.
I would bet my left foot that very few people that she flashed her tits at actually had a horny response, and I would say the crushing majority had the response of, oh fuck, that's a woman on a ship. And also a little bit of, oh fuck, what the hell is she doing? Why did she just rip her shirt down in front of me? What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some aspect of that, but also, like, a bunch of horny dudes, for the most part, who, you know, statistically speaking, are going to be het, though there's probably at least some bias towards people who are okay with being on a ship for months on end with other men.
Yeah.
But
it's not always about the pay, right?
Yeah, so still, statistically speaking, probably more het men. And then suddenly, titty.
Like, if nothing else, the sheer fucking shock value of that would, like, definitely distract someone, right? But, like, what we're talking about with, like, fucking chainmail bikinis is, like, they're on a battlefield, right?
Yeah, and
you are gonna get just, like, peppered with arrows. That's all that's gonna happen. You're gonna turn into a pincushion.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna turn into a pincushion. Even if we're talking RPG parties, they've seen tits.
Yeah, they've seen tits.
You know, they can
mercenaries. They've seen tits, believe me.
Yeah, and they can just look at their healer.
Oh god, like the idea of like the woman always being the healer always infuriates me too.
Oh yeah, like
that's one that really gets me too.
But...
And like the woman always being an archer as well. Oh god.
Granted, I can enjoy women with archer arms though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the problem is they never actually give them archer arms or archer back, right? They always just make them noodle arms and say, oh, but like they can do it because it doesn't require a lot of strength. And I'm like, bitch, that's a 110-pound longbow.
Bullshit. In fact, swords require less strength.
Yes, literally.
like,
People don't understand this,
sure,
but like using a bow or a crossbow means you need a fuckload of upper body strength.
yeah, like you need so much upper body strength. Um, the thing that makes crossbows good has to do with the fact that you can teach someone to use it with a lot less training.
Yeah. And of course, like you've
Well,
also got tools like the goat's foot and the winch and everything like that, which can help like
Yeah.
alleviate the strength issue.
Yeah, but even then, like you definitely need upper body strength for that.
Yeah, it's like,
Whereas
fucking-
with a sword, it is a lot more about angles. It's a lot more about getting in there.
it's all like reaction speed and like edge alignment and shit like that. Like it's
Yeah,
believe me, I would know.
also
I
just
used to be a martial artist. All right, I know what's like going on there.
yeah, and just for the point of, oh, women aren't as strong as men. Nobody is the peak physicality of their respective sex. They're just not. Like yeah, maybe you can find an or example of somebody like just covering my ass here, but by and large, warriors are just going to be pretty much as good warriors as they can get. And most of the time, when you're talking about battlefields, you're just talking about fucking farmer levies. Like, most people aren't going to be, like,
And believe me,
landed
you do
knights.
not need a lot of strength to wear a gambeson, a kettle hat, and thrust a fucking spear.
Yeah.
It's like wearing a leather coat and wearing a hard hat, and then like swinging a fucking stick around. That's literally all it is. It's not heavy.
Yeah.
People seem to think that like medieval armor was super fucking heavy. That is not true at all.
Yeah, like, it's obviously heavier than the shit we wear normally, like most people anyway, but it's not actually as heavy as you think. Like, yeah, once you get into full plate, then you go, oh yeah, that's actually fucking heavy. But if you're talking like the average person,
isn't all that heavy. A full plate is like fucking 30 to 40 pounds on average. It's not that heavy.
I mean, that sounds pretty fucking heavy. Like, it's not, it's not fucking wearing Havel the Rock's armor, but it's.
But like the
still
other thing is like it's all the way across your body, the entire body, right? It's not just like on your shoulders, like a backpack loaded with books is, It's not on your
That's
arms
true,
like when you're curling a 60-pound dumbbell or whatever, or a 60-pound fucking bar.
But yeah, like if you look it up, you can find people in full plate fucking doing some dance moves.
Gymnastics even. There are actually like people in full plate, functional full plate, which is actually called field plate, by the way, or a field harness, depending. Doing gymnastics like Dark Souls style, like rolling on the ground, cartwheels, sprinting back and forth, climbing shit, and jumping onto a horseback, everything. Like,
yeah, and of course, some motherfucker definitely did, because I remember seeing it, did the Dark Souls kind of dodge roll sort of thing.
Like, this armor is not, it's not as heavy as people think it is. Like, it sucks to march in. But if you've got field plate, you're probably not marching in it. You're probably riding a horse.
Yeah, you're probably riding a horse, but yeah. So, like, yeah, heavier than people wear, but...
Actually, our modern soldiers, their kit is heavier than full plate is.
Yep. Just because of the weapons, mainly.
Yeah, like 6 magazines of 5.56 ammunition. It's kind of heavy. It's kind of heavy.
Yeah, like it's the weapons, it's the ammunition,
and of course,
it's
all carried in a tactical vest or like or assault pack, maybe depending on like what.
Yeah, to basically accomplish the same thing of spreading. Right? Yeah, to spread it around a bit. Yeah.
Point is that I was trying to make is that if you're wearing a chainmail bikini on a fucking battlefield, you're just gonna die. That's all there is to it. Now, there are historical examples of people going into battle mostly naked, but guess what they had instead? Really big shields.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna
Shields
say
almost as big as they
cavalry,
are. Well, also
shield,
that.
but
Yeah.
shields, yes.
Although cavalry usually wore like that was easiest for people on foot to reach. You don't want to get stabbed in the calf.
Yeah, that's true enough.
But like, so like the Celts that like went into battle naked. You know what they had? They had spears and really goddamn big shields. That's what they had. They made it work because
like,
they had shields. But like every time you see a chainmail bikini motherfucker, they're using like a fucking axe or something, like a two-handed axe, and it's like, buddy, I'm just gonna fucking like have all my archers aim at you. I got like 20 dudes. I can get 2 of them to aim at you explicitly, and you are not gonna be able to do anything about it. Because you have an axe and no shield and no armor. You are fucked.
Yeah, which I don't mind chainmail bikinis as much as I mind the tummy window, just because that is a deliberate choice. Like that is.
That's also fair.
that is
like, if you've got like a chainmail bikini on, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, with chainmail bikini, yeah, you know what you're doing, but also like there is no precedent in like fiction or anything for the goddamn tummy window.
I see it on archers, honestly. Like the few times that archers will actually have armor, they'll only have armor covering their upper half, and then like their stomach will just be like, just like outright, just like everything. You can just see it all.
Yeah, though at the very least, it's not like this weird ass gap in the armor where it's, you know, because usually they'll wear like a skirt or something, or you know, like shorts or something. When it's an archer, but for the dragoon, it's armor up top, tummy exposed, armor below.
There's also armor on the sides, right?
Yeah, like there's armor, like it is specifically a tummy window.
Yeah, it's not even like the whole stomach is exposed. It's just like the front part of the stomach, like the sides are completely covered. Even the back is covered, and it's just like, please, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, it's an explicit choice to have the tummy in a window. And it's like, no, that's too much for me to... That's a step too far, even for me who likes cheesecake fucking designs. That's a step in non-realism that's too far for me.
Yeah, my big thing is, I've got people outside my fucking, like, office. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna have to stay muted for a couple minutes because, like, I don't know who it is, but it's someone talking to my fucking housemate. Like, I guess they're organizing some fucking work bullshit, so just give me a couple minutes here.
Alright, yeah. I'll try and keep the people entertained. But yeah, just the exposed stomach is just a bridge too far, whereas I'm fine with cheesecake designs. I'm fine with people just like RPG characters wearing regular ass clothes and not having armor. But the stomach specifically exposed while you are wearing armor is like, okay, but why do you wear armor?
I actually really like characters just like not wearing any armor at all and just like wearing clothes. That shit's awesome. I love that so much.
Yeah, like I'm
like
fine
it's
with
horrifically
that. Like,
impractical, but I don't care. It looks cool as fuck. Like that's
yeah, like yeah, that looks interesting and whatever, you know. Sure, you can be unexposed for whatever reason, and I can roll with that, especially in an RPG. But then you get, oh, I'm wearing armor, but I'm going to not protect the valuable bit that armor is supposed to protect. Your organs are there.
all right. So I was just like pulling up the sketch that I was working on earlier, and like as you can see, I also like cheesecake designs. Like there's spikes on this armor. That's stupid. Why would you do that in real life? Doesn't matter. This is a god. I don't care. They can wear whatever the fuck they want because it looks cool. That's all that matters. This
Yeah,
is
for
a
sure.
literal god. It doesn't matter what they wear. It just looks cool. That's all that matters. Although I do actually like just genuinely really like that. It wouldn't be very very good in a fight, mostly because like it's the same reason like why you don't want spikes on anything really. Is because like it just catches shit. You might want some spikes on like parts of your shield, but that's explicitly because like your shield's supposed to catch stuff, right? You don't want it on your armor because like it'll catch and then slide into and hit the like the solid plate and possibly break your bones beneath the plate. Plate armor is not magic. It doesn't like make you invulnerable. All right.
Yeah, for sure. Admittedly, cheesecake refers to more fan servicey ish design, like not like porn or anything, but like the modern Tifa Lockhart. She's not, wearing armor or anything. And she's quite attractive, but she also, also has a fucking sports bra, which is another thing the gamers TM are mad about.
Instead of like the white cutoff shirt.
Yeah, like she still has the white shirt.
You're
but
saying that she's got a sports bra underneath the white cutoff shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like she had.
I think that looks great. I love her modern design.
Yeah.
She's hot. Tifa's really fucking
Yeah.
hot.
Yeah, she's very attractive, and yeah, she's got a sports bra on, so her tits aren't quite, as out there as. And even then, honestly, people are like leaning too far into like fan art anyway on that. But yeah, like her tits aren't quite as out there as her original design because she's wearing a sports bra, and that can be attractive too. Like,
I just found some really, really good fan art that actually makes her fucking buff as shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's good.
yeah, absolutely.
Swear
Yeah,
all the gods with this fucking mouse. I'm gonna murder someone. There we go. Look at this. This is beautiful. Look at that. Look at those arms. Those fucking guns. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, dude. Like the official figures for her are also buff as shit now. So like that's also really good because they didn't used to be. Like 20 years ago, the Tifa Lockhart figures were not buff as shit, and they should be. They should always be buff as shit.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I liked a lot of the Kingdom Hearts games, but I will never forgive them for giving me a incorrect view of Aerith, because Aerith is not the wilting flower healer. She is a goddamn troll.
No, she. I can't actually remember playing the first, like, the original Final Fantasy VII very well at this point. But
she's
she will
a fucking
absolutely,
gremlin.
Yeah, she's a total goddamn gremlin. She's not, she's not the, I mean, she's literally the white mage of the party. Like, her limit breaks are literally all healing.
Yeah, like,
but
yeah,
she doesn't have the
is the
personality of
white
like the traditional white
Yeah.
mage, where she's just like in the back praying for everyone and trying to make sure everyone's safe and blah blah blah. No, she's gonna be like ripping on your ass every time you fuck up in a fight.
Oh yeah, she's a goddamn gremlin, and she gets to go on a date with Tifa, which is amazing.
Which is honestly just like a pair that I didn't even fucking consider until the first like third of the fucking Final Fantasy VII remake
Game.
came out.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
as soon as I saw it like that, I was like, oh, that is some
Oh.
miraculous shit right there.
Yeah, and yeah, it works. And like, I'm not even joking. They literally, in the recent game, I think that's Rebirth.
Yeah, I think I saw a screenshot of it where like she's just like, "Hey, you want to go on a date with me?"
Yeah, and it's literally a date, and the text says, "Yeah, on the date you can switch between Tifa and Aerith or something."
And like, it's like something to do with holding hands is how you switch or something. I don't remember. I remember seeing a bunch of like fucking screenshots about it. And I was like, that is so fucking adorable.
Yep. I'm not playing it. I'm not playing those until they're all out, just because I don't like playing incomplete series like that when they are planning on finishing out a series. Like, it's
Yeah, that's
different if
fair.
it's like, you know, oh yeah, like these are all complete things by themselves, but the conclusion of this is going to be important. So I'm kind of waiting on that, and
Yeah,
then I'll
that's
just get
how
it
I
in a
am too
bundle.
with it as well. It's like I did have the opportunity to get the first one on like PS Plus when I had PS Plus still on my PS4. And I was like, I'm kind of considering it, but like I heard that it doesn't actually continue the story. Like it's not like fully the whole thing yet, so I'm just not gonna.
Yeah, like it's definitely, from my friends who have enjoyed it, it is worth playing. But for me personally, I'm gonna wait until we get the whole quadrilogy out, or
You know,
trilogy, or whatever.
I can't decide if Cloud is Arrow Ace or just really oblivious.
He's a fucking doofus.
Yeah, he's a total
Um,
fucking idiot for most things. He's like
yeah.
he's a prodigy at fighting, but like otherwise he's a complete idiot. And that's how he's always been.
Conversation spoilers for Rebirth. There is a conversation you can have in the car with Yuffie.
Oh no.
Uh,
The other gremlin of the party, okay.
yeah, the other gremlin, and somehow it's like they're talking about the numbers difference between them and Shinra, because of course Shinra's a company, and so they have a bunch of fucking soldiers. And they're like, okay, but what if we cloned Barrett? And they went, and then Cloud went, well, no, we would just get covered in Barrett's gunfire too. Okay,
Yeah.
but what if we cloned Tifa and had a bunch of Tifa? And then Cloud gets quiet, and then Yuffie says, oh, you're thinking naughty thoughts, aren't you? And then Cloud's like, aren't ninjas supposed to be silent? So he didn't deny it.
That's fair. I just can't decide, honestly, with him. It's like which
Oh, yeah,
is like which is my
absolutely.
best headcanon. I don't care about the actual canon. Like the actual canon can like they can do whatever the fuck the writers want. Like they're the ones who actually
Oh,
are
for
writing.
sure. I had to share that interaction since it had something to do with it, and it's pretty good.
I just don't know, like, because he has both vibes, right? Like where he's just like super oblivious, and he's got the Arrow Ace vibes.
Yeah, like I think at the very least, I think he's uh allo-romantic, but
Yeah.
I could
Okay.
see sexual.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
And that's not to, deny you your
And
headcanons,
like,
folks at home.
if he's just a big fucking idiot about it, then I think the best version is a polycule between like Aerith, Tifa, and Cloud. I think that's the best one.
Yeah, and from all the cutscenes I've seen from the remake versions, like that honestly just fits very well.
Yeah.
Two girlfriends and their dumbass himbo.
Oh fuck. Now my brain is just like
All
filled
right.
with all the fucking fan art from like 4 years ago. Of that exact situation. It's like there was that one where Cloud is like carrying Tifa on his shoulders so she can reach the window to make out with Aerith.
Oh yes, I love that meme.
That one's really good. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's an excellent one, because yeah, that's an art meme that people have done various characters for.
Like for the most part, like Final Fantasy has always been really good about like hitting the right balance between like fantasy up and actual armor, right? Like
Yeah, exactly. And like, especially for Final Fantasy VII, yeah, most people are going to at most wear leather coats.
yeah,
Just because
like
that's the vibe of the thing.
yeah, it's like it's like magic cyberpunk, and like B, everyone's got fucking guns, so like wearing plate armor is stupid anyway.
Yeah.
Like Final Fantasy IX was also really good about it because like you had characters in full armor, and then you had stealth characters who were in half armor, and then characters who don't have any armor on at all. Like Zidane just doesn't wear armor. He's just got like abs to the wind all the time.
Yep, exactly.
But
Like,
then you've also got fucking Steiner, Rusty over there, like wearing a set of field plate.
yeah. But yeah, basically my whole conversation with that is just the gamers do not deserve rights.
Don't look at me
Because
like
they
that, cat.
because they sleep on how good remake Tifa is.
Remake Tifa and remake Aerith are both like really good.
Yeah, like Aerith gets to be more of a gremlin. She looks basically how I imagined her to look, whereas they kind of reined in Tifa's tits again with like she hasn't gone down a size. She's just wearing a sports bra.
Yeah, which you'd expect from a martial artist going into fights all the time. You want to wear a sports bra or like binding of some kind.
Yeah, and to me, that is more attractive because that is something that a martial artist would
she looks like she
wear
knows what
today.
she's doing.
Yeah, like A, she looks like she knows what she's doing. B, it feels more realistic in a way that you can imagine. Oh yeah, she could exist in reality, and that's sexy.
Yeah, it's like verisimilitude, not literal accuracy to real life, right? That's
yeah,
what we're talking about here.
Yeah, like there is a difference between realism and simulationism.
Yeah, like most people don't know what the word verisimilitude means, though, so we tend to use fucking realism instead.
Yeah.
Because
Because
like, what looks
realism
realistic?
is what we've been discussing in this whole time. Simulationism is trying to be exactly accurate to everything that you possibly can.
Mm-hmm. And like AWRPG tries to do realism, not simulationism, where GURPS tries to do simulationism, not realism, which is the difference. It's like simulating a real scenario is what simulationism means, and then realism just means like realistic consequences for what you do, which is like all that I'm all about the realism. I'm not about the simulationism. The simulationism is just like real fucking annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and I remember there was also another great meme that came out of the recent Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is, you know, a statement. It starts with a statement. Oh, dudes will never want to play a female character. And then they show a video of dudes being absolutely jazzed that Aerith can get some other clothes that still look like her clothes, but like have different patterns, look different, and look really good on her. Like it's still, you know, it's not more exposed or anything, though people have been enjoying their swimsuits. But it was just like different patterns on the dress and, you know, just looked good.
Something else about like the Final Fantasy remake thing that I've been seeing lately is like people calling Cloud a twink, and I'm like, I don't know if he counts as a twink. Have you seen those arms? He's definitely a pretty boy, but I don't think he counts as a twink. All right, like his arms are way too big for that. He is too beefy.
Yeah, like he's like kind of more of a himbo or a twonk at most.
Yeah, not like full on twink, because like full on twink is like small, soft sort of deal. Very pretty,
it would be.
Too, but...
Yeah, it would be like Prompto from Final Fantasy 15 is a twink.
I don't know this person. So I stopped playing Final Fantasy after 14 because like it's all sausage fest.
Yeah.
And I just don't like Clive for 16. So get out of here, fucker. Like I wanted to like 16, but like the more I saw of it coming out, I was just like, I don't know about that, man.
But yeah, like in a lot of ways, he does look like what Twin Cloud would look like.
Oh yeah, that's like, you can definitely tell like he does some adventuring, but he's also like weakish.
Yeah, which definitely makes sense because he's actually the person who uses guns more than anything.
He's athletic, but not beefy like Cloud.
Yeah,
Cloud's got some
exactly.
fucking guns on him. Because I wonder why he swings around a 60-pound fucking sword all the time. Like, of course he's got some guns on him. He has to. In fact, I'm more surprised than anything else that he doesn't look like goddamn Barrett. If I was going for if I wanted simulationism, that's what I would expect, is for Cloud to look like Barrett. But you know, it's just realism.
Yeah,
not
or at the
simulationism.
very least, look like fucking Guts.
Yeah, something like you gotta be like a big dude to swing around a sword like that. But like you could hand wave it with Cloud because he's literally like a magic clone of some shit or whatever, right? And he's an experimental fucking magic soldier.
Yeah,
So of course he
and
can do like
that
some insane shit.
That image is just, you know, two girlfriends and their twonk.
That's actually, yeah. Hold on, let me pull this up so people can see like this dude's arms. Like, look at him. That is not a twink. Look at his arms.
Yeah, like, just because you want to peg him does not make him a twink.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a pretty boy, but he's not a twink. Like, look at this dude. Man's
Yeah, and,
biceps
like-
look like he's as thick as my fucking legs.
And to some extent with twinks, I kind of expect a little bit of preening, whereas I think Cloud's hair is just stuck that way.
Yeah, that might just be his bedhead. He seems like the sort, doesn't he?
A little bit.
He just, like, doesn't even bother like doing his hair up or anything. Like, he just wakes up and like rolls out of bed, gets dressed, and like walks out. And that's it. That's all he does. Which is honestly
Yeah,
fair
though,
because he's like a career soldier, literally.
One last Rebirth spoiler. So, like, give it like 5 minutes and we'll be done. But do you remember Rude from Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah.
One of the things I love is apparently he's part of a club of Shinra folks that are bald. And you go in, and yeah, there's just a bunch of men and women who are bald. So it's not exclusive to men or anything.
Bald for various reasons, including choice.
Yep. And
That's
they're
pretty good.
fucking... Yeah, and their fucking, like, secret handshake is rubbing their head, and it squeaks.
God damn it. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh,
Yep.
gods.
And that's the thing I love about the remake, is it's not afraid to be ridiculous. Like, I think part of the reason I dislike 15 and 16 is the parts where it gets too serious for its own good.
Like, it's just not ridiculous enough, is what you mean?
Yeah, like it gets too serious and takes itself too seriously, especially 16. Like 16 wanted to be Game of Thrones so bad.
And, like, you can do that for a fantasy thing. It's just, you gotta take it in a very specific way. And, like, I don't think that's the strength of the Final Fantasy, like, writers.
Yeah, it's like, it's not the strength of Final Fantasy anyway.
It's not what people go to Final Fantasy for. People go to Final Fantasy for, like, the fucking gold saucer and, like, Kate Sith and fucking, like, Cloud dressing up as a woman, like, in the first act of Final Fantasy VII and actually getting away with it and being considered the prettiest, actually. Like, out of the three
exactly.
there, like, that's the kind of shit that you go to Final Fantasy for.
Yeah, for sure. Which I do love how well they did that scene as well.
I want to get that scene fresh, so don't tell me.
Yeah.
Like,
I
in
won't tell
6
you
years,
anything.
Whenever the remake is finished, I'll play it and I'll see it.
But yeah, they just definitely did it justice. I'll say that and nothing more.
That's good. Although in the in the original, like, Cloud whips out his giant Buster Sword out of his dress somewhere, and it's like, buddy, where are you holding that?
Which, I mean, fair enough. It's one of the things I actually do love with Persona 4 is everyone gets busted for having weapons because they're trying to hold, like, golf clubs and katanas and shit under their clothes.
No, see what you do is you like put it all in a golf bag.
Yeah, you put it into either a golf bag or or like a
guitar
cello
suitcase.
case.
Yeah. There's something like that. You put it in there. That's how you smuggle weapons. For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Yeah, this is for writing, not for doing.
Yeah, this is not advice. This is not legal advice.
Yeah. Yeah, do not smuggle weapons. But if you want to move something large, you don't stick it under your clothes. You
Yeah.
stick it in something that's less conspicuous,
Well, you
and
can get away with
everybody
a
will
boot
look at a
knife or
guitar.
whatever, but
Yeah, like obviously you can do something like that, but you know, like fucking one of the characters like uses a fucking golf club. Another one uses a katana.
yeah, just like have the golf club guy like take all your weapons because like that motherfucker's already got a golf bag.
That's
you
the
go.
fucked up part. No, we didn't.
What?
He put it under his clothes
Why?
because like he's not a golfer. He just had that under like that's just one of the clubs he could use, like club type weapons.
Okay, I see what's going on
Bro.
there. So like he would also use like baseball bats and cricket bats and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Still, like you put it in like a sports bag, right? And just like have a couple of like fucking sports tools sticking out of it, and like no one will question it because like it's a sports bag. You see people walking around with those all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now,
The
of course,
main
like,
one who should.
if someone actually stops to fucking search you, they're probably gonna check your fucking guitar case because like that's the point.
Oh yeah, of
stopping and
course,
searching.
of course.
But that's the whole thing.
Like,
You're trying not to get stopped and searched.
yeah, like the whole reason they even got stopped is because they looked suspicious. Otherwise, they were just hanging out in like a department store. Because that's the area in which you enter the dungeon.
Yeah, that's kind of funny though that it actually like did that. Because like most
it
RPGs
acknowledged-
do not like acknowledge that sort of thing.
Yeah, but they acknowledged it because it's fucking Japan in the modern day.
Like, I
And
think
you're
even in
just
America, you'd get fucking stopped if there was like a group of people carrying like around like a sword, a golf club, and all kinds of random shit just like stuffed in their clothes. Someone would be like, "These motherfuckers look suspicious. Can you come down and like stop them?"
Yeah. Like,
I can't tell what they've got in their clothes, but they got stuff in their clothes, and like it's not looking good. Fucking son of a bitch. Oh. It's like you get stopped like nearly anywhere in the world if you're looking like that. And in places where you wouldn't get stopped, you wouldn't even bother to hide it.
Yeah, and I don't think he was with the party when they got caught, but one of the motherfuckers just straight up uses, at one point, a folding chair.
That's amazing. I like it when RPGs acknowledge that sort of thing. Like, not just the weapons, but also the culture surrounding the weapons in the area that you're in. Because what a lot of people don't, like, get for weapons, in most places, you were not allowed to carry a sword on your hip. Like, you would have a spear, or, like, a hatchet on your hip, or a mace or whatever, but you were not allowed to carry, like, swords and shit. Because those are explicitly for killing. And most people are not allowed to have weapons explicitly for killing, just like hanging out on their body.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that was a huge cultural shift that happened in Japan's explicitly is swords got banned basically because they wanted to shift away from the samurai class.
The Shinsengumi were the only ones allowed to carry swords at that time or something like that. I think
something
that's
like
the
that.
right term for them. That might be the wrong term. I don't know. But like the predecessors to the Yakuza. It's like the state police. Yeah, the Shinsengumi. That's what they're called. It's a small group of elite swordsmen that were basically just like the police for a while there, and they were the predecessors to the Yakuza.
But yeah, it was actually the protagonist, so he actually uses straight swords mostly.
Oof.
But for some reason, one of the early ones he got was a golf club, which I guess makes sense. Where you can get a golf club in a department store.
That's true. Yeah. Although honestly, I'd be using like a boken or something instead. And I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, but can't boken are curved." Like, yeah, but a chocoto isn't, and you can get a wooden chocoto just fine, and it would still be called a boken. So eat shit.
I do feel bad that, like, in Persona in general, there's usually at least one party member that gets relegated to support duty who doesn't actually involve themselves in, like, doesn't have combat capabilities as far as, like, offensive. So they're not in the party proper, they just provide side benefits randomly.
Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's more stuff that annoys me about like tropes in fantasy is like healers not wearing any armor, archers not wearing any armor, blah blah blah. It's like that sort of thing. Like if you're going to be on the field, you best be able to defend yourself, bitch.
Yeah, which admittedly, like, they are very helpful characters, but it's just like, oh man, kind of wish you got to do the cool fighting shit too.
Yeah, like if you've got magic, you can use it to fight some way, somehow. Believe me.
Yeah. And the navigator, because that's what they're called in Persona. The navigator character from Persona 4 actually gets to fight in the spin-off fighting game.
So apparently they know how. They just don't in the main game.
Yeah, like it was definitely a confrontation sort of thing where they had to kind of, confront the fact that, oh shit, I can't fight, but I need to help everybody out in this particular situation.
Another captioner, I think. Sorry.
Yep, no problem.
Anyway, I'm apologizing for interrupting you.
Yeah, no, that's basically it. So I think we will actually move on if you want to reread the line.
Yeah, just like one last thing from me, and it's just like, put your mages and your healers and your rogues and your archers in fucking mail. Put them in chainmail. I don't care. I don't care that you're like trying to do the thing where like, these backline characters don't need armor. Yes, they fucking do, because everyone else has archers and mages too.
Yep. Like, literally just, like, if you want to have robes, just put some shit under their robes.
Yeah. It's like, that's one thing that I've got to praise Goblin Slayer about, is that, like, a priestess just wears chainmail underneath her robes.
Yep, she straight up does. And part of that is just good form, but part of that is, oh yeah, she's actually becoming better at being not utilitarian, but more experienced.
Practical.
With direct...
Like, all that stuff.
Yeah, like, actual practicality and stuff. Like, one of the reasons I like it, but also I can't recommend it to just anybody for some of the shit it deals with.
Yeah, because, like, there's some heavy trigger warnings on that stuff. On Goblin Slayer.
Yeah, but...
Like, it's good fantasy, but, like, it's one of those where you gotta be careful.
Yeah, like, the first episode especially, but you still get reminders of it throughout, and it's like...
It's gross and disgusting and off-putting, and, like, it's supposed to be like that because it's about that kind of story in a fantasy world.
Yeah, it's just... Clearly there are the other ways to do it, because Frieren does other ways to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully they do tone it down, and in later parts of the manga and the novel, they go, okay, yeah, I don't need to expand on this anymore.
Yeah, like this is definitely like a part of the world. People know that by now. So like, if
Yeah,
you don't want to just have
I will.
like like a fucking chain underneath your robes, you can also have stuff like a jack or an armored doublet or a jazzerant, like a jazzerant shirt or something like that. Like you have all of these options. Just wear something. Keep your
Yeah,
organs from getting
exactly.
stabbied. All right. That's all you need. Is you just need a little bit there. Like a jack can also be like a coat of brigandine, like a brigandine coat. Um, that's like basically just like it looks like a some kind, and it's got plates, like overlapping plates in it that are. It's what most people think. Uh, it's what spawned the idea of studded leather, is brigandine, and studded leather is a stupid idea. But brigandine, on the other hand, is great. And you can just like put some extra cloth over top to hide the studs, or the rivets rather, and boom, there you go. You don't look like you've got armor on, but you've actually got some actually pretty good armor on, because brigandine is actually kind of good. And like, jazzerant is literally just like a chain shirt sandwiched between like either leather or fabric of some kind. So if you want like your fancy, foppish, noble duelist type, this is what he would most likely be wearing. That's what would be historical for him. Like in real life, foppish, noble duelists would wear this kind of thing. That's what they
But yeah,
wore.
but yeah, eventually they did figure out, oh, hey, we need to have this under our clothes and be more inconspicuous about it. Because, yeah, they were kind of just waving shit around. Well, not literally waving, but they were basically brandishing shit and talking about shit in just a department store or mall food court.
That's ridiculous. But yeah, like the noble duelists would wear like jacks and stuff like that were armored on the inside that you couldn't see from the outside, so they look all fancy and cool and everything. But they could like throw down at the drop of a hat, literally, or the drop of a glove, as it were. Uh, which is kind of the thing. Like there are armors for you to wear if you want your like fantasy of a noble duelist that just like runs around in fancy clothes all the time. You can definitely do that. There's actually, I remember there's an example in, I think it was America, of a judge who had a kettle hat and then like put leather on the outside to make it look like his normal judge's hat, just in case someone tried to shoot him in the head from like the stands above him while he was giving speeches and shit. And you can also do
Yeah,
that for like
ignore
your fancy like pompadour hat, you know, like.
Yeah, and just ignore the meme text, but yeah, this is literally what they were doing in full sight of the fucking food court.
Oh my gods. The dude has a fucking unsheathed sword and dagger in his hands.
Yep.
And he's just like holding them up. Like what?
Yeah, it decided not to have this conversation in the other world where nobody's around, has this conversation in the fucking food court. So of course the police pick them up.
Like that lady behind him was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
This dude actually got a sword and like dagger? What the fuck? Like, I just came here to fucking have a cup of coffee. What the hell is going on here? That's ridiculous. I love it. This is just like my whole point here, though, is that if you're gonna be fighting, you need to have a big fucking shield. Either way, it doesn't matter. But like one of the two.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's armor or big fucking shield. Preferably both if you can manage it.
Yeah, and again, it's fine for people to be wearing regular clothes. Just kind of have it be even throughout or a good mix.
Yeah.
If somebody's gonna have their tits out, then also have, a guy that just has his abs out.
Yeah, and then just like also have pants with like a huge leather codpiece on it to draw attention. Because like that's something that people did. And would still do. If we still wore codpieces, but we don't. So it's just like In low fantasy
The
or historical
yeah.
stuff, you don't want like plate and shield, unless you're jousting, of course.
Mhm.
But in actual like high fantasy, where there's monsters roaming around, there's magic, etc., yeah, go ahead and have yourself a fucking tower shield and plate armor. Go ahead, because like you've
Yeah.
got fucking dragons coming at your ass. The armor's for the swords and dagger and like claws and shit like that. The shield's for the big motherfuckers.
Yeah, the shield is to deal with like fucking dragon claws and, blocking fire as best you can.
Yeah, and in fact, like I really liked how Dragon Age did it because there was a codex entry about how the Templars fought because they were trained against mages, like to fight mages as mage hunters, more or less. And their shields were much more heavily domed than most kite shields would be. In fact, like most kite shields are straight up flat, and theirs were just like super domed. So like this was on purpose because they would angle their shields down specifically so that any fire or like streams of energy or whatever would hit the shield and then get junted into the floor or ground beneath them instead of like into their feet or into their face or into their allies by tilting it any other way, right? So they'd like put their fist forward and have their arm at like a, I don't know, like a 30-degree angle. So like the shield would shunt the damage into the ground. And like that's just such a fucking great bit of world building. I love that so much.
Yeah, like absolutely. And again, you don't have to overthink everything, but if you have touches like that, it makes the world seem more real.
Yeah, like one of the things that I love working on is the specific martial arts of all the different cultures. And that's not like, oh yeah, like a karate type martial arts, but I mean like the actual stuff that's used on the battlefield by the knights, by the soldiers, by the assassins, everyone. Like what kind of fighting style do they have? Like the Grey Elves have a lot of tumbling in their fighting styles because they have to, like, when they're chasing someone, they're probably chasing them through the fucking ironwood trees. So they're gonna be like leaping over like fallen trees and jumping through branches and shit like that. Like so they're very adept at tumbling over things. It's the same thing with the hobgoblins. Whereas like the dwarves are very much like get a fucking halberd and poke them from very far away because we're short and small.
Yeah.
And also,
we're
we can get
small.
like 10 dudes in this hallway and nothing can get past us. So we're gonna do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking, like stonecraft, like magic stonecraft some fucking actual stone armor and just poke some dudes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not everybody's gonna do, not everybody's gonna do the magic stonecraft, but might as well if you have it.
Yeah, if you can, if you know the spells and you have the mana pool for it, go for it. Like maintain that spell for like a couple rounds of combat. It's like the thing is
also
like
something
most fights in real life do not last 5 minutes. All right, most fights are over in like 15 seconds. It's different when you're barehanded, of course, but like when we're talking about like when you've got weapons, like like
that's
a
why
duel or whatever, it's
that's why a round in Dungeons and Dragons is like 6 seconds.
yeah, which is also way too fucking long. But just because like if you can only make one effective attack in 6 seconds, you are doing something terribly wrong. But that's a realism thing, and it sort of annoys me.
Yeah, it's a realism / simulationism thing, and I mean, it's one of those things where multi-attack comes later, and that's that kind of thing.
Everyone should get multi-attack like they did in 3.5. Look, I'm just being things, all right?
Fair enough.
Because like everyone should get multi-attack at some point. At some point, you are experienced enough to be able to make more than one effective attack in a round, all right? It doesn't matter who you are or what your fighting style is. You are experienced enough to do it eventually.
Yeah, fair enough, but it's one of those things. Like, fighters already get shafted enough.
Yeah, but like this is a problem with like how the action economy is and how magic works and like the lack of abilities for fighters and shit like that. Like,
yeah,
one of the really good things that you can do as a fighter, like in a sort of realistic scenario, not a simulationist one or a TTRPG one, but like one of the great things you can do as a fighter against mages is fucking body check them. They can't cast spells if you knock the shit out of them. Hit them
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
hard.
Yeah, we don't do enough body checks in games like this. Like sometimes you do. Like there are body checks that you can do, and I think you can do one and get the skill in Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah, like you want to like hit them in the fucking solar plexus, knock them on the ground, like put them into like shock from pain, all sorts of. There's so many things that you can do. And yes, I know
Yeah,
mages are supposed to have huge amounts of like mental control and everything, but ain't no one gonna be able to chant a spell through a shattered kneecap. All right?
yeah, or you know, if you want to be more specific, I cast silence, is what I say. But no, I'm actually punching the guy in the neck.
Yeah, exactly. Can't chant if he can't breathe. All right? He can't make hand signs if you snap his fingers, etc. Like these are the sorts of things that you do. But like D&D doesn't allow most of those things. Like you can trip a motherfucker, but I'm pretty sure mages can still like do somatic components from the ground, right? Like I don't remember there being a rule that says you can't.
Yeah, because somatic components are mostly implied to be hand gestures.
Mm-hmm. Like it depends, like on your specific style or whatever, but you just gotta make some movement or whatever. You gotta be free.
Yeah,
And
basically,
unrestrained.
like as long as you're not restrained, like your hands aren't restrained, you can do it.
So it's and like part of what they tried to do for D&D to make fighters like martial characters better against mages is allow attacks of opportunity when a mage casts a spell within your threatening range. But then like mages got defensive casting, so like they can just ignore that now.
Yep.
And
like,
again,
yeah,
they
you
have
can
huge
use-
amounts of mental control, so their concentration score is like fucking 20 at level 10, you know? It's like,
Yeah,
alright,
like
well,
there's a
you're
bunch of
guaranteed to
stuff
fucking do
like
it then.
that.
For those of you who don't know,
Also,
defensive casting is a mode that you can do that like forces you to take concentration checks every time you cast a spell, but it does not provoke attacks of opportunity when you cast spells. So, like, if your concentration score is really high, then it just doesn't matter. You can just ignore it, basically. And wizards are gonna have really high concentration because they need it in case they get punched in the throat. It's the whole point of it. That's the whole reasoning. But like
yeah,
they're just
absolutely.
bad at balancing fucking like martial versus casting, and like I don't think I am bad at it.
Yeah, and it's like the martial usually is what gets the shaft. Because, yeah, I mean, go figure, company is called Wizards of the Coast.
And also they're trying to like maintain the like feeling and history of D&D when D&D started as like this war game thing, and mages were these special characters that you would stick on the field to blast entire squads at once.
Yeah, admittedly true, but then they did, but then Gygax did missions where they actually went into, played individual characters going into, underground complexes and shit, like, doing an infiltration, but then that's what everybody wanted to do. So that's how D&D became D&D.
It's just like that fucking like bloodline that they're like they don't want to get rid of, sort of thing. Because you can absolutely balance mages versus martials. In fact, it's actually kind of fucking easy.
Yeah, like it's not impossible to do. You can have interesting characters, and you can have interesting characters even without magic weapons. Now, at a certain point, you should have some magic weapons in a high fantasy game, but there are interesting things and things you can contribute to combat without them.
Yeah, like one of the things in AWRPG is that mages are very strong, yes. But you're probably not going to start as a mage. You're going to start as an aspiring mage. Because, like, they're strong for a reason, right? Like, AWRPG is a classless system. That's what's going on here. So you have to pay a certain amount of, like, experience points, more or less, for new traits, and you have to do like all this in-game training if you don't want to pay those experience points. So when you want to learn magic, you gotta pay a lot of them. And that's just for the first level of magic, basic magic abilities. You gotta pay like enough. I think it's enough experience that would take you 3 years of in-game time to learn without using the experience. There's like 3 or 4 years, something like that. So like spending this stuff, it means like you're skipping ahead a lot, and you're not taking other more useful stuff for like a martial character, like extra attack or high pain threshold or like die hard or something like that, which all of that will help you resist mages. So like you're choosing to specialize here, and like you're both spending the same amount of, like, two characters are both spending the same amount of like experience, and they're both going to be roughly the same power level. Whether how that pans out depends on what you choose to spend it on. So like if you spend your experience on a lot of lower level traits, then you're going to have a lot of options and a lot of like small bonuses to a lot of different things, but you're still not going to be able to like, you're not going to be able to like nuke a dude, right? But if you spend 40 experience on magic stuff, you might be able to throw a fireball at someone. And yeah, you can do that, but you're probably also going to pass out after you do that. Like, yeah, you can nuke a room, but you're not going to be up and moving around, or like if anything survives. So probably don't.
Yeah, and like if you want to keep the high fantasy, but to the point that you have the D&D style spells, sure. All you've got to do is make the melee, like fighters, fucking JRPG protagonists.
Yeah, and you can do that. Like, I have set up in AWRPG ways to use mana that is not magic, that's not spellcasting. And that's one of them, is to just basically like improve your physical stats and like abilities in general ways. Like, you move faster, you attack more, you hit harder, you have more damage soaking abilities, like all sorts of shit. Like, if you wanna go that route, you can. Like, that's a rare ability in AWRPG, or at least in not AWRPG, but it's a rare ability in Well of Souls specifically. But that's because it's like a very low power setting.
Yeah. And so, in contrast, like, there aren't as much powerful mages either. You know?
Mages are pretty rare. Like, you might meet one if you're lucky, but for the most part, most people are not going to meet a mage.
Yeah.
You're not going to have like the D&D style of like the wizard tower in every village, right? It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Anyway, I could literally talk about this shit forever, but
I know.
I think
it's so tempting.
I think we should continue.
We gotta fucking like do that podcast or something to like have an outlet for all this stuff, because we have so much stocked up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I could literally talk for days about this shit, because it's also 100%. My job. But like, I also just really like it. So give me a second to get some.
Yeah, no problem.
Which is basically just me standing up and grabbing my pitcher and turning it into my mouth, because I don't have any tea right now. So. Excellent. I am hydrated. I can't believe we fucking went on that long. Whoops.
Oh yeah, whoops. But there was so much to talk about, so yeah, we do have to.
I know, but my brain is still going on. I was like, let's do it. Let's keep. I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. Fucking rough.
そりゃどういう意味で物心ついた時からずっとカゴの鳥だったって言いたいのか
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage?
Comfort Umineko, stay for the hour-long pamphlets on writing.
Yep.
何しろ気づいた時からそういう生活だったからな。
That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware, I was living like that.
疑問にも思わなかった
I didn't even think to question it.
お前、一体何者なんだ？
Who in the world are you?
Bantrici sitting there like, that's what I would like to know.
それこそわらわもまた望んだものだ
Yeah, see? Yeah, she's like, you get it now.
That's it. That is what I also hope to know.
どうせ人間ではなくて魔女でしたって言いやがるんだろ？
I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right?
いや違う
No, that's not true. That isn't true. Yet.
いやかつてそうだったと言うべきか
Or should I say, that was the case. That was once the case.
わらわは金蔵によって作られた人間によって作られた人間だ
I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human.
いや肉でできた檻とでも言うべきか
No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. She actually said meat there, not flesh specifically. Niku.
Fair enough.
Which, god damn it, that just reminded me of the scene in Solo Level, like...
Yeah, I was-
What amazing meat! God
yeah,
damn it.
it's like, calm down, lady, calm down.
The fact that I got hit with another what amazing meat line from Muscles, like the next day in a different, completely unrelated anime, like fucking, it sent me to the goddamn moon.
Because of course. But yeah, as far as Beatrice is concerned, she's a fucking homunculus at this point.
Oh god. This is one of the reasons why I want to learn Japanese, at least like honest, like vocal Japanese, is just so like I can catch shit like that. Because it's really fucking funny. I wonder how many
especially
anime that
because-
I've watched have that same joke in it that I haven't caught because I didn't know the word for meat before like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, and sometimes just localizers make it make more sense, but sometimes that is actually a drawback.
Oh, that's a really fucking funny joke.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's like, calm down, lady, calm down.
Like the localizers
Contain
on
your
that episode
thirst.
should not have said muscles. They really shouldn't have, because that is a really good good joke.
Yeah. And Rain. Just in general, Japan in particular loves its wordplay. Like every language has its wordplay, but Japan really loves to interact with it. Because it has a lower phonetic inventory, so there's a lot more rhyming and similar words.
Yeah, and they also fucking love puns and like not so much acronyms, because acronyms don't really, for the most part, exist in Japanese natively. Like they're borrowed for the most part. But like shortenings like that, it's similar.
Yeah.
I guess you would still call them acronyms because they use individual characters to represent like whole words. But
Yeah.
it's just that the acronyms are pronounced much differently. It's like more like actual words.
Yeah.
What always fucks with me, and that I like to use to fuck with other people too, is that the Norse invented rapping like 1,000 years ago.
They did indeed. They
It's called
had
flighting.
rap battles in.
And apparently Loki, that god, yes, that one, was a master of flighting. It is spelled like just like put this in the chats real quick. It's literally just like a Norse rap. That's what flighting was. It's just like where you take turns insulting each other in your like each other's families and shit. It's fucking hilarious. Like most of them don't make sense to us today, even like localized, because like they just had a different cultural context, so like they cared about different things and insulted different things. But like, it's still really fucking funny that like 1,000 years ago it would not be weird for you to walk into like a town square in the morning to go pick up some fucking bread or whatever, and like you come across two burly motherfuckers just like rapping at each other in Old Norse, which is just fucking fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just another display of humans as humans.
Mm-hmm. Rhyming and alliteration feel good to do, and then also
Yeah,
insulting the people that you hate also feels good to do.
yeah, exactly. Like it it feels good. It's one of those things. It's just one of those things. Like fucking graffiti. The graffiti at Pompeii, and especially is one that gets cited a lot.
And then there's like on the Hagia Sophia, like Hans was here or whatever.
Yep, because nobody knew what it meant. Because the language was lost to time, so they thought, oh, it must be something poetic.
And as a quick disclaimer, I don't mean that like white people did it first and then like black people stole it or anything like that. It's a case of convergent evolution where like two entirely separate things like got to the same point with flighting and rapping.
Yeah.
All right. This does not.
Yeah, because
it does not lessen the achievements of anyone in either field. All right. It's just like different times people
exactly.
came up with the same idea.
Yeah, exactly. Like people have thought of breaded meat. People have thought
like
of
almost every culture
meat.
has fucking like goddamn dumplings, for example. It didn't come from one place. It's just that it's really goddamn easy to stick something inside of like a pouch of fucking wet flour and bake it or boil it or stew it or whatever.
And make it taste good, yeah.
Because lots of carbs and lots of whatever the fuck else is inside. It tastes good. Dumpling good. Give me dumpling.
Yeah. So, we get to the musical history of, African Americans, and you get into that shit, and that, again, convergent evolution.
I don't actually know if the Norse used music to back it or not. I just know that it was a rhyming insulting contest, basically.
Yeah, probably not, just given the time period.
They could easily use like drums or something, or like tapped on bars or some shit.
Yeah, like they could have, but I think it's probably something more like they just care. Yeah, probably just carried the tune with their voice more often than not, just because
like
of availability.
Singing and music was a big thing for them. It's just like most instruments were not like good high tier stuff. It was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like sing and slam my tankard on the fucking table that I'm at, shit like that.
What the hell? This is getting weird. Getting weird, Battler.
Buddy.
And see, this is where I lean into Bo's explanation of a marker of an intelligent mind is to be able to entertain an idea without accepting it. And that's what Battler should be doing to get the information. But he's not about to do that. He's about to, unintentionally in this case, insult Beatrice and get her to clam up.
God's like... I know, like, several times before I've said that, like, fuck fixing her, I can make her worse. But also, I can fix her. Oh, man.
At the very least, I'd let her talk about her feelings, kind of thing.
Yeah, like... Most people, all they really need is someone to care and let them talk about what they feel without judgment, right? Like, that's a really big thing.
Yeah, that's why talk therapy is actually effective. And effective for everybody, no matter, what, if you have a neurodivergence or a mental disorder.
Yeah, it's not going to give you coping skills for, like, fucking dealing with your ADHD, but it is going to help you unpack some trauma and come to terms with it.
Yeah, you can actually, talk about it with someone who's, hopefully providing a more stable perspective in, well, maybe stable is not the right word, but a more concrete opposite perspective from your own that can help you navigate that stuff in a healthy way. And that can be true no matter what. You know, you can unpack some shit. Like, for all the problems that The Sopranos had, one of the greatest things is that the patriarch of the family fucking went to therapy, and we got to see more of his perspective. One of the ones I liked quite a bit
Keep talking. I'm
was
just gonna mute myself on my stream because I'm gonna be rooting all around on my desk with my chapstick. So just keep going.
Gotcha. Yeah, like one of the episodes dealt with one of the people that worked for him being revealed as being gay. And he navigated, oh, no, like, yeah, despite all the bullshit I was raised up with, I don't actually have a problem with gay people. But I'm expected as a member of this organization to kind of uphold these toxic masculine shit. And if I don't, I will suffer consequences in my power structure. So I need to do something, but honestly, I don't actually personally have a problem with any of this. And, you know, despite the fact that she's, you know, dealing with a fucking mob boss, the psychiatrist in this situation, or therapist, I forget which she's actually, you know, got degrees for in the story, but, you know, she actually holds her own, talking to him and contradicting him and, you know, challenging the thoughts he has about life and, you know, how he thinks about himself and others.
All right, it's not the ones that I wanted that I found, but I'll find the other one later. I'll have to actually like properly clean the desk and reorganize it.
Fair enough.
But I do have some chapstick anyway, so it's just not the ones that I wanted. I was trying to use up that entire other package before like I opened this new one, but oh well. But yeah, that's interesting actually. I did not know that about The Sopranos. I've never actually seen it.
Yeah, I hadn't actually seen it either for a long time, but I saw that bit about the therapist in there, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's actually interesting. I think Bo actually talked about that particular scene.
Interesting.
And yeah, it's basically like, yeah, no, personally, I have no issue with gay people, which was a struggle for him to come to the realization of that. And, but he also talks about, yeah, but I still have to create consequences for this guy, even though I don't think he actually did anything wrong. Because I'm expected to. And if I don't do what I'm expected, even as the leader of this organization, I can lose standing.
Lose people's respect and shit.
Yeah, exactly. And that might get dangerous for me.
Honestly, like this is one of those times like where I personally would be like, nah, it's I gotta be like a little eccentric in some places, right? So might as well choose this bit as one of my eccentricities.
Yeah, but
Maybe be able to change the organization for the better going forward. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I forget if he did or not, but I think he made the consequences less severe than he would have otherwise.
It's like my thing would definitely be like, I would try to like come up with some like really rousing speech or reason for it, right? Like, for example, who the fuck cares if he's gay or not as long as he's doing his job right?
Yeah, though also something to remember with the Italian mafia is it is tied in a lot with conservative Christianity.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, then God will punish him. We don't have to do a damn thing. God will take care of it. Don't worry about it. As long as he's doing his job
Yeah.
here on Earth, we don't care. That's what our kingdom is it's Earth. God's kingdom is God's kingdom. God can deal with all that stuff as God wishes. And that's not our place, sort of thing. Like, emphasize
fair
that.
enough.
Where it's like, this is our kingdom here on Earth. That's his kingdom. On Earth, it doesn't really matter if he's gay as long as he's doing what he needs to do otherwise. And
Yeah.
if God wants to fucking send him to hell or
Oh,
whatever
you know-
for it, then that's fine. That'll be God's
You know what
thing.
you know what you do is you recreate the let he who is without sin cast the first stone and really dig into, oh yeah, I know you cheated on your wife, Larry. I know that, I had you bust a guy's kneecap last week. And
Yeah.
et cetera, and
Like,
go,
the problem with that,
all
though,
right.
is that, like, depending on how you do it, that could have them getting upset with you and you losing face and influence anyway because they don't want their dirty laundry aired out.
That's also fair. I think what you would have to do is definitely have it be the people who have a problem with the uh, gay member of the family, and also in high ranking, kind of, and just have it be a couple of them that you kind of make an example of by
That's
going,
true, yeah.
okay, if we're doing this because of religion, let's talk about some stone tossing here.
Yeah, that could be okay. Yeah, that's a good framing of it. There's just a couple of people here. God damn it, this conversation makes me want to fucking write some organized crime shit. God, fuck you. How could you do this to me? I've been struggling with this for like weeks, months now, actually. Fucking son of a bitch.
どうせそなたは信じぬだろうがな。まずは聞け。
You probably won't believe it anyway, but listen first.
わらわは千年を経た偉大なる魔女であった。
I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years.
しかしある時、金蔵によって呼び出され、
But at one point, I was summoned by Kinzo.
その秘術にて永遠の虜となるよう縛られたのだ。
And by that hidden heart, I was bound as his prisoner for eternity.
そりゃ初耳だぜ。
Never heard that before.
後ろ宮家で知られてる話では、お前はじい様に呼び出されて、悪魔の契約みたいなのを結んで、黄金を授けたってことになってるぜ。
From what we hear in the Ushiramiya family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and gave him the gold.
それは正しい。
Indeed, that is correct.
そしてわらわは黄金を授け、契約の終わる時まで姿を消すはずだった。
Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete.
しかし、まあモテる女の辛いとこよな。
But, well, popular women have it rough.
金蔵はこともあろうか、わらわに恋をした。
By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me.
Yeah, and that is so uncomfortable when he's like 30 or 40 right now, and this Beatrice is like 17 probably.
Yeah, something like that. Fuck.
じい様も金眼が進んでたんだろうよ。
Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad,
ついに乱視だな。
with astigmatism too. Come on, Battler, you think she's hot. Don't even lie.
She is hot. I just hate her dress.
Yeah.
よりによって。
And it's not because it's Beatrice's either, that version of the dress. I hate all dresses with that kind of shoulder, like, upper arm thing. I hate that shit.
Yeah, fair enough. To fall in love with you of all things.
まあわらわにとっては迷惑この上ない話よ。
Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome.
Yeah, it's definitely not a perk to have men that are A, older than you, and B, you're not interested in them. Devote that much attention to you.
Definitely not, no.
しかし人間の力とは恐ろしいものでな。
However, the power of humans is a frightening thing.
あれは恐ろしい力を発揮して、わらわをこの地へ釘付けにしたのだ。
He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place.
わらわが首を縦に振らぬ限り、解放せぬと言ってな。
He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement.
なんとも強引な男よ。
Such an overbearing man.
すげえじゃねえかよ。じい様がオカルトかぶれなのは誰もが知るところだが、大魔女ベアトリーチェ様を釘付けにするほどの力があったとはな。
Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew Grandfather was obsessed with the occult, but who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんなおかしな話、信じると思うか。
Who'd believe such a weird story? And yeah, this is where he's insulting her rather than trying to pick out to what's, the human truth behind this.
Mm-hmm. God damn it, Battler.
やはり信じぬか。
As I thought, you don't believe.
俺が信じるのは、お前が森の中の秘密屋敷に隠居していたって事実だけだ。
All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the
お
forest.
前こそが六軒島の中級人目なんだろう。
You are the 19th person on Rokenjima, right? Okay, according to Captioner, Beatrice is the 19th president.
Hey, that works too.
いかにも、そなたの想像通り、ここは六軒島の森深く。
Indeed, just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rokenjima.
外界からは見つけることもかなわぬ隠し屋敷。
A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world.
その名も、クワドリア。
Its name is Nine Birds Retreat. And sorry, I had to decide whether to do the Japanese or the English.
Makes sense.
そういや、ゲストハウスの正しい名はトライアンだって聞いたな。
Come to think of it, I heard the guest house's real name was Visitor's Retreat.
なるほど。ネーミングセンスは近いな。
I see, the naming sense is similar.
そして、お前はそこに隠居していたじい様の愛人。
Battler, why are you coming to that conclusion? Considering the age gap.
And also the fact that she just told you she was trapped here.
So you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret.
そうだな。
Isn't that right?
愛人というのは正しくない。
There you go, Beatrice. Mistress isn't the right way to say it.
金蔵の片思いであったと言うべきだろう。
You should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited love.
先ほども話したであろう。
I spoke of it just now, correct?
あれが勝手にわらわに惚れた。
He fell in love with me of his own accord.
そしてわらわに求愛したが、それをわらわは拒んだ。
He then courted me, but I rejected him.
そして、わらわをこの隠し屋敷へ閉じ込めたのだ。
Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion.
いや、屋敷に閉じ込めたというのは正しくないか。
No, that's not quite right.
この体に閉じ込めたというべきか。
It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body.
最後が何を言ってるのかわかんねえぜ。
I've got no idea what you said at the end there.
どうせそなたはバカにして聞かぬであろう。
You will just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right?
何しろ、魔女も魔法も信じぬという。
After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic.
語れど聞く耳を持たぬというならば、それを口にするは愚の骨頂だ。
If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness.
信じるかどうかは俺が判断するぜ。聞かなきゃ話も進まねえしな。
I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue.
話せよ。
Tell me.
お前の昔話を。
Let's hear the story from your past.
金蔵はわらわに求愛を拒まれたが、それ式でへこたれる男ではない。
That's not good. Don't do that.
Yeah, no.
Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that.
どうあってもわらわの首を盾に振らせたかった。
He wanted to make me nod in my head in agreement no matter what.
わらわをこの屋敷へ閉じ込め、わらわを口説き落とそうと永遠の時間を費やしたのだ。
He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win me.
強引なやつだな。
Talk about overbearing.
しつこい男は嫌われるだろ。
Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Well, that you're fucking right about, Battler.
That's a much more polite way than I'd say it.
I mean, yeah, it's much more polite than I'd say it, but the spirit of that is right.
求愛に応えるかどうかは別にして、男をそこまで必死にさせるのは、まあ女としてそう考
Ah,
え
Beatrice.
She's also got some
I
twisted
think you're-
values.
Yeah, twisted values plus coping.
Yeah, definitely. Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant. I know a lot of women who would very much disagree with
決し
you.
て首を盾には振らなかった。なんとかその戒めから逃れようとしたが、
However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard,
あれの結界は強固で破れなかった。
but that barrier was firm, and I couldn't crack it.
それで
And then?
さまざまな抵抗を試みた結果、金蔵の結界から逃れるには、肉の体を捨てるほかないという結論に至った。
After trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that, to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh.
肉体というものは、魔法を語る上でとても制約の多い器なのだ。
I think that's also coping, but sure. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user.
Though probably at least somewhat true for how this magic system works. As long as you're not bound to a location, getting out of prisons and things is much easier
True.
without a body. But also, you know,
You don't
sucks
need
that
magic
she
to
was put.
interact with people.
Yeah,
having
I mean,
a
you
physical
don't-
body, like there's upsides and downsides, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. There's upsides and downsides. It's just sucks that she was made to feel so many of the downsides.
Mm-hmm.
肉の体を捨てる
Throw away your body of flesh.
なんだよそれ。
What does that mean?
幽体離脱みたいなものか
Something like an out of body experience? You're getting close.
Close, but not quite.
まあそんなものと考えればよい。
Well, if you want to think of it that way.
しかしわらわは精霊ではない。
However, I am no spirit.
魔女ではあっても、もともとは肉の体で生まれ落ちた人間だ。
Even though I am a witch, in the beginning, I was born with a human's body of flesh.
そのわらわにとって肉体を捨てるということは死を意味するほどではないにしても、それに準ずる覚悟が必要だった。
So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve.
それはつまり自殺することでしか解放されないと決意した。
So in other words, you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide. Is that it?
自殺ではない。あくまでも肉の体を捨てるだけの。
This is coping.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh.
もちろん、 魂だけになるのは心もとない。
Of course, becoming nothing more than soul is a precarious situation.
Yeah, I'm almost certain, but yeah, this is coping. You did commit suicide. It's just
You did commit the die.
Yeah, you did commit the die. You just could navigate that experience a lot better than the average person that dies, I imagine.
I would imagine, yeah.
魂は肉の体を出れば、太陽の強い風に絶えずさらされてしまう。
When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun.
それによって吹き散らされないように自らを維持するのは、わらわとて容易なことではない。
It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them.
できることなら避けたい最後の手段だった。
Which was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could.
しかし、金蔵の結界から逃れるにはそれしかなかったのだ。
However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier.
何しろわらわは自由人。
Anyway, I'm an unfettered person.
金蔵の生が果てるまで、カゴにて飼われるのはごめんというもの。
I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over.
I couldn't see this stuff Beto kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death?
それで自殺したってのか。何を言ってやがる。
I mean, yeah, she was a prisoner. Like, yeah, it was a gilded cage, but it was still a cage.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying you committed suicide. What are you
当
talking
のお
about?
前はそこでのんびりガーデンチェアに腰掛けてるじゃねえか。
Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? It hasn't happened yet. You should at least understand that portion of this,
Yeah.
Battler.
This is halfway through the story, motherfucker.
Yeah, we're not finished yet. Like, everything else I can go, oh yeah, you just don't believe she's a homunculus or whatever. Fine, you know, that's probably at least semi-coping anyway. But you've seen events play out. Watch them play out.
Yeah, like, even if you haven't actually personally seen that shit, you've seen movies, motherfucker. Like, come on.
Yeah.
そうだ。それこそが金蔵に
Oh,
与えられた
gotcha.
新たな檻だったのだ。
Interesting. That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo.
That's right. I remember now. Her first vessel, she yeeted to try and get out of it. That body there is a new body after that event. And by her reckoning, her soul was stuffed into that cage of flesh.
So we just don't know what Beatrice actually looked like during that scene with the first or the previous Beatrice.
Yeah,
Because
basically,
it was
it's
not
just
the same body.
Yeah, it was not the same body. So, judging by her teacher, that might be what the original Beatrice looked like. But I would presume that she actually looked like this, because Kinzo is very exacting in making her look like the previous Beatrice, I think.
That's true.
Like,
Like, why would she look different in her spirit form because of like the new body, right?
Right.
So she probably did look like this. Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah, I think what happened is the original, like, this person's original body looked like this, basically. And that original
Oh my god,
was
just had a really disgusting thought. Like the idea
Oh
of
boy.
Kinzo like altering the body to suit his preferences more.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, basically to finish what I was saying, this Beatrice in her original body trained under the blue-haired Beatrice.
Or silver-haired? I think it's silver.
Yeah, yeah, blue or silver. Does it? Yeah, it doesn't show her. We'll see her again eventually.
Eventually.
But trained under her, and got that name. And
Yeah, I
then
don't think they
Kinzo,
would have done the art for the character if she was only going to show up the once.
Yeah, I mean, first off, yeah, they wouldn't have done it if she was going to show up the once. But yeah, she'll be involved later, and we'll have a better name to call her by. But Teacher will work for now. So Kinzo never met Teacher. Beatrice met Teacher when she was actually living with her family.
However many years ago that was.
Yeah, however many years ago that was. And took on the name when she actually became a witch. And so Kinzo's only known this Beatrice. Is basically what I'm getting down to. And so that Beatrice jumped off the cliff, or however she did it.
Swan dove right into the underworld.
Yep. And then, by her reckoning, did maintain her soul, and then got her soul stuffed into a new body made by Kinzo.
Mm-hmm.
How accurate that is, I think that might be coping, because my theory is she unfortunately had a child that she didn't want to have, and Kinzo just told this child that she was Beatrice.
I could see that for the human.
Yeah, for the human side of things.
But I really don't think that there is a mundane explanation. Like, I don't get that yet.
Maybe, but at the very least, I think the homunculus thing is something to make herself feel better, because I do feel like even if her soul did get stuffed into that child was not made through a homunculus. It developed the natural way.
That's also possible.
So, like, ¿por qué no los dos?
Kind of disgusting, but definitely possible.
Yeah,
I've heard of worse things in this kind of media before, so.
Yeah, so, I'm willing to say, yeah, maybe her soul did get stuffed into there, though I will note she has yet to have any memories from prior to this body that she's displayed.
Yeah, she has. She remembered Teacher, remember?
Oh, that's right, she remembers her teacher.
Mm-hmm. Which was presumably before she came here with Kinzo, because she was still like a fucking 10-year-old during that.
Yeah, she was actually...
Granted, they did use the same fucking foyer, hallway, whatever, as earlier.
Yeah, that's the thing that kind of threw me off at first.
But that also doesn't really mean anything. There's limited assets to begin with, so...
Yeah, it could be limited assets, so... Yeah, no,
it might also
I would
be
say
that Kinzo built the mansion to be like her childhood home, to make her more comfortable.
That could also work.
Because I'm pretty sure this gazebo and garden was also the same, but that fucking fence wasn't there last time. Because
Yep.
remember
That's it,
our teacher
exactly.
being outside, so that might actually be what's going on. Is that Kinzo had this mansion built to look like her childhood home, to make her more comfortable and ease her into not fucking committing the die.
But yeah, probably what happened is Kinzo saw it because probably she lived there when she was even an adult in Italy.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Because you don't throw away family homes like that when they're built like fucking mansions.
Dude, I would love a mansion. Assuming I can afford the upkeep at least.
Yeah, I do love that gazebo in particular with the ivy.
I would want more cover.
I mean,
I used to have a gazebo in my like one of my first houses. Not my first, like it's like my fucking fourth, I think. I lived in like 8 different houses. All right. Anyway,
Yeah, fair. Yeah,
all in like
yeah,
roughly the
definitely.
same area, but like I did have a gazebo in one, and it was so overgrown that you almost couldn't even see the metal frame when you were inside of it.
I just want to see. That might be glass.
I mean, like I would want coverage from the sun specifically. But this is also
Fair.
because like the only context I have for gazebos, the only one I've ever been in, was in Texas. So like, you know,
Yeah, like this is probably more moderate climate considering it's an island.
yeah. I just like the damn thing was so overgrown that like you couldn't really tell that it was a gazebo unless you really like move some roots around or whatever, move some vines around on the inside to see the metal frame. So
Ah,
like I was just
gotcha.
like, and my grandfather had stuffed a metal bench in there somehow. I don't know how he did it, but he got a metal bench in there. He may have built the fucking gazebo around the metal bench. Actually, now that I think about it, the damn thing was pretty big. It was like a sofa sized metal bench, so you definitely could not fit it through the damn door. So even when I was like fucking 14, well, I mean, I guess I haven't really gotten any taller since I was 14, but I had to duck to get into it. Basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because like the entrance is not very large. It had sunk into the ground a little bit by the time like I got to it. And
Okay.
so like whenever I was waiting for the bus for
Yeah.
school, I would just like sit in the gazebo and just like wait to hear it like rolling up, and then I'd go out and, like go outside and go onto the driveway and walk out.
Yep, there you go.
I mean, like hang out there like for hours after school too. Me and my cousins, or me and my girlfriend at the time.
Yeah. So So Ballard wasn't being impatient. She probably said something more in Japanese that did like specify this was past context that occurred before the story we're displaying.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she said as much at this point.
No, I mean like she probably
she's
said
saying-
something in Japanese that like 'cause I just don't
Oh,
know
yeah.
like the tenses and all that stuff in Japanese.
Yeah, and just the English translation did not get that across.
檻この屋敷のことか
Cage? You mean this mansion? She said a cage of meat.
She literally said Niku, buddy.
違う。そこのガーデンチェアにてくつろぐわらわの体のことだ。
No, I mean my body relaxing in the garden chair over there. Fucking idiot.
金蔵は魂となって抜け出そうとしたわらわを
Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul,
それでもなお逃すつもりはなかったのだ。
Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go.
Yeah, like admittedly, if Kinzo could make homunculi, I feel like he would at least have a small army. Or like a small like guard.
I mean, it depends on like what it costs to make one, right? Like, what do you need to make one in this
Yeah.
setting? Because like in real life folklore, it's not much. You don't need much.
Yeah, and admittedly, yeah, like folklore, not much. But yeah, I feel like there would be at least one other example if it was an actual homunculus, but I kind of feel like the homunculus bit is coping, but the soul is not.
That could be, but remember, he's also not very good at magic.
True.
Like she keeps saying that she's impressed by what he's been able to do, but aside from those few things, he's actually very fucking bad at it. And she also said that much too. So he may have like done this homunculus thing as like a last ditch, and just like can't really do it again because he doesn't have the desperation that like helped fuel his magic the first time.
That's fair enough. I could see that as a possibility, but I kind of have a feeling no, she just doesn't want to acknowledge where that new body came from. And it's just easier to say, oh, it's a homunculus, so I don't have to think about it.
Yep, could be.
But no, since you did bring up the fact that she remembered her teacher, yeah, the soul thing is definitely not coping, but the I feel like the body might.
いやいや恐ろしいやつ。
Oh, he was a fearsome person.
普通は片思いの女が死んでみせれば100年の恋も冷めるであろうに。
Normally, when the object of one's love, unrequited love, shows that she is willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years.
Yeah, like, that's beyond. She's just not that into you.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
Major yikes, and that is why we have the content warnings,
Mm-hmm.
ladies and germs.
だからこそあれも魔術師の端くれなのか。
Perhaps that's why even he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts.
Yeah, because his potential is tanked, entirely. Whereas, we get the contrast with Maria, who actually does have potential.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because she does not see the world in the same way.
If Maria doesn't
think.
become a witch at the end of this, I'm gonna riot.
Right?
She deserves it.
She does. Granted, I would be okay with her getting adopted by Rudolph's family, probably, and being on her way to becoming a witch. Unless we did, like, an epilogue time skip thing.
Yeah, like, it's just, like, on the way to it, right? Like, I don't expect her to become a witch at fucking 9. That would be absurd.
Yeah.
Like, a full-on great witch with a title and everything? Nah. Just, like, let her be, like,
Nah.
a mage apprentice or whatever for a while. That's fine.
Yeah, something like that. Let Beatrice go, see the world again. And she just pops by to see Maria and teach her shit.
Yeah, or so, like, some of the other witches come by, too. Like a whole-ass fucking, like, I have 6 moms deal.
Oh, yes, please.
that would be really good.
Yeah, fucking get Beatrice's teacher in on this, too.
If she's even still around, I don't know if she is. Because, like, the way she was talking about her, or she had that memory pop up in her brain, was, like, very past tense.
I will say nothing.
さっぱりわからねえ魔女っ子トークで煙に巻くな。
Okay, well, like, you
Don't try-
even saying that much, like, gave me information.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is why you have to be really careful with mystery stuff, because, like, a smart person, or even, like, I don't know if I'm actually smart or not, but, like, at least an average
Pattern
person
recognition.
can definitely, like, figure some shit out just from that right there, right?
Yeah.
Like, if I said, specifically, I don't know if she's still around because the way Beatrice was talking about her was very past tense, and then you say, I will say nothing. And it's like, okay, well, she's still alive then, somehow, some way. Maybe she's not a great witch, maybe it's in some weird fucking form that I don't know, but she's definitely still a player in this game. Somehow.
I'll say that it's similar to the fact that Renobe only just showed up.
I kind of figured it was something like that.
Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk.
Shut up, witch girl. Shut up, Battler.
What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, Battler, you should actually work this out yourself, my dude.
Yeah, this one is like in your
This
face.
this is really obvious what you would call the human explanation. Kinzo had another... Beatrice fucking yeeted into the underworld, and Kinzo grabbed a child and told her she was Beatrice.
Yeah, that's
When she
really
got
fucking
old
easy.
enough to understand words. Yeah, it's incredibly easy.
Got a kid that looked like Beatrice in some way.
Yeah.
Whether that's actually his kid or not, don't know, and I probably don't want to know.
Yeah, I would prefer maybe not to know for certain, but I feel like we're going to know for certain where the child came from eventually.
You know, at
Because
the very least, where this
that's the
fucking body came from, you know?
yeah. Well, I assume a child because she, I assume, grew up and like, just kept getting told because she doesn't have memories at this point. Oh, you're Beatrice. You're Beatrice. And probably only upon also eating this body, she remembered who she was.
Mm-hmm. And that's the version of like Maria, or not Maria, but Rosa killed her somehow that we're trying to get to slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely, we will.
Beatrice has taken her sweet ass fucking time getting to that point. And it's partially our fault because we keep going on tangents like this to discuss like what's going on here, but also
Yeah.
she could just say it's like, oh yeah, I killed myself twice or whatever. That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think you would be able to exhibit such power. So what she actually said was magic there. Rather than power, it was like magic power or something like that. Like magical ability, more or less. Magical strength, something. Tying down a dead soul. Tying down a dead soul is not something that can be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time. Then Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remained.
Battler, she said cage of Niku so many times.
I know! It's just... He's so stupid! He's so dumb!
It's so stupid. And you are not as charming as Cloud.
So at least Cloud
What?
is trying.
Yeah, what? You aren't gonna say it was a magical cage or something, are you?
Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Kinzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh, built to be exactly like me.
Okay, so there's two possibilities for a non-homunculus example. One possibility, it literally is her, like the original body's child.
Yeah.
Another one is just stealing a baby from somebody in Italy that matched the description.
Stealing the baby.
Just get some poor woman that's a blonde and take her baby.
I would imagine there'd be all kinds of surgeries involved with that, though.
Possibly, but he might have just been okay as long as she fit the build okay.
Maybe.
because of course the surgeries would bring too many people into the conspiracy, basically.
Nah, you can always have him killed afterwards.
I mean, yeah, but that seemed like a bit much.
It's just me casually suggesting murdering everyone.
Like
Hi
that
everyone, my
feels
name's
like
Kat. This is just something that I do.
yeah. Just as far as like culpability and shit, eventually people are gonna realize the surgeons you talk to all mysteriously disappear.
ようやくするとこういうことか。
So to sum it up, it's like this.
じい様がしつこく求愛するんで嫌になり自殺したが
Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide. I think it's gone beyond courting once you confine her to the island of Rokenjima.
To the point where she fucking commits the die. Like, come on.
Yeah.
うまく死にきれなかったってことだろ
But you weren't clever enough to finish the job.
まりくどい言い方しやがってからに
Damn, you really took a roundabout way to say something like that.
Express
No
trip to the
battler.
afterlife is not what happened here.
Yeah, no battler. She didn't fail to commit suicide. That body died, and at least by your reckoning, reckoning where you have to deny witches, you can still say he took another child and told her she was Beatrice.
Like, my issue with, like, Battler here is, like, how the fuck would Beatrice look this young still if not at least something about what she's saying is real?
Yeah, something here is
Because
beyond.
she looks like 25. She looks my age. Except for, like,
Yeah.
with a better sleeping habit.
Granted, she hasn't just talked to Rosa yet, but he has to know that's what's coming. Well, you know what? No, Battler doesn't know anything, so he doesn't know that.
But he
'Cause
was
Battler
watching.
knows nothing.
I get the joke. Battler is no thoughts head empty. But also, he was watching the same time as Beatrice was when Rosa was saying that she killed.
She met Beatrice, yeah.
So, like, he knows this. He's just fucking ignoring it because he's a big dumb doo-doo head.
いいや違う
No, that's
我らは
wrong.
ホムンクルスの種子に魂を閉じ込められ
Okay, don't refer to it as the seed of a homunculus. Beatrice, that is giving me the bad thoughts. The disgusting thoughts.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah.
My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunculus.
試験管の中より生まれ入れたのだ
And I was born out of a test tube.
Oh gosh, did he, like, get Beatrice's eggs implanted in another woman?
I did not even think about that. That is so bad.
That is very bad.
That is awful.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about a lot of awful shit like this going forward, I imagine. I don't know that for a fact, but I think, we're going to get back to this as kind of the height of, Kinzo's sins.
Huh? バカバカしい
Battler, read between the lines.
CDF wasn't a thing back then, though.
Yes, it was. 78.
No, I mean, like, when the deal was made. 30 years before 1984, or 86 or whatever, is in the 50s.
Yeah. Yeah, darn. maybe it's just something where Ryukishi wanted to introduce that technology, and we're just supposed to assume the technology came 2 decades earlier, or
Yeah,
a
I
few
mean,
decades
could
earlier.
be. It would be about 2 decades. Assuming it's 30 years. That is not good thoughts, though. That is bad thoughts.
But yeah, there's uh, in vitro fertilization, and there is also embryo transfer, basically invented at the same time.
It was like within a couple of years of each other.
No, they were used in conjunction.
Okay.
So the fertilization is a different procedure than the transfer. So it's called IVF-ET.
Gotcha.
Huh? But that's crazy.
そんなのあるわけねえだろ。
That isn't even possible, right?
Actually,
Read between the lines.
that's right, because we don't have working artificial wombs yet. So we'd have to do like both at the same time.
Yep.
生命を生み出す奇跡すらも金蔵は成し遂げたのだ。
Go away, Amber. I mean, eating crackers. Go away. Fuck off. Ginzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life.
わらわの魂を閉じ込める檻にするためだけにな。
And simply to shut my soul up in that cage.
Rank up. Hold the line.
Granted,
Starlight Katie,
maybe-
thank you for the raid.
Not
Hello, welcome. Hi, Possum. How
Yo.
you doing? How is everyone?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, so we're talking about not so fun things to do with Kinzo's crimes.
Yeah, Kinzo's crimes are on full display here. And we have had a lot of theories about what's going on here and things he could have done and ways he could have done this, and none of them are good. None of them
Yeah.
are good. Some of them are far worse
Yeah.
than others, though.
Yeah, where the second body came from. So, yeah, let's kind of go into this. He could have theoretically, I guess, have no tan fists, no Kinzo Defense Force. Kinzo gets shot out of a cannon into the sun.
Yeah. Kinzo gets the
but-
exploding car full of hammers treatment, alright?
Yes.
Exploding car full of hamburgers. Thanks, Captioner. I want an exploding
You know-
car full of hamburgers. Holy shit.
Yes, Kinzo attacking force.
Oh, I mean, Kinzo Defense Force could be like defense against Kinzo.
True, but anyway, if we're going sci-fi, Kinzo put in the money for fucking cloning tech.
Yeah, he does have an unfortunate amount of money for the
Yeah,
kind of
like
person he is.
yeah, he has an unfortunate amount of money.
Let's see. And was the first successful clone. I know her name is Dolly, or something like that. Yeah, it's Sheep. Dolly, Sheep. When were you born, bitch? Oh, you're younger than me. Okay.
Yeah,
1996. So, like, I don't know. That's 40 years prior, right? Like, I don't know if that's within the realm of reason.
yeah, I don't know. Granted, it's if we're going somewhat sci-fi with this, because there are some indications that he involves himself with technology that is a little bit, at least somewhat advanced as far as that door.
Could be.
So,
So, like, one of the ideas that we had here was that Kinzo may have taken, and pardon me, this is going to get pretty disgusting and pretty squicky. Not in a body horror way. Or kind of in a body horror way, but not like in a disgusting body function way, but just like in a that's kind of really fucked up Kinzo way.
Yeah, like a bodily autonomy kind of way.
Yeah. We're thinking that maybe Kinzo could have taken the eggs from Beatrice's first corpse after she went on the express ticket to the afterlife.
Yeah,
And then
'cause they
did a
don't
little bit of
actually-
IVF with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And there's other options too that are just as bad, by the way. So I'm not going to talk about
Yeah.
those in like detail, but like because those could actually
Yeah.
be triggering for people. And I'm not going to do that to people.
yeah. We've discussed those enough, so especially since we've got an influx of people, we'll just say any and all means of having a woman that looks like Beatrice grow up today.
We have even considered kidnapping some random blonde kid and doing a surgery conspiracy, but Mal has
Yeah,
decided that that's
but-
not a good idea because then you'd have to there'd be like way too many people in on the conspiracy, and I'm just like, well, just fucking kill them all then.
Yeah, but eventually people would realize surgeons that talk to Kinzo just fucking vanish.
I don't know about that because like you can get them like under NDA and then just be like, don't tell anyone I talk to you, and then get people from all over the world, specifically in Japan, right? Kinzo's got the money for that.
True enough. But yeah, no matter how her second body came about, it's crimes. Kinzo committed crimes. Whether those
Unless
are crimes
it's like
against humanity.
literal actual homunculus, like made out of clay and everything sort of deal. In that case,
Well-
that's fine.
At the very least, it is a homunculus made out of flesh and blood.
Yeah, but like when you make a homunculus, it's when you animate it that it turns into flesh and blood. The actual
Fair enough, but
ingredients to
I-
begin with are kind of.
I do think the implication is it has always been meat
Okay, let's see.
in what she's saying.
Alchemy homunculus.
Yeah, like I believe you for sure.
I'm just looking to do my own brain things. It is not clay. That's not good.
Do you want to send it to me on Discord so you don't have to say it out loud?
Well, it's not like sexual assault. Not
Oh,
good. It's just kind of
okay.
gross.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, this is gonna get kind of gross again, but like in a completely different way this time. Okay, so in De Natura Rerum, 1537, who its writings attributed to Paracelsus, something like that, which is, his actual
Paracelsus.
name is Theophrastus von Hohenheim, which is probably who Hohenheim of Light is based on, by the way, for Full Metal
Yep.
Alchemist. Which makes sense because this guy is the person who like supposedly figured out how to make a homunculus. And I'm going to quote
Yeah,
it
which
here.
by the,
I'm going to read it out.
yeah, which by the way, Paracelsus is the name of a alchemist in Liza P as well.
Oh, hell yeah. That the sperm of a man be putrefied by itself in a sealed cucurbit for 40 days with the highest degree of putrefaction in a horse's womb. And like, this is the explanation of the terms here, because in those days, like, for whatever reason, you'd put this shit in code. And it says, Venter equinus, meaning warm fermenting horse dung. Or at least so long that it comes to life and moves itself and stirs, which is easily observed. After this time, it will look somewhat like a man, but transparent without a body. If after this it be fed wisely with the arcanum of human blood, and be nourished for up to 40 weeks, and be kept in the even heat of the horse's womb, a living human child grows therefrom, and with all its members like another child, which is born of a woman, but much smaller. That's how you make a homunculus, according to Paracelsus.
Yeah, so still flesh.
Still definitely flesh, and very fucking gross. in a
Very
that's
gross.
horseshit sort of way.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, not surprised that Paracelsus is in Fate Grand Order, because everybody is in Fate Grand Order. But also, like, a famous alchemist makes sense. Anyway, if you would like to start a reading.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's any other way to make a homunculus real quick. It's just talking about like the origin of the homunculus like folklore deal.
Yeah, so... Yeah, unfortunately, homunculus isn't clay. That's probably something we got crossed over with golems.
It could be actually. That's actually something here in the early literature. Here it says that they're often likened to the Jewish golem.
Yeah, so probably something where we, like some cultural wires got crossed, so we think of homunculi as being made of clay in fiction.
Could be,
Or at least
and
being
that's
constructed
also
out of
like
clay and then gaining
significantly
flesh.
less gross than like fermenting jizz and horse shit. So I don't know. Like that's way less disgusting. So I think that's more easily used in fiction for most people.
Oh no! Now I'm thinking of the fucking 4chan post.
Oh no!
You know the one.
Don't.
I won't tell anybody about it, but you know the one. Because that is too much and not required reading, so I'm not going to actually mention it. I just want to say that I did get some psychic damage.
I apologize. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to like give you full-on psychic damage with all that. Shut up, Ember. You're fine. Yeah, homunculi and like other folklore magic, it's really gross, and like you gotta actually like have a strong stomach to really think about it in detail, which is why it's usually tamed down a lot for fiction, which I'm fine with for the record.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Thank you.
It's not even like a
yes.
I mind the grosser version. Like I don't really care about the grosser version either. It's just that like I'm okay with like flattening it out a little bit and taking away the grossness, right? Just because like it is gross. It is gross.
Yeah, if the grossness is not the point, fucking eat it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I could see in Fear and Hunger them doing like the gross version, right? Because that's fear and fucking hunger.
Yeah. They do that in Fear and Hunger, just with a non-living human instead of a horse.
Oh, it's not a literal horse womb. It's horse shit.
Oh, okay.
That's what
yes.
That's what I said. Was that it's in code? It's the horse's womb, but it actually means horse dung.
Oh, okay. I thought it was both. I misunderstood.
Could be.
So yeah, they just do it with a non-living human, but basically the same idea.
Yeah, this is my point though, is that it's like I don't mind. Normally I mind stuff when it gets flattened out, especially with like folkloric or old magic like that. But in this case, it's just sort of like, as long as you get the fucking feeling of old magic, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's actually real or not, as long as it gets the feel right, you know? Like, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, like, folkloric magic is so wide and varied that there's no way to actually make a unified system out of it at all. So it's just like, as long as you got the right feeling to it, it's great. Because folkloric magic all has the same sort of, like, flavor to it. It's like you can tell when it's folkloric magic because like it's I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like something that you sort of understand after you like study it for a while. But like all over the world, nowhere in the world have I found folkloric magic that does not have this flavor is what I'm meaning. So it's like as long as your whatever fiction has that same flavor to it, it's fine. You don't have to do the gross shit. Unless the gross shit is the point, of course, in which case, all more power to you.
Yeah, then you're Fear and Hunger.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of things that are implied or that you can do that has that old magic flavor.
Because, like, even in Fear and Hunger, like, even, like, the really weird shit, like the marriage, does have roots in old magic.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it is an alchemical concept that it's been a very long time since I studied European alchemy, by the way, so just take this all with a grain of salt. But I very much recall something about like the perfect human being a combination of the two.
Yeah, and that comes from also some level of Greek thought processes and Gnosticism,
Yeah, because
which
like
also come from the Greek.
a lot of alchemy bullshit was based on like Greek philosophical thought and shit. Just in general, you know.
Yep.
Actually, I struggle to think of something in Fear and Hunger that isn't based in some sort of like weird folkloric magic or old magic.
Yeah, they absolutely just fucking found a way to mix it up well enough.
Mm-hmm. Like
I do love that the gods' names are just fucking gibberish, though.
or they're at least the old gods, right? The new gods will have
Yeah,
like, normal human names for the most part, or at least for the setting.
yeah, new gods have like normal-ish names, but the old gods, like Ulmer and all them, because even like, hey, I made Ulmer Allmer, but that sounds too normal. Let's add a third L.
Like I think that's the only real concept that isn't based in old magic is the old gods versus the new gods, but even that's a really easy leap to make.
Yeah, like that's just an easy way to go. Okay, yeah, like a new order is happening, and to an extent, it has origins in mythology when one country conquers another. Yeah, sometimes you
There's
just
also
synergize them, but
Greek mythology,
sometimes,
literally in its own fucking myths, has multiple cycles of new and old orders.
oh yeah, absolutely, like the
I think
Titans
there's
to the
3
gods and so
total, I
on.
think.
Yeah,
It's Oranos, Kronos, and then Zeus. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So you've got stuff like that. But what I was getting into is you do have, rather than trying to get the religions to mesh, you have stories invented or make stories of the gods of the new empire beating the gods of the old empire. Uh, my examples I know of are from Christianity, but I'm sure there are other examples. It's just what I
Well,
know.
Christianity is a henotheistic religion, specifically. Not Hennessy,
Well,
henotheistic.
yeah,
Oh, whatever.
where they
Texas don't
acknowledge
read
other gods existing. Yeah.
They acknowledge other gods exist, but they are diametrically opposed and like in actual like conflict with each other.
But for example, Jesus literally gets into a fight with Hades over control of the dead.
Which is just fucking ridiculous.
And basically Jesus just walks in and goes, yeah, I've got control of this now. Bye.
Yeah. So, as I keep saying throughout all the streams, come for Umineko, stay for the hour-long tangents on folklore.
Yeah. So, there's stuff like that, and argumentatively, the ending to how Ragnarok is supposed to go had some influences that suggest, oh, we're kind of meant to believe that the remaining gods became God and the angels.
I don't know about that. I think that might be like fucking Sturluson doing weird shit.
And there is at least some argument that there was basically a Christianization of the ending of Ragnarok to make it fit more, and we don't have the original anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is what I'm saying.
Snorri like fucked with some shit and made it like imply some bullshit.
Yeah, but I'm saying that when he did that, he was engaging in the time-honored aspect of kick out the old gods, bring in the new one. Yeah, like I'm saying, like, yeah, him specifically doing that is part of the
See, like,
tradition,
what I
not
thought
whatever.
you meant when you first said that was that, like, Ragnarok as a whole was an invention by a Christian. I was just like, I don't know about that. Ragnarok features all over the fucking myths, like, everywhere.
Yeah, no. I mean, how we got the ending of Ragnarok specifically Christianized.
Yeah, because, like, their explanation for fucking earthquakes has to do with Ragnarok. So it's like, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure that one's not a Christian thing.
Yeah, no. How it ended up in the end, due to the Christianization of it, is basically setting up for a folklore that then accommodates God and the angels.
I can see that. Although,
How well that worked is another question.
All but one of those surviving gods actually has a name already, so it's sort of like,
Well, yeah, but they've done that before to some extent.
That's true.
Like sometimes they do that, and then we have stuff like, what we got in places like Haiti, where they correlated the saints with. Granted, this was something people in Haiti did to still be able to worship their gods rather than the other way around, but associating gods with one of the approved of saints.
Yeah, saints or angels or what have you.
Yeah.
I still feel like that's very much like icon worship, is worshiping the saints. I love the idea of a saint in, like, religion overall. That shit's cool as fuck.
But if you're
specifically Christianity
religion
said,
specifically,
like, no worshiping of icons and shit like that, and then it's just like, oh yeah, here's like 20 different icons for you to worship. Here you go. But they're not icons because they're ours. They don't count.
Basically, here's actually where the difference is. Some groups allegedly, and maybe this was invented just to make, some things seem worse or whatever, or seem different, treated the idol as if it housed the god. And that's what they're specifically against. But having statues and iconography is not considered.
See, there's
that,
multiple definitions of, like, idol and icon, right?
Yeah.
Because by one definition, a saint is an icon. Or an idol.
Yeah, but basically what I read on the matter is the argument is, for example, in certain cases, a shrine at a Shinto temple is said to house the god for the purposes of rituals. That is what Christianity is against. According to this
they gotta
interpretation.
live somewhere, right?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Like, animism just seems like the most likely to me, right? If there's any gods, it's gotta be like an animistic sort of deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I get what you're saying. I agree with you. But yeah, that's just, like, at least in some denominations of Christianity, that's how they interpret that line. Is it has to do with the practices, because there's various practices that do this, where, they treat the idol, the statue or temple or whatever, as actually literally housing the god. And that is apparently what Christianity is against. Yep. But having statues and things is considered okay because you don't treat them as housing the god.
For, like, people who may not know their Japanese folklore like I do, Tsukumogami are specifically objects that have been cared for and used for a long enough time that they have developed their own, like, spirits and sapience and, like, godhood, more or less. They've become divine in some way or form.
And then
In fact, the idea
Meanwhile,
of a demon sword that thirsts after the blood of humans after having killed a bunch of people is a kind of Tsukumogami.
yeah, so for example, that is why a lot of denominations are against communion, because they think, oh, well, if this is literally supposed to house Jesus, that's icon worship.
Yeah, I mean, which makes a lot of fucking sense because that is.
Yeah. So that's, the conclusion they come to and where the arguments come. Just so you know, I don't have a horse in this race. Do what you want, as long as you're not hurting others.
Yeah. I think the explanation for like saints is that like you're praying to the saint to intercede with God on your behalf because God loves those saints a lot and listens to them or something like that. Even though like
Yeah,
God is supposed to love everyone equally or whatever.
Yeah. Plus, it's just you took the human element out when you flattened Christianity and made it this one omnipotent, omnipresent God. So you needed shit like Jesus and the saints to zhuzh it up, give you some human elements.
Yeah, that's fair. So I'm not going to apologize for these tangents, by the way, for everyone listening, all of you raiders, because this does have a lot to do with what's going on here, at least in the world building background setting stuff. Because you can argue that like the story doesn't actually have anything to do with the demons or the magic or whatever. It's just like this argument between these two going back and forth constantly.
But they do involve themselves a lot in it. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, they shout out Hebrew a lot. They've done their homework with at least the Goetic demons.
Yeah, like, I also prefer using the Goetic demons to other demonology books, but that's just because, like, they're the most varied, right? There's 72 of the bastards, and most only have, like, 60. So it's like, fucking, yeah, give me the one with more, so I can use that one.
Yeah,
I have
for
more
sure.
options. Fuck.
Anyway, you were saying?
It's just that like this does actually have stuff to do with what's going on here. It's not, the story isn't about these things, but it is background information that means like I'm getting a lot out of this story that has nothing to do with the story itself. And that might at this point actually be why I'm doing this. I don't know for certain because I haven't actually thought about it that much, but that might be it. Is I'm looking at this magic going, okay, how did you interpret this? How did you interpret that? What are these demons like? What's going on here? I'm applying my like folklore and old magic knowledge to all this.
And like, there's an interesting thing that we've noted throughout. They say Renove is a demon, but the stakes are not.
Yeah, the stakes are called furniture. Specifically.
Granted, Renove calls himself furniture at one point, but the thing is, they never get called out as a demon. But they called Renove out as a demon and saying, here, Battler, here's a demon. You met a demon now. Even though he's already met the Stake Sisters.
Yeah, the Seven Sisters. And you would think that they would count as well because they are like the big dick demons, right? Like they're Satan, they're Lucifer, they're Asmodeus. They're fucking like Leviathan. I think Mammon is in there. Who else? I don't remember the others. Beelzebub is there, and then there's one more. I don't know. Brain's not cooperating with me on this one. Let's see. 7 demons of sin. Where are you? I know you used this right list here. Belphegor. That's right. It's Abaddon in the one that I normally use, but Belphegor in the one that like this thing is using.
Yeah, like one of the 72 great demons. But the sisters should also be one of the 72 great demons.
Yes,
but
all
instead,
7 of them are in the list, like the Goetic list of demons.
Yeah, so they should be named after this. Also, interesting thing of a note, kind of, is I feel like there's some, and this is just clothing things, but the style really feels like something that was in Higurashi for a cafe uniform.
I think you mentioned that when they first showed up, actually.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it.
Let me see. Yeah, like
Mammon
this
was
is
not
a
in the 72 Demons. Okay.
yeah, like this is from a cosplay website, but it has an image of the character as well, so it works.
Yeah, that skirt is very similar.
Yeah, very reminiscent.
Like, that's almost identical in the skirt.
Yeah, almost identical in the skirt. They just changed what the top is to more of a suit jacket sort of dealy.
It's even got the fucking frills on the end of the sleeves.
Yep.
Like, the silhouette is exactly the damn same. The ribbons that come down from behind, all of it. Like, the silhouette's all the same.
Yeah, and it is
Also, if I was gonna go work at a cafe and someone told me to put that uniform on, I'd tell them to fucking swan dive.
Yep. And interestingly, the name of the cafe in Higurashi is Angel Mort.
Angel's Death?
Yep.
That would probably do it, yeah.
Yeah. No significance to the mystery in Higurashi, just a frequent location.
It's interesting. I don't remember the fucking cat. Well, actually, no. Now that I say that I don't remember, I do kind of like vaguely remember it.
Yeah.
I did the Higurashi thing like literally like 15 years ago. I don't remember shit about it. I didn't remember shit about it 2 years after I watched it, so like I definitely don't remember anything about it now. I just remember that like the characters were way too cutesy for my like normal tastes. But that's also just like the mid 2000s style, right? Like anime was very cutesy back then. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm reading some stuff unrelated to the Angel Mort Cafe, but like some issues with a child welfare office not doing its job in Higurashi. And it's like, oh yeah, Ryukishi, you are letting off some anger about some child welfare offices you've had to deal with. Because Ryukishi was in the social services.
Mm-hmm. A social worker. As like
Yep.
we bring up like every hour on stream.
Yep. But I mean, it's very important to how he storytells.
That is an interesting circle that she's standing on. Does that change depending on which one is on screen?
Let us see. Oh, nope, that's not the button.
Hit it again. I'm actually looking at the characters now.
Let's see. How do I?
I think you're supposed to click it again.
Ah,
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay, yeah, it does not change at all. I don't recognize that circle. I think that might be made for this.
Yeah, it might just be made
or it
for
might
this.
be
as,
like a cheap, not cheap, but like a knockoff version of the Lesser Key of Solomon.
Yeah, I do wish there was a little bit more change than just the hairstyle. Like, you could have at least changed the eyes or the mouth a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a knockoff of the Lesser Key of Solomon.
Okay. That works.
Because, like, the Lesser Key of Solomon is way more complicated and has way more writing, but it does have the same general shape of, like... Actually, bring it back up real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the outside star is supposed to be 7-pointed, not 6-pointed. But aside from that, like, it's pretty close to, like, being a lesser version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a 7-pointed star on the outside, then a 6-pointed star on the inside. But
instead, they're both 6-pointed.
Yeah, but the writing on the outside 6-pointed star is accurate to the inside 6-pointed star on the actual Lesser Key of Solomon. Those characters in between, on each thing is right. But there's also supposed to be a few letters on the inside in the hexagon in the middle, but like you can't have that because you stuck another fucking 6-pointed star in the middle. You're supposed to have like a whole bunch of writing around it, and then maybe the writing in that circle outside, like on the outside, is right, but I can't read it. So.
Yeah, and yeah, also they say this one, they say the sisters were created by Beatrice, whereas she contracted Renove.
Yeah, which weirds me out a lot because all 7 of the sisters, in their various, like whatever equivalent name they have in the Ars Goetia, are all higher ranked than Renove.
Yep, but presumably they're just named after whatever design is on their handle, basically. Because I think basically what it is each of them has the seal on it somewhere for each of the sisters. Or not each of the sisters, but each of the demons that match the name.
Mm.
So I think we basically came to the conclusion that they must be named after the demon that they're associated with.
They're named after the demon that they're associated with, or they're a shard of the higher demon that's been like contracted, and then they're created because these bodies are created. They're homunculi possessed by demons, more or less, or shards of demons at least. Because the kinds of demons that these guys are, like Lucifer, Satan, Mammon, Belphegor, Beelzebub, like all of them, those demons are the sort that, like, if one of them actually manifested on Earth, you could kiss the entire planet goodbye.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about, like, their armies or anything, but, like, their powers and, like, how strong they are, essentially. There's no reason they're that highly ranked.
Granted, looking at them as creations of Beatrice also gives us some potential insight into the kinds of emotions Beatrice might be grappling with, especially when it comes to sexuality.
That's true.
Stuff she doesn't want to voice necessarily.
The brain knowledge to like figure out exactly what's going on there. But there is something there.
Yeah, like there's some insight there that we could potentially gather if that is true.
The fact that she uses these 7 demons of sin in the first place has some information in it, I think.
Yep.
And the personalities of the sisters overall also gives some insight.
Yeah, like how she associates, like what she thinks of pride, what she thinks of envy, what she thinks of lust. And also, like, probably there is an element of, okay, these women are going to pierce people in general, but men in particular, just by virtue of eventually they're going to pierce a man.
And also they get weirdly excited about it.
And they get weirdly excited about it, yes.
Because I don't recall them getting super excited about, like, stabbing Jessica or Shannon.
That is also
all,
true,
like,
yeah.
George and, Cannon and all them that they got excited about.
Yeah, don't make all that many comments about, the women they've attacked, which, yeah.
I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, that's either heteronormativity or that is Beatrice processing trauma when it comes to men.
Yeah. I would not have said heteronormativity, though, because, like, heteronormativity does not have the woman piercing the man, usually.
I mean, no, but having a woman get excited and pursue men, though, kind of is. In that, yeah, it's outside of the norm in other ways, but
that's true.
Having them get excited exclusively about men would be, oh, we're just doing hetero for hetero's sake kind of deal.
Considering how Ryukishi has been so far with the writing here, I do not think that it's a heteronormative thing.
Yeah, I think if it is as we think, and well, I mean, it says it right here. She created them, and if that literally means what it says, then I think that speaks to her processing trauma when it comes to men. And specifically when it comes to Kinzo, because of everything we talked about previously.
Yeah, Kinzo is not good. Don't do a Kinzo.
Do not do a Kinzo.
Like in any way.
In any way, shape, or form. Do not act like Kinzo. Do not do Kinzo.
Do not fuck that old man.
No, I'm just thinking of...
This is not an old man for fucking.
Yeah, this is not an old man for fucking. If you're gonna fuck an old man, fuck Genji.
Oh, God. Or Nanjo, maybe. Nanjo seems like he'd be nice.
And yeah, Nanjo's fine.
God, I just fucking glanced over and saw fucking Battler's zip-up suit jacket.
Uh-huh.
Oh, gods, dude. Please just wear a normal suit jacket.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, I remember the fucking AO3 tag, or something like that. I arrive, I sexualize the old man, and then I leave.
Actually know a fucking Final Fantasy 14 comic artist that's been doing something similar. It's like Emmett Selk and Crystal Exarch, old men. It's an old man fucker.
Nice. Excellent.
Oh, gods. Ginzo accomplished even the miracle of creating a life, and simply to shut my soul up in that cage, that he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. A thoroughly terrifying person.
Come on, damn it, Battler.
I'm gonna
Read
burn you
between the
alive.
lines. It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want. I won't believe anything. Just do what you like. I mean, I get that you expect Beatrice to lie to you, but I think you should understand when she's saying something that she believes.
Like, there is a very large difference in tone between, like, when she's talking about, like, emotions and her past versus what she wants to do to you, buddy.
Yeah. And, versus what happened at the murders.
Yeah. Like, there's a big difference to, like, in tone between all these things, and, like, you need to, like, understand that difference. I know you're, like, 17 or 18 or something like that, but, buddy, please.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna need a couple more loops for him to develop basic social skills.
What's with this unpleasant attitude? There was! You're just stupid!
Yeah, you are just being an idiot, Battler. Granted, don't use that word, that's rude and, ableist, but you are being deliberately ignorant, Battler. There we go. You are being consciously ignorant.
Thoughtless. Inobservant. Self-absorbed.
Yep. In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden here. But the more I ask, the weirder the story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow the story about witches. No, you can just listen. You don't have to believe. Just listen.
someone who has never heard of the word subtext.
Yeah, and again, read between the lines. Go, oh, that's what she believes. Let's figure out X, Y, and Z.
So, like,
Even if you
regardless
go,
of how
yeah,
you take this, like, Kinzo obviously did some fucked up shit to her.
yeah, you can just go, Kenzo did some fucked up shit. And you could also, like, go, she looks way too young to be the Beatrice from way back then.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, everyone's known what she's looked like for years, and years, and years.
悪いがこれ以上耳を貸す気はねえな。
Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Fuck you, Battler. I want to listen.
Right? Like, I hate it when characters do this shit. It's like, let me listen to it. I don't care if you don't want to. I want to.
Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want.
耳クソでもほじってるからよ。
I'll be over here picking at my earwax or something. Fuck you, Battler.
You were just a dickhead.
Yeah, she was very much opening her heart to you there.
Like, I know she's evil and everything, but also, you are just an asshole.
Yeah, like, you are just being an asshole here. Because literally, if you go, I don't believe in magic, just do the whole theorizing he just fucking did. We've displayed it's not actually that hard to come up with some theories.
Many of them mundane, even if they stretch the imagination a little bit. Like IVF before, the 1970s.
Yeah. Also, yeah, her unhappy expression there for a moment. When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy to understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. Yeah, because you're being a dickhead. She's actually talking about trauma.
And I don't think that expression is shameless at all. That's like one of those grimaces that looks like a smile.
For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX.
I'm gonna come through the screen at you, Battler. Oh my gods.
Yeah.
ま、信じる気は毛頭ねえけどよ。
Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but
続けろよ。
keep
お
going.
茶菓子代わりに聞いてやるぜ。
Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack.
わらわの身の上話が茶化扱いとはな。
So you treat the story of my past like little more than a snack.
そこまでこき下ろされてまでのこのこ語ると思うか？
Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that?
After I made fun of her, Beto reacted a little sensitively. Looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others.
Yeah, she's
Well,
evil.
Yeah, nobody likes being made fun of.
She's evil. Like, what do you expect?
I mean, yeah, like, yeah, she pins and prickles people, but also, like, so do you, Battler.
You've been doing it this entire time.
Yeah, like, even not Beatrice, like, you definitely enjoy getting one over on people when they get into a logical argument that you don't like. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me.
お嬢様の魂は捕らえられ、新しい生命の檻に吹き込まれました。
Lady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life.
それはつまり、 お嬢様が再び人間として生を受けたということです。
In other words, my lady received life as a human once more.
Before I realized that the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it.
ロノウェ、もうその話はよい。こやつはバカバカしくて危険というでな。
Ronove, enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to.
わらわもバカバカしくて話す気にもならぬ。
Well, he's too ridiculous to be.
Fucking Battler. Fuck you, Battler. I know you grew up in a sexist household, but you could be better. Break the cycle, man.
At least try. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, at least a little bit more. Alright, anyway. Beto's short temper, peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered, and disappeared. Yeah, no, you understand exactly how she's feeling. You just don't want to admit she has feelings.
Oh, my stream crashed. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back.
Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
I don't know when it crashed. I just looked over and saw that, like, there was 0 viewers and everything, and I, like, tabbed over to, like, my actual Twitch thing, and it was just like, oh yeah, buffering forever. It's like, ah! Yeah, there's a problem then. So I just refreshed it. It seems to work now. So we're good.
Yeah, it seems to work.
See, yeah, stream is disconnected, attempting to reconnect. Okay, 2 minutes ago. Thank you, OBS Streamlabs, for telling me things that I need to know.
After that, only Renobe and the scent of the black tea were left.
なんだか、俺が怒らせたみたいで気分が悪いぜ。
Because you did. My fucking god, man.
The densest motherfucker alive.
I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something.
Like, it's painful watching this jackass do this.
Yeah. Like, have some class, man.
Or at least some, like, awareness of the people around you.
これ以上申し上げることはございませんよ。
As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more. Fuck that. Tear into him. Give him a
Red
fucking
text,
earful.
you're incompetent.
Yeah. Red text, you're an asshole.
とどめを刺したのはお前だろうが。
Wait a sec, weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow?
He's a demon, you're a human. You're supposed to be better than that,
はて
Butler.
何のことやら。
My, what could you mean by that?
お砂糖とミルクはいかがですかな。
How would you like some sugar and milk?
ミルクだけでいいぜ。
Just milk will be fine.
あと、お茶菓子も欲しいな。
And some tea snacks would be nice too.
クッキーが焼けるにはまだ時間がかかりますよ。
Well, it will be a bit longer before the cookies are ready.
チャカの代わりがあるって言ったぜ。
Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack?
かしこまりました。ご清聴をいただけるのでしたら続きをお話しいたします。
Certainly, if you will listen quietly, I will continue the story.
Shut your fucking mouth, Battler.
ホムンクルスがなんとかって言ったな。
She said something about a homunculus.
一応は知ってるぜ。
I know a bit about that. I guess you would, considering who your grandfather is.
あれだろ
It's that thing, right? Very descriptive.
Yeah.
錬金術だかで作り出せ。人造人間のことだろ
A manufactured human created with alchemy or something.
No, that's pretty much exactly it.
はい。お嬢様の魂はホムンクルスに閉じ込められ、再び赤子となって生を受け、この世に蘇ったのです。
Yes, my lady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby.
しかし、 赤子でございますから。
However, because she was a baby,
金蔵様が愛を語ろうとも、それは無駄なことでございます。
any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless. And also very fucking creepy.
Very.
Not that it isn't already, but also.
まさか。じいさまはその赤ん坊をこの隠し屋敷に、同じ年に成長するまで閉じ込めたってのか。
You aren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion until he grew to reach the same age she'd been?
That's exactly
Yes.
what he's saying.
And that was exactly what Beatrice was saying. You just needed it dumbed down for. I shouldn't use that word. You needed it brought down to your level because you were being being deliberately ignorant.
I know it's because like he's supposed to be the audience insert character and all that stuff, but like, and this actually is a criticism of Ryukishi directly. Is like trust your readers a little bit, just a little bit. It's like a little bit more than that, please.
そのまさかでございます。
Correct. That is what I'm saying.
Though I am thinking it's less the audience surrogate thing, because he could go, okay, I figured it out, X, Y, Z, and just do that earlier in the conversation. But he's deliberately being ignorant and thus upset Beatrice.
That is true, but this is also a very common way to do the audience surrogate, is to have them ask questions and not really understand things, rather than like what you suggest there is like for the character to actually be competent and like think of things on their own and explain it to them because they are the fucking narrator.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But
It's
what I'm
more
saying
common
is,
to do it that way than it is to do the narrator internal monologue thing.
yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is, have him say this earlier. Even if Beatrice refutes that, he could have said that earlier. I think this is definitely Battler being a bastard.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than just like audience surrogate thing, because there is a lot of like characterization that you can do even with the audience surrogate character.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's mixed up together a lot. But
yeah.
a character might not be in some of the situations where you get to see their character if they're not the audience surrogate. And there are
Fair
some
enough.
like situations that are only possible with an audience surrogate, no matter how ignorant or thoughtless someone is.
True.
しかし、魂は同じといえど、
I think I'm sensitive to it specifically because I try not to do exposition a lot.
Fair.
And that's more or less what this entire like scene / chapter has been, is a bunch of exposition about her backstory. It's not even like a real flashback either. It's them actually like talking about what happened. So it's actual exposition and not a flashback.
Yeah, probably because they don't want to do, like, they don't want to have whatever origins her baby came from, whether it was a science lab, homunculus, or just stealing a baby. They didn't want to make extra art.
Yeah, probably not. So there are restrictions there that you have to get around, and like some of them are probably the cause of some of this feeling that I'm getting, but it's not the whole thing. I think it's why like criticizing, like being a critic of things is like actually very difficult. It's an actual skill that you have to learn. I'm not good at it because I don't know how to use my words properly when I'm doing this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Despite being a pretty okay writer as far as I know. Pretty okay, they say. Meanwhile, giving people nightmares out here. Maybe I'm actually kind of good at it. It's fine. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Yeah, you'd expect as much.
お嬢様はかつての記憶をすべて失われ、ごく普通の人間の少女として成長されました。
My lady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl.
それが、そこのガーデンチェアに座ってるベアートだってのか？
And you're saying that's the Beto sitting in the garden chair? Yes.
That's exactly what
はい
he's saying, and that's what Beatrice said beforehand, too. Like, directly. You already asked that question, jackass.
しかし魔女としての力は持ち合わせておりません
Actually, that is one thing that I do like about my... I fucking hate to say this, but I do like that about my housemate. They're very easy to freak out, so I can just, like, describe some of the scenes I've written to them a little bit, and they'll instantly just, like, break into goosebumps and shit, and I'm just like, yeah! Yeah! Fucking get it!
Excellent.
Anyway, yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch.
あくまでも人間としてのお嬢様なのです
My lady was completely human.
And I think he said, like, rather than a demon or something, my lady was
Yeah.
a human.
Because
Because I heard Akuma there.
Yeah, Akuma. Which means devil, specifically, rather than demon. Which is not much of a difference to most people, but it is, like, a slight difference.
Beto, who was sitting in the garden chair, looking up the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived up in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, can it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then, no, maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice? No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care, and maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in the cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant.
He's finally fucking getting there. Oh my gods.
Yeah, it fucking took him a minute. He
You did
interpreted
not
it
have to
that
insult
way.
your host for that, buddy.
Yeah, even if you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beto cooked up to confuse me. Yeah, Beto, you're kind of on the hook for that one. You've been doing a good job of trying to confuse him.
Yes, but only directly in accordance with the game. Not outside of it, like this is.
As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuwa... 9 Birds Retreat, was it?
Kuadorian.
Yeah, but Kuadorian, yeah. I was just remembering, that's the name that we said in English before, so let me remember what it is in English. There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot?
六軒島の森の中にはクワドリアンという隠し屋敷が実在しま
Excellent.
す
He preempted it. Fuck him. Not literally. A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rokenjima, in Nine Birds Retreat.
それが今話をしていた場所です
That is the place we were just talking about.
赤
Huh? Red? Renobe used the red to say the Kuadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beto used?
これでも悪魔の端くれでございますのでお嬢様には 内緒にしてくださいね。
I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from my lady, yes?
Sure. Beto, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Renobe could also use the red. Well, I mean, you know, demon power, at least, like, witch's power, at least in part, comes from contracts with demons, so makes sense. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it.
このクアドリアンの庭でくつろいでるベアトとさっきのじい様との会話は真実なのか?
So that Beto relaxing in the garden of Kuwadorian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth?
はい。
Yes,
真実です。
it is the truth.
かつて
In the past.
実際にこの場所
Oh,
で
cool.
お二人はこのような会話をなされま
I
し
knew
た。
the red was coming, so I had
Okay,
to pause
yeah,
it right there.
The pair actually had a conversation like that in this place.
There we go. And yeah, like, had to have it for, like, the separate sound effect and all.
I can swap lieutenant.
助かるぜ。
It's just a matter of
Thanks a
production.
lot. Oh, sure. But I love putting emphasis on, like, pausing right there and then having the sound. Thanks a lot.
さらに赤で頼む。
I'll ask for some more
あ
red.
いつオムンクルスから生まれたなんて言
You
う
said she was born from a
そ
homunculus.
んな非科学的な魔法的存在実在するのか?
But does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist?
その問いかけにはお答えできません。理由はステイルメイトになるからでございます。
I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate.
ステイルメイトなんだそりゃ?
Stalemate? What does that mean?
チェスの用語で千日手のパーペチュアルと同様に
It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check,
それ以上のゲーム進行が不可能になる宣言です。
any further progress in a game becomes impossible.
これは千日手とは正反対で
This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves.
指し手がなくなるある種の手詰まりの状態を指します。
Because all moves would disappear, and it would bring about a kind of deadlock.
パーペチュアルに同じでチェスではこれを引き分けにしております。
In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would.
ただしお嬢様とバトラ様のゲームでは引き分けがございません。
However, there can be no draws in the game between you and my lady.
ですのでステイルメイトになる質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate.
よくわからねえこと言って煙に巻いてるが。
Oh my god, Statler.
I love that it dropped the C so it didn't censor. You obviously
Just
want to
think about it for,
confuse
like,
me by
fucking
saying
5
incomprehensible
seconds, please.
stuff.
ホモンクルスなんて魔法的存在が実在するって
No, Battler, think about it for 5 fucking seconds. Oh my gods. Regardless of what the answer is, yes or no, it will cause a deadlock with you two. And that can't be done. That can't be allowed to let, like, the game stop like that.
But simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say that something magical like a homunculus exists, right?
If it does exist, you are stuck in that position of where you are right now with unable to do anything forever. Because you won't, like, give in. But if the answer is no, then Beatrice is stuck in her position and she can't do anything.
Yeah,
Because, like,
but
her
yeah,
whole goal
it's-
is to convince you that magic is real. Like, please, for the love of all the gods, just think about your question for a couple seconds.
Yeah.
If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Lord Battler?
それを信じるか信じないかで 俺たちは大喧嘩してるんじゃねえかよ。
Whether or not I believe that is what her whole fight's about, right?
それを言われちまったら身も蓋もないぜ。ゲームオーバーだ。
If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over.
魔女は存在すると赤で申し上げたなら、バトラ様には反論の余地
Like, I know that, like, he's explaining this to him, but it's also just like, Battler, you should be able to come to this conclusion on your own, man. Like, you just gotta think about it for more than, like, half a second. Please. If I said
Yeah,
a
but you're
witch exists in red, you would have no room for argument. Sorry. Go
But
ahead.
yeah, you're expecting him to rub two neurons together.
I know! Come on.
しかしバトラ様はその理由が示されない以上、それを受け入れないでしょう。
However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Lord Battler, you probably wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, basically, he needs to accept witches exist for the magic to work. Just being told it, yeah, maybe he wouldn't have room for argument, but there's no way he can be convinced in a way that matters.
Hence the deadlock.
しかし、赤で語られる以上、反論の余地もなく、証拠も示されない。
However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof.
この場合、敗北を認められないにもかかわらず、反論の手がなく、手詰まりとなってしまいます。
In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument, and it would become a deadlock.
チェックメイトされていないにもかかわらず、次なる指し手が存在しない。
Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves left.
バトラ様が次の一手を打てない以上、お嬢様に手番が回ってくることはなく、
Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become My Lady's turn.
ゲームはそこで永遠に止まってしまう。
And the game would stop there for all eternity.
その結果、お嬢様があなたを屈服させることもできない。
As a result, My Lady would be unable to force you to submit.
これが手詰まりの状態です。
That would be a deadlock situation.
それを回避するため、このような形になるご質問には、赤でお答えすることができないのです。
In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red.
Now, if Butler was not an ignorant fuck, what he would ask is, okay, just to confirm, there was a baby that Kenzo left locked up in here. However that baby came about, I am not asking.
Yeah, no, like that would be like a good way to do it.
Yeah,
To know
we
for
can,
sure that there was a child here at one point.
yeah, there was a child here, and Kenzo is the reason that child was locked up here.
早い話が、身も蓋もない質問は禁止だと、そう言いたいわけだな。
So, to say it quickly, you're saying point blank questions are prohibited?
まあ、そりゃそうだよな。
Well, that's true, I guess.
赤で魔女は実在するって言われちまったら、俺は花からお手上げだぜ。
If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start.
ご理解いただけて助かります。
I'm pleased that you
他の質
understand.
問でしたら、ご協力できるかと思いますよ。
I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form.
奴がはぐらかした副賞要求には答えられるか。この島の人数だ。
Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it about the number of people on this island?
お嬢様が保留されている副賞要求にも、もちろん答えられませんよ。
If my lady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond.
お嬢様の家具でございますので、出過ぎた真似はできかねます。
As my lady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward.
Renobe made an exaggerated gesture trying to act like a loyal retainer. The guy's so shameless.
He's a literal demon buddy.
でも使えるやつと思ったのによ。
Just when I thought you might actually be useful.
諦めて他の質問を探すか。
I'll give up on that and search for a different question. Oh, that's
大
right.
事なことを確認するのを忘れてた。
I was forgetting to check something important.
これはベアとの思い出話なんだろ。
This is a story about Beto's memories, right?
いつの話なんだ
When did it
ま
happen?
さか現在ってことはないだろ
It couldn't be happening right now, right?
はい。ここは1967年の世界。
So 19 years ago. Okay. Correct. This is the world of 1967.
Yeah, let me see here. So, yeah, a difference of 19 years. So, Rosa was about 16.
Okay.
You know, give or take for what her actual month of birth is.
19年前の世界でございま
Oh,
す。
yeah, and then
The world of
You fucking-
19 years previous.
that's what I get for not clicking forward.
Mm-hmm. Happens.
う。うん。
Let's try rearranging this story again. Wonder if it couldn't be something like this.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick while you narrate this.
Yep. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. I don't know if I would call that stubbornness so much as I don't want to be in a relationship with the man who kidnapped me. But moving on. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. Yeah, now you're starting to get it, Battler. And then her soul was put in a homunculus and... No, if I accept that, it's the same thing as accepting a witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body. Might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice.
You have a posthumous daughter is just like fucking terrifying, though.
Yeah. Yeah, very. I mean, it can happen
I know
if
it
you're
can
like...
happen, it's just like... The way that she would have gotten pregnant in that fucking mansion, though.
Yeah. That means at least 19 years ago, Beto existed on this island as the 19th person. Yeah, so she was probably like around 19.
混乱してきたぜ。いずれにせよ、憶測の域を出ない。
I'm starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than
確
speculate.
実に赤で言えることは、
The only thing we can say for sure in red
1967年のロッケン島の隠し屋敷に、人間としてのベアトリーチェが存在した。
is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokunjima, Beatrice existed as a human.
それだけだ。
That's all.
その通りでございます。
That is correct.
1967年のロッケン島の隠し屋敷に人間としてのベアトリーチェ様が存在した。
In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokunjima, Lady Beatrice existed as a human.
ああ、サンキュー。助かるぜ。
Oh, thank you. That really helps. Alright, at least you fucking say thank you. That was like pulling teeth, though.
おめでとうございます。これでバトラ様の19人目の駒はその存在がはっきりしました。
Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person.
Except Rosa says she's dead.
Yep.
バトラ様が熱望された18人以外に罪をなすりつけられる19人目の人間。
A 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for.
Alright, now your turn to entertain the audience while I take a bio break. Just a quick one.
So about them fucking catfish, I don't actually have anything to say about catfish. It's just the first thing that came to mind. I have been out of tea for like a week now, and I am slowly fucking dying. Like, I am drying up. I am desiccating. I am turning into Dark Souls 1 beef jerky. Alright? Please, for the love of all the gods, someone give me some tea. I'm dying. I haven't gone this long without having tea in years. I think it's actually been like 4 or 5 years. It's like normally, like, sometimes like I'll go like half a day or like 2 days without tea, like I'll just run out. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to the store tomorrow or on Tuesday or what have you, and I'll be fine. But like right now, I'm broke as fuck, so I'm sort of like, I can't go to the store until Thursday, which at least I think it's Thursday, which I can't actually go to the store on Thursday either because I gotta. Well, I don't actually have a stream, but like. Housemate thinks I have a stream, so, I'm just gonna fucking sit here and do nothing. Or at least I'm gonna work, rather. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's fucking Thursday, right? Like, can you show me the actual fucking calendar? Phone. Like, I don't want, like, a... Gods, I hate this. Alright, just give me a second here. Ooh. Show me the calendar. Yeah, Thursday. Cool. That took way too fucking much to goddamn confirm. So like I try to open my phone's calendar, but like it doesn't have a calendar. It has a fucking like a event list. So I couldn't actually like look at the date of a certain day of the week, which is just very fucking annoying, honestly.
I return.
Hi, welcome back. I was just bitching about how I don't have tea.
Ah, fair enough.
And like, then I was bitching about how my phone doesn't actually have a calendar, it just has an event list. So it'll just have like a March 24th through 30th, and that's it. It won't actually say the days for any of it.
That is bizarre.
It is annoying as fuck.
Yeah, I would say it would be.
So I can't actually check the date on stuff. So like I'm not gonna be able to like go get tea until Thursday. But I'm not gonna go on Thursday because we may not have a stream, but I'm gonna say I still do. So I'm just gonna fucking sit here and work and like mostly do nothing, but also work.
Fair enough.
いかなる罪をもなすりつけることのできる生贄の羊。
Fucking get him.
Sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime.
それがお嬢様とは実に愉快。
How amusing that it happens to be my lady.
Renove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. Yeah, because he knows the score. He knows you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Honestly, being in Battler's position and like having to argue against this, like I said this on the last stream actually, but like what he needs to do is not actually prove the existence or anything like that of the other, like the 19th person or like that a human did or anything like that. He just has to cast reasonable doubt on the magic, which he seems to have forgotten.
Well, the thing is, he is very concentrated on not blaming one of the 18.
Yeah, I get that. It's just that like it is so fucking easy for there to be, as we talked about last time, it's so easy for there to be like 100 people on the island that no one fucking knows about, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, the other thing they don't want to do is just constantly spin their wheels.
Yeah, I'm just saying like there's so many different options because what his position is not an evidence-based one. It's about like plausibility.
Rhetorical devices, and yeah.
Yeah, it's rhetorical devices and plausibility. What could possibly be true with confined by the evidence that we have.
Yeah, but honestly, this doesn't end unless either A, he accepts witches exist, or B, he finds out who the killer is. Like, finds out a mundane explanation for everything.
Ember, why are you licking my plate?
Because unless the truth is uncovered, they're just gonna keep doing this forever.
Yeah, but that's also his fucking goal. His goal is to torment her forever. That's like what he's been going on about this entire time.
I mean, kind of, in that, oh yeah, this will be torture for you forever because I'll never accept a witch. But eventually he would like this to end. And the only way this ends is if he discovers the truth behind everything. Like, there is.
All he has to do is be patient for that. Because it will
Yeah.
come out, because like the more loops you go through, the more evidence stacks up.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But what I'm saying is he needs to investigate, and that involves sometimes using shoddy rhetorical devices.
I know, I'm just saying, like, there would be no point in time where I would, like, in his position, I would ever have to, like, strip naked and, like, crawl around under, like, by her with a fucking chain around my neck, because, like, it's just so fucking easy to avoid that.
I mean, sure, but I also think that not even magical compulsion can make you kneel, so.
That might be true. I'm glad I give off that energy, because that's the kind of energy that I have worked to cultivate for the last 20 years.
I mean, given your story about someone just, for sake of argument, asking you to kneel and you just fucking couldn't, so I think even under magical compulsion, you might not be able to.
There's one time where I actually like started to, and then the person that I was going to kneel in front of was just like, "Oh no, that's not, that does not fit the image. That does not fit the energy." And I was like, "All right, fair enough."
Fair.
I can't like I can if it's in front of the right people, I think. But there's only been one such person my entire life, and I haven't seen them in person in a very long time. So,
granted, Beatrice might become one of those people, but
I doubt it. Because like that requires a very specific kind of emotion.
Fair enough.
And even other people that I had that emotion towards did not like inspire that ability in me. So I think that was just like unique to them, probably.
Thank you for remembering, Battler. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said.
So I've got
Beatrice is dead.
Some apple whiskey here, and I'm gonna drink it. So it's not gonna be a lot. It's like 2 fingers of whiskey, maybe. So
yeah,
I'm not gonna get anything off this. I'm just gonna see how it tastes, because it's been sitting on my desk for like 2 years, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna drink the whiskey at this point.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's like a green apple.
Ooh, nice. I like real green apples, but green apple flavoring actually makes me cough.
Weird. But like it does just like taste like green apples and not like green apple flavoring.
Yeah, I figured it was like actual green apple.
I assume like there was apples involved in the brewing process, but I don't know, because like like I said, I've had this on my desk for 2 years. The label's kind of worn.
Yeah, but something that like at least approximates it, if nothing else.
Yeah. Actually, my favorite ale is an apple ale, specifically green apple ale. I think about it.
Oh, very nice.
Red's green apple ale. It's great.
Yeah, I think I remember you telling me about that now.
I also like the red apple, but like the green apple is just better.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes more like apple and less like beer, which is the thing.
Yeah. That's right, there's that thing. Rosa said Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What did that mean? I mean, hold on, phone call.
Yep. Oh, I heard it a little bit there. Yeah, find me some reds. Oh, they don't have green apple anymore. But they got strawberries, so like maybe that would work. Stop making me read Apple. Shut up, nerd! Get down. Thank you. Okay, so they do have it in my town still. Awesome, because I haven't seen it around in a while. Okay, let's see. One of the lesbians has sent me a bunch of stuff. I'm never gonna show this stuff on screen because, like, what this particular lesbian sends me is spicy. Let's say. No, it's Yuzu. It's Yuzu. I need to find that actual emote and like fucking upload it to my Discord because it's a really good emote and like the Discord that had it no longer has it because they swap out emotes a lot.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Yeah, just family telling me about family stuff.
Yep, that's fair. Oh,
Yeah,
since you guys are gonna be on a fucking trip, I need to tell Steamo to like fucking give me an extension.
On which thing?
The Fiverr thing, because like Fiverr,
Gotcha.
Fiverr keeps like a fucking like a really shitty way of like doing the deadlines and everything. Like you can't just like set your own deadline or just be like, hey, blah blah blah. And in fact, when he first ordered the 5 commissions from me, of which 2 I finished. Just putting that out there. Don't let anyone tell you that I have like 7 commissions on my plate that I haven't been finished. No, I've finished them. I finished some of them. All right. I do work occasionally. Anyway, like, because I put on the thing that like, oh yeah, it'll take me a week to finish this one, and then like, Steve was like, okay, well I want you to do 5. I'm gonna order 5. I want to do all these magical girls, and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Magical girls plus like chopped and all that stuff. So I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. And Fiverr's just like, okay, so you have a week to do this. And I'm like, hold on. that's not right. I said a week for 1, not a week for 5. So.
Yeah, so keep having to do extensions, basically.
And like, okay, so under normal circumstances, I could like finish with like 2, maybe 3 portraits a day, easy. But these aren't normal circumstances for me anymore. Like, not since my fucking housemate broke their fucking leg a year and a half ago, right? Like my legs have been feeling the damn the torture from that. Because for those of you who don't know, I am disabled. I am in a lot of chronic pain all the time, and I fall over constantly. Like my legs give out, I like crack my arms and stuff, etc. I've hurt my back after falling before, and I couldn't walk at all for like 2 days, etc. etc. So like when my housemate broke their leg, I was the only one that was around to help because all my other housemates we're gone, and moved out like a month later.
Yep. Which, yeah, pretty fucking shitty.
Mm-hmm. And since then, my housemate has not gone back to doing things themselves, even though it has been a year and a half. It's been a year and 5 months now. So it's like, again, under normal circumstances, I can finish like 3 portraits a day and still have time for like food, chores, etc. Because it only takes me like 4 hours or so to do a portrait, right? 4 to 5 hours, depending on how complicated it is.
Yeah.
But when you're in this much pain, it's hard to find 4 hours.
Yeah, that's fair. Which honestly might be something you use what was going to be stream time for.
Yes, that's what I'm planning on, actually. Genuinely, that's what I'm planning on. I did the new updated portrait of my own avatar yesterday to try and like warm back up, but it wasn't enough because it took me 8 hours to finish that when it should have taken me 2 hours because there's no rendering on it. Yeah. Like there's no shadows at all. I don't do shadows on my personal avatar portraits because like it's a shadow monster. What am I gonna fucking render, right?
Yeah, like it would be you would have to do like purplish shadows, basically.
Which I could do. Like technically, I could do that. I could do it, but it's also like, there's no point in doing that because
Yeah,
it's
like
gonna be an avatar.
yeah, it kind of adds to it, basically.
Yeah. So I don't. But it took me 8 fucking hours to finish it yesterday. So I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not warmed up enough to go back to like the stuff that I'm being paid for. So I started doing the Wandering God, not portrait, but like piece, I guess, because that's not really pinup either. I
Yeah,
started
yeah,
doing the
it's
Wandering God piece to like get back all the way, and even that's still
yeah.
like taking a while. So like, I'm definitely gonna have to take like an entire day to finish one.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as the quality is up to snuff, up to like my usual professional stuff, then I'm fine. I don't mind taking extra time on it.
った方が早いでしょう。
As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you.
少々時計を進めましょう。
I can run on. Let's see. Let us advance the clock a little more.
Renove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gathered behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? Quickly realized that it was someone else. It was her. That oldest sister of the Seven Stakes who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day.
How do you know that she eats 3 times a day?
I don't know. Maybe they just, like,
To pause the
use him
torture
as a
for
dinner
minute.
table.
To pause the torture for a little bit for like all 8 of them to sit down and have a meal.
Yeah,
It'll be very
Just
funny
like-
and very on brand for the Seven Sisters.
Yeah, absolutely. Just fucking mess him up enough that he can't move, and then just have dinner.
Mm-hmm. Or just like give him the break, so like he gets used to not being in pain again for a little bit.
Also true.
Oh my God, Spattler, please.
You say please, but I have to read it.
I know. There you go. You're the one that chose to do Battler.
Yeah, but I mean, if I didn't give you Beto, like, that would be sacrilege.
Yeah, and also we wouldn't have the avatars that we got now. Speaking of which, Cappy Shill.
In fact, yes, Cappy Shill.
So let's shill Cappy real quick. So Cappy is the artist
Yes.
that did the avatar that you see on screen during my during the Umineko streams, and also on Mel's side, both those avatars up in the top right corner, and the animated PNG Trooper thingy.
Yep.
Cappy is good at what they do.
Yes, Cappy is very good at what they do. Did some very great pinup pieces as well, which included my avatar in a bunny outfit.
You may notice that my new avatar that I'm using now for like profile pictures and everything on like everywhere has the same hairstyle as the version that Cappy did. And that is on purpose. I was actually thinking about updating the avatar when you came to me with a thing for Cappy, and I was like, okay, I get to see what it'll look like a little bit before I try it. And I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I had a
there
little
you
bit
go.
of like extra like fringe hair, and then that's it. That's just the hairstyle.
Yep, exactly. Just a little extra fringe hair, and then when you can add the jewelry to your
Yeah.
avatar.
Although I made a joke in one of my art discords about like maybe next year I'll just have the character move a little bit more to degrees to the center, you know, because like I've had it at 3/4 portrait for the past 2 years, and then now it's at like 3/5 maybe. It's like turned just a little bit more to the camera. And I'm thinking like maybe next year it'll be like 4/5, and then like the year after that it'll be straight on. and then it'll just slowly zoom in until you see nothing but the outline of a nose. In like 10 years, it'll just be like the nose. And I'm
Excellent.
genuinely considering that, but also I don't think I could, like, be that goofy with my own shit.
That's fair.
Because I take myself too seriously for the most part.
Yeah, that's fair. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game.
ロノウェ様、まだこちらにおられました。
Battler, you're gonna develop some weird fetishes from that.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, he was going to anyway after that sequence with Beatrice.
Well, I mean, if it only happens once, it only happens once, right? But, like, he's talking about, like, whole-ass torture sessions.
True.
As in multiple sessions. So, like, he's
Oh, yeah,
doing this
but-
constantly. He's gonna
Yeah,
start associating that with things.
Yeah, he is. He is.
It's like using math in your brain to calm you down, like when you get, like, too horny or whatever, and then, like, slowly associating math with horny. So whenever you see,
Yeah.
like, a quadratic equation or whatever, you're just like, oh, fuck. Believe it or not,
Yeah.
that has actually happened to people.
Fucking Pavlov yourself.
Yeah, so, like, that's what I'm thinking about here. It's like, buddy, you're gonna cause some weird things to happen to your brain if you keep up with that.
Yeah,
I know it
but,
makes
like,
it easier in the short term, but in the long term, not so much. Alright? Lord Renove, so you're still here. This is an urgent call from Lady Beatrice.
はって地球のどのようなご用やら
My,
My,
my.
That's me, nerd!
Yep, I caught myself after the
My,
first
my. What kind of urgent business could it be?
少々バトラ様とのおしゃべりが過ぎたようですね
It seems my chat with Lord Battler has run a tad long.
それではバトラ様私めはこれで失礼させていただきます
Well then, Lord Battler, if you'll excuse me.
どうか引き続きお嬢様とのゲームをお楽しみください
Please continue to enjoy your game with my lady.
へいへい、せいぜい楽しむぜ。
Yeah, yeah, I'll enjoy it as best I
あ
can.
んたはデアとより話が弾むからな。
Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. Gay. That's all I have to say.
Gay.
赤も気前よく使ってくれるしよ。
And you're more gracious with the red, too.
ぜひまたおしゃべりに来いよな。
Come and talk again anytime you like.
バトラ様私めもこう見えてもお嬢様の家具
Lord Battler, despite how I look, I am my lady's furniture.
お嬢様が望まぬことはできませんよ
I can do nothing that my lady does not desire.
私が語った赤は本来ならお嬢様が自らの口で語るべきもの
What I said in red was something that normally should have come from my lady's mouth.
へそを曲げてしまわれたお嬢様に代わって赤き真実を披露したに過ぎません
I did nothing more than announce the red truth in my lady's place as she sulked.
やっぱ俺、へそを曲げてたよな。
So she really was sulking then? You suck.
Although, granted, like a little bit of fucking revenge, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm petty enough
Beatrice
to
does
allow
deserve.
that.
Yeah, Beatrice does deserve some fucking ribbing after everything.
And stuff that actually gets under her skin too. But like, I just don't know if like that was the right time for it.
Yeah,
Because like you could have gotten
Battler,
some good information out of it, buddy.
Yeah, Battler could have gotten way more information than he got out of Renobe. If he just, talked to
Shut the fuck
Beatrice
up.
like a person.
Yeah, just
And
like shut the fuck
also
up and
shut the
listen.
fuck up. Seeing me and Renobe incomprehensibly hitting it off, that steak sister cocked her head curiously.
ロノウェ様、ベアトリーチェ様をお待たせしております。
Lord Renove, we are keeping Lady Beatrice waiting. Let us hurry.
ええ、直ちに参ります。
Yes, I should go immediately.
後ほ
Well, Lord Battler, I will see you later.
ど、ようやく仲良くなれてきましたね。
It appears we have finally started getting along.
やはり、良い友人になれる気がします。
As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends.
ベアとの陰口仲間ってことならな。
Sure, if you mean partners that gossiping behind Beato's back.
ローノウェ様
Lord Renove!
はいはい。それでは、失礼いたします。
Yes, yes, if you will excuse me.
Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me, or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the Stake Sister let out a thunderous cry, Renove laughed frivolously and disappeared, as if running away.
煉獄の七杭が長女のこの私がこの程度の用事で呼びつけられるなんて。
Thinking about, like, their outfit again, and, like, that fucking, like, saran wrap bodysuit underneath the other bits. Like, again, like, I kind of want it. Not to wear
Yeah.
it, but, like, I just want it. I just want to have that and be like, look at this.
Yeah, like, look at this achievement.
This is fucking magic right here. Holy shit. Because cloth does not work like this. What is this?
Fucking vacuum seal is what it is.
And it doesn't even wrinkle. Like, look at it. Like, she got her hip cocked and everything, and it doesn't wrinkle.
Yep.
Shit's fucking magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I just noticed that, because I was going to argue, well, art, but no, like, shit up here is wrinkling.
Mm-hmm. Although the stockings don't wrinkle either, so there's that.
True enough.
Although I am not fond of the frills right above the bits.
Yeah.
It's like, that draws a little bit too much attention to things.
A little bit.
Granted,
At least
they are
they're-
supposed to be like demons or demon-like things,
Yeah.
so it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so they were probably made, like, 1,000 years ago anyway. And they, look like they're reasonably, like, 18,
Oh,
19.
I wasn't even thinking of, like, them being young or anything like that. I was just like, over-sexualization.
Oh, fair enough. Granted, like, they're a whole commentary on sexuality.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, whatever their origins as characters, they are definitely a commentary on sexuality.
Why am I, the oldest sister of the seven stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this?
ベアトリーチェ様もこの程度なら他の暇そうな妹たちに言いつければいいのに。
Even though Lady Beato could have told one of the younger sisters who look like they've got nothing better to do.
何をカリカリしてんだよ、姉ちゃん。腹減ってんならクッキーでも食えよ。
Why so grumpy? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something.
最後の一枚をくれてやるぜ。
Why don't I give you the last one?
ふん、気が利くじゃない。
How thoughtful.
なら一ついただこうかしら。
Then, shall I take one?
I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I knew that was coming.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As though coming as a period at the end of a sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It It happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth away
Okay,
from the
if it was
back
a
of my
hair's
hand
breadth
and my
away,
fingers.
then like, why does it hurt? Just like a disconnect in in the narration there a little bit.
Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down.
ひゅ姉ちゃん、そろそろ爪を切った方がいいぜ。
Whoa, sister, isn't it about time you cut your nails? I'm using that one deliberately to,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for that version of sister.
ルシファーよ。それが誇り高き私の名。
It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name.
ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えする名誉ある家具。煉獄の七杭が長女。
The honored furniture who serves Lady Beatrice and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory.
他の面汚しなグマイどもとはわけが違うの。それに見合った敬意を示さないと後悔することになるわよ。
I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it. Lady, you already torture him regularly. I don't know what's gonna...
Yeah, like, I don't know what you're going to be able to do going forward. And I'm a little afraid that Battler's excited to find out.
In the wrong ways, too.
どう後悔するんだか。俺には見当もつかねえぜ。
Why would I regret it exactly? Can't really think of a reason.
バカな子ね。
Stupid kid.
そんなに遊んでほしいの？
Do you really want to play with me that much? See,
そんなに忘れられないの？
if I was in Battler's situation here, I would be pulling my hand away and then just like quickly grab her hand as if to flirt. Because I'm that much of a shit.
Excellent. And
Was
I think
it-
that would get to her too.
It really would, I think. Was it that unforgettable?
私の杭を思いっきり奥の奥までねじ込んでたっぷりえぐって楽しませてあげるわよ。
I'll thrust my stake deep, deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay?
Again, they are very much commentary on sexuality and possibly Beatrice processing trauma about men.
Mm-hmm.
くそったれ。いつか押し倒して同じセリフ言ってやるぜ。
Damn it,
Battler.
someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing.
Battler.
Battler, you're gonna cross some wires. And I don't think you want those wires to be crossed after you're done interacting with witches.
Yeah. He's gonna fuck Pavlov himself so, or that he like goes sexually unsatisfied for the rest of his life because he can't quite like get anyone to measure up to a demon.
Fucking looks for the puzzle box.
The Hellraiser puzzle box, yeah. Oh fuck. Oh god damn it.
And they're just perturbed. Like,
I don't
they
think the
wouldn't be,
Cenobites
but-
would like be upset about that. They'd be like, "Oh fuck,
No.
another adherent! Hell yeah!"
Yeah, like, no, they wouldn't actually care, but I had to make the joke.
あらそう楽しみにしてるわね。
Oh wow, or oh really? Wow, I can't wait.
Yeah, there was only one way that was gonna go. Rosa eventually regained her calm, and we're just not going to acknowledge how mutilated Battler got.
Yeah. Like, I give him with like a joke flirt for her too. It's just like, uh, hey girl, you want to go torture someone? I like the way you stab things. You want to go stab someone?
In hell.
You want to go flay the flesh from some man's bones?
The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kiri intervened. If something like that really had happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk.
I see you're into body horror. You want to lash together an infernal machine made from thousands of screaming souls. Yes, that one was spontaneous, for anyone wondering.
You were not that young, actually. Well, maybe, because middle school is part of high school in Japan.
Yeah, she would have been like 13 or so. 13, maybe 14. Or no, it's like 13 to 15,
16.
I think it is. Right?
16, actually.
Hold on. Middle school Japan ages. Yeah, 12 to 15 in middle school in Japan. In high school, it was 15 to 18. So, like, it could have been, like, her last year in middle school that it happened.
Yeah. Yeah, last year in middle school, maybe start of high school, because she says her memory's a little foggy. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably, though I don't remember well. Yeah, I think I was about that age. Yeah, about that age. Which means maybe about 20 years ago? Back then, my grades weren't very good, and Mother was always angry at me. Yeah, she was lashing out at you because she couldn't lash out at Kinzo.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. No, you didn't. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time.
I don't fucking believe you, Kraus.
Yeah, big fucking doubt.
You're like 20 years older than her anyway. You fucking weirdo.
Yeah, but in a family like that, you're kind of going to be treated like a child forever. Until the fucker croaks.
Stop laying on the cable, or I'm gonna yeet you into the fucking sun.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
You
say that even though you
my
were...
chair as a way to get down, fucker. You could have just gotten.
You say
on
that.
It's fucking cat, I swear.
You say that even though you were always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Ava? And then? Where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa? Hideyoshi, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa. Tell us at your own pace.
Yeah, if you people stop fucking interrupting her, she'd probably already be there by now.
Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushiramiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Krause's dignity, and I couldn't get excellent grades like Ava, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolph. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel in
Honestly, it's
anything.
probably because like her older siblings just like absolutely bullied the shit out of her the entire time and never like gave her room to grow.
Yeah, basically learned helplessness. Like, she would constantly get scenarios like this, reinforcing she's not good at anything,
Mm-hmm.
and never
Making it
had
harder for her
room
to try
to.
in the first place.
Yeah. And she was already considered pretty useless because she was the youngest daughter in such a hyper misogynistic family.
Yeah, which like I know that like learned helplessness shit very well because like at this point it's hard for me to even look for like ways to get out of this goddamn desert because I haven't found
Yeah.
anything in like fucking 6 years and I'm just like at this point I'm just like fuck it, just take me, let the sand take me.
Yeah. Fucking open up like a fucking sandworm.
Yeah, just like let the dune sandworm just open up beneath my fucking office right now and just take me out. I'm done. Sort of shit.
Yeah.
Which side note,
Uh-huh.
I know this is like wildly off topic, but I am still fucking shocked. And like this is like a fucking 30-year-old game, but I'm still fucking shocked that Dune got a goddamn RTS game when computers and RTS games were first like beginning to be a thing.
Yep.
Like I know that Dune was extraordinarily popular back then, but among people that liked sci-fi, right? And
Yeah.
not everyone likes sci-fi. In fact, most people don't like fucking sci-fi.
Though actually sci-fi was more popular at the time.
Yeah, it's more popular than fantasy at least, but still. Like most people liked more like a grounded stuff just like they do now because like most people aren't giant fucking nerds.
But yeah, definitely I understand that learned helplessness. I didn't experience a childhood like Ava's, but definitely, had various types of trauma with being disabled, and it kind of took my roommate to shake me out of that a bit.
Get out of here, cat.
I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all.
I started thinking about like something to reply with, and my cat just like fucking like smashes his face into my ankle, completely like blasting all thoughts from my brain. Thanks, Edward. I appreciate it. I'm totally not like talking to people live on stream right now or anything. No, definitely not. Fucker.
This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokkenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. Yeah, it feels a lot like that second bit, considering how much you've been warned, don't go in the woods.
いなくなりたかったの。あるいはいなくなることによって親を心配させたいという子供なりの反抗だったのかも。
I wanted to disappear, or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing.
私は森の遥か奥に行けば後ろ宮の家から逃れられる。
I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ushiramiya house,
あるいは迷子になって心配させることで仕返しができると子供ながらに思ったの。
and maybe become lost, then I make them worry and teach them a lesson.
それで行ってはいけないと言われていた森に
And then you went into the forest that you were told never to enter?
浜辺へ出てから海に沿うように。
Yes, after reaching the beach, I followed alongside the
特
ocean.
に理由があったわけじゃないけれど、
Didn't have any particular reason,
島をぐるりと回れば、その反対側には誰も知らない場所があって。
but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place there that no one knew about. But you're kind of right.
私だけの隠れ家になるような気がしたの。
Which might become a hidden house just for me.
浜辺からぐるっとってのは無理だな。
If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible.
崖になっちまうだろ。
It becomes a cliff part way, right?
あんなとこ通れるわけがない。
There's no way that you could pass that way.
もちろんよ。だから通れる方へ通れる方へ。とにかく奥へ奥へ進んだわ。
So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland.
道なんかないひどい森だったけど、あの時の私にはそれが心地よかったの。
It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then.
それほどの険しい森を抜けたなら、その分後ろ宮家から逃れられるって。
If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ushiramiya family.
情けないわね。成績で叱られたなら、その分努力すれば
Ava,
いい。
this is why she did that. What you're doing right now, that's why.
Yeah, that's why she got away. I wanted to get away. You were... How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. It's not about working harder, Ava. People have different strengths. People have different issues. You don't even know what subject she got bad grades in.
Right? Like, one of it was fucking English. Like, if you said that, everyone at the table would be like, yeah, fair enough. Because English is fucking awful.
Yeah. Or just, even if it was everything, then it had to do with the fucking trauma.
Or if it was everything all at once, like, then the compounding stress could very easily just, like, make everything slip.
Yeah. People aren't automatons.
それを言ってはいかんね。その代わり、ローザにはデザイナーとしての才能があったじゃないか。
You were saying the right things, but you're saying it with the wrong face.
Yeah, I was gonna say, those are the right words, and mostly the right tone, but that face is not the right one.
You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talents as a designer instead?
This
And
is not
yeah.
a pick two situation. This is, you gotta have all three, motherfucker.
Yeah, you need to have the correct face when you're saying that. But you're never going to because you have resting smug face, really.
It's a resting smug face. That's a really good one. I like that a lot.
It's true, though.
I think he cultivated that, though. I don't think that's like a...
I mean...
That's like his resting face. I think he's purposely got that up for the family.
True enough. But I have my concerns that, like, it's one of those, if you keep making a face like that, it's gonna get stuck that way, and now he's just stuck in permanent smug.
I don't think that's quite how it works, but sure, yeah.
Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company had been profitable.
よせよ。今は嫌味を言ってる場合じゃねえぜ。
With it, this is no time for sarcasm.
そして、偶然たどり着いちまったんだな。
So you managed to end up there by coincidence?
ベアトリーチェの
At Beatrice's
隠し屋敷
hidden mansion. I mean, eventually, as you go deeper, eventually you're going to see the biggest fucking landmark in the woods.
Yeah, pretty much.
Granted, I mean, if it's only built for her and him, probably not as big as the
Even if it was that
Stan
big, it's
family
sort of
mansion.
like... That's a lot of forest.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
can
that is a
just
lot of
easily pass it by without knowing. Believe me, you only need to be like 30, 40 feet into the woods before like you start like losing sight of things.
True.
I'd know. I went into the woods behind my house all the time.
Rosa nodded weakly.
どのくらい歩いたんや 地図で場所が示せるんか？
No, this was 19 years ago.
Hideyoshi, this was 20 fucking years ago, and she didn't exactly have a map at the time either.
About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map?
ナツさん、この島の地図はあるかいな？
Natsuhi, do you have a map of this island? Now, that would be important to have for other reasons.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because you can at least kind of work it out a little bit. At least a good search area.
Yeah.
Granted,
how like Rose is gonna describe it.
Yeah. Granted, you would need to search for that mansion in a fucking typhoon, which I don't
In a
see
dark
happening
forest.
This loop.
Like, as far as I know, the forest also isn't fucking like managed at all.
Yeah, no,
Which
it is
means
a
it's
wild
primeval-
fucking
Which
forest.
means it's primeval forest, which you do not want to get lost in. Fucking believe me.
Yeah.
That's what like primeval forest means, by the way. It's like it's unmanaged, wild.
Yep. Because the thing of it is, in medieval times, most forests were managed.
Mm-hmm. You actually had the king's yeomen for that.
Yep.
The king's rangers, the king's yeomen. That's what they were for.
Yeah, like the trees were very manicured. There were a lot of fruit trees and other trees that were pleasant to whoever the lord was. They basically cultivated it for small game to flourish.
Large game too, sometimes,
Large game too sometimes.
depending on like what
I'm
like,
just-
particular
yeah.
lord or king wanted in that particular forest, at least.
Yeah, but yeah, basically, in most circumstances, a not maintained forest in a medieval period would be ahistorical.
Mm-hmm. At least within a certain radius from a settlement.
Yeah, in a certain
Depending,
radius
of course,
from a
on
settlement.
settlement size.
Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously, if it was, you know, a region of the world, like, say, what's now the United States, or just North America in general, where the people didn't do that kind of manicured shit, instead, followed the game and that kind of
They
thing.
did to an extent, like manage the land that they passed through. They would
Yeah.
actively plant. They did like early hunter gatherer stuff, right? Like how it's described when people are going from hunter gatherer to agriculturalist societies, how the hunter gatherers will start planting seeds along their route so that they can come back in the next year and harvest it, and that's what Native Americans did, or at least the nomadic Native Americans did that.
Yeah, which not all groups were.
And it's not just the
nomadic.
Incas and the Aztecs that did that either. Like there were some in North America, like actually upper North America, that were settled.
Yeah, they were
Some,
just
not as many though.
Yeah, they were just mostly wiped out by the fucking plague.
Yeah, because for those of you who don't know, there was a huge fucking plague before the Europeans even got here.
Well, actually, before the bulk of the Europeans, because the Europeans are the ones who brought the plague.
No, there was like a native plague before all that. I don't remember what it was though. I don't think we actually know.
If anything, it probably did come from one of the larger cities to the south. Then
probably. I don't know like what's going on with all that. I don't think, because like we don't exactly have like detailed written records of what was going on before.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Europeans got here. Like there was like
I mean,
a kind of writing that the natives did use, but it's not the kind that would like detail symptoms in like excruciating detail and shit like that.
Yeah,
There's
for
a different
sure,
kind
for
of writing.
sure. For sure. So, just so people understand what I'm getting at here, a plague, for example, just even the bubonic plague, but just any plague, comes from a disease transferring from an animal to a human. And that usually happens in very big, like, agricultural societies.
It was a hemorrhagic disease native to the Americans, in the Americas.
Okay. Alrighty
It
then.
was apparently on the same scale as the bubonic plague before the Americas,
Okay.
and that was like 100 years before we got here, if less than that. So like,
Gotcha.
it was bad.
But basically, it's in big agricultural areas where there's a lot of animals around and very close to humans.
Oh,
So
also
there's
you're
more.
right. It absolutely did come from like Central America.
Yep.
It's actually
'Cause
named
that-
in Nahuatl, which
Yeah,
is the,
'cause
the,
it's-
the language of the area. It's Aztec, basically.
Yeah, because it was the biggest like agricultural group that we know of.
Yeah, it's like Aztec, the Incans, and the Mayans were like the three big ones.
Yeah, and they had huge ass cities. And that's the thing is huge ass cities is you have people interacting with animals. There's more chances for the disease to jump.
Mm-hmm. And
And
people
so-
aren't used to like moving around anymore, so like they stay where they get sick or where the other sick people are instead of leaving, etc.
Yep. And the thing of it is, the disease is meant to be survivable in the animal. In that, you know, the disease survives if the host survives. So I say meant to, but you get what I mean. Like, the pressures are to continue survival for any disease.
Okay, apparently much of what we know about that disease comes from several outbreaks in the late 16th century.
Gotcha.
Native
but
name for the
basic,
American origins, blah 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 blah. And
but yeah,
it's considered that like there's some debate on whether or not it's related to the hantavirus.
gotcha. But yeah, basically, more chances for it to jump. It's survivable in the animal it originated in, but it is not necessarily survivable in humans, and that's why you get
And vice
these,
versa.
and vice versa. So yeah, if a human disease jumps to an animal that wasn't meant to have it, yeah, that also sucks. But,
Yeah, just
you know,
like to
obviously,
avoid giving the impression that humans have weak immune systems, because we don't. We have very strong immune systems, in fact.
yep. It's just things like mechanisms, like the switches it flips, basically, in the animal it originates in, are very different to the switches it flips in us, and can cause us to, well, get very violently ill and possibly die.
Yeah, and in fact, our very powerful immune systems is actually a problem for us now because allergies are on the rise, and it's because of our incredibly powerful immune systems.
Yep.
What an
Because the
allergic
thing of it,
reaction is an overreaction from your body to a foreign substance of some kind, right?
yeah, exactly. Like the thing that it is interacting with, whether it be cat hair, dog hair, uh, peanut butter, whatever, isn't actually harmful to you. Like, it actually does not. There's nothing in an allergic person that it harms them more by itself. It's the reaction from the immune system thinking it is a violently, viciously bad thing and trying to expel it that is the thing that causes harm to someone with a allergic reaction.
Mm-hmm. And this is also like for seasonal allergies or just like pollen allergies, like what I've got. It's also
Yeah,
the
pollen
case.
allergy. Yeah, for anything like that as well. Like, literally any allergy is a reaction from our immune system that should not really be happening, but again, a switch gets flipped and we've got fucking problems.
The real problem here is that we are so clean now, and this is kind of a little gross, but not really that gross. But like most animals in nature have parasites of some kind, right? Like whether it's just like surface fungal parasites on their skin or like some parasite in their gut or what have you, something.
Basically speaking, we might become allergic to the things that actually make up our body, like our body systems.
Mm.
Is what you're saying, yes?
But like parasites have a calming effect on the immune system. Like literally, they've evolved that way so that they don't get attacked by the immune
Oh,
system. So because we evolved alongside our parasites, just like we evolved alongside our gut flora and all that stuff, our natural immune systems without the parasites are very strong to compensate for the calming effect. So now that we're super
gotcha.
clean and we wash our hands and we properly cook everything and we keep stuff clean and we pick up the trash and all of this good, cool stuff that we do to keep our lives clean and livable and fun and interesting and like not disgusting and gross and grody is also making our allergies much worse.
Yeah. We are seeking resolutions to that, which a
Mm-hmm.
lot of ways they can do that. Obviously, do this with a medical professional. Don't like try and ad hoc do this, but slowly basically introducing the allergen to the body in certain ways using like medication capsules and things like that.
Actually,
They're
there's an interesting bit of research about this where they're trying to replicate the calming effect actually without the parasite, but
interesting.
like a dietary
Basically,
supplement to like replicate the calming effect, so that our allergies go
gotcha.
away. Because this is also a problem for like dealing with viruses too, and viruses and infections. For the most part, having a strong immune system is good, right? But the fever that we get from when we get sick is not a symptom of the disease. It's a symptom of our immune system. It's a function of our immune
And
system reacting to the
and gen
disease.
Yeah, and generally speaking, it is good to have. Like most doctors will recommend, if your fever isn't above a certain temperature,
Yeah.
do
In Fahrenheit,
do
like
what you
the
can.
recommended is like 102, 103, right? You get above that, then these things start getting dangerous. But like because our immune systems are stronger now, no, not stronger, but like less hindered by our what parasites we may have had in the past. A lot of fevers that we get now are much worse than they were 300 years ago.
Yep. And like that's the thing to be careful of. Obviously, like talk to your doctor. Don't listen to a slime on the internet.
Yeah, don't listen to the shadow monster. Just like this is just things for you to think about when you talk to your doctor next.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot like there's a lot of argument in the medical field about like do not overmanage a fever because part of the thing the fever is doing is fucking basically burning out the disease. Like
Mm-hmm.
basically it's not meant to deal with temperatures that high and can destroy many diseases.
Also, thank you, Captioner, for capitalizing the shadow monster. That's very nice of you. You didn't do it that time, but it did last time, and that just made me happy.
Good. Yeah. Don't take medical advice from a shadow monster or a slime on the internet.
Unless the shadow monster or the slime on the internet has like a medical degree. I don't, and I'm like 98% sure that Mel doesn't either.
I do not.
Okay, that would be like a really big thing for me to learn about you 3 years later.
Yeah.
It would be kind of funny, but I'd be very
Yeah.
surprised that I hadn't learned that before.
Yeah. You think I'd be working for a dragon if I had a medical degree?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe all the places around you just really fucking suck and you didn't want to work with them.
Like, at that point, I'd be talking to Trig and seeing if they had openings.
Well, I mean, Trig does like lab biology, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about like what Trig does on
But,
stream
yeah, we will
because
say
like he's been under like a lot of different NDAs.
laboratory biology, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, he's very specifically like avoids talking about like details anywhere that's public. So I'm just sort of like,
Yeah.
all I can say is that he tests shit for like bacteria and then like pokes the bacteria.
Yeah.
That's all I can really tell you.
Knows a lot about biology, knows a lot about the things that make up our bodies.
Yeah, and is weirdly obsessed with mushrooms for someone who doesn't have a degree in mycology.
Which, honestly, at this point, well, Trig doesn't have time to do it anymore, but I would have just gotten a fucking mycology degree to have it.
It's just that'd be like the mushroom doctor.
Yeah.
That's fair. And like this man, like he's a biochemist specifically. He majored in biology and has a minor in chemistry. So like everyone, because
Yeah,
he
but
talks about mushrooms and funguses so much, like everyone always thinks that he has a minor in mycology, but no, he doesn't.
no, he
He's
does
just
not.
weird.
And which is unfortunate. Again, I think if he had the time, which he does not anymore,
I don't want him
at
to go
least
back to college because I remember him like how he acted and what he had to do to get through college. I don't want him back.
that's
now.
true. Granted, like doing like a community college course would be a little bit different.
It's like there's evidence of it in the Discord because the Discord's like fucking 8 years old now, 8.5, something like that. Nearly a decade old, and like he was still in college when I got the Discord up and running and then invited him, right? And there's bits in the Discord where he's just like, I haven't had a vegetable in 2 years until today. Like, I just ate a fresh vegetable and I feel so good right now. And I'm just like, buddy, what the
Please,
fuck? I know
Like-
you can't afford it, but please, for the love of all the gods, go get some cucumber or something.
At least a potato. Get yourself a potato. Potatoes are cheap.
Uh,
Like,
God.
get a potato, cook it, put some salt on it.
Now I want to fucking salt a potato. God damn it. I love potatoes. All right.
Potatoes are very good.
Anyway, the whole point of all that is, why did we even get onto the fucking disease bit? Oh, right, the primeval forests in Native America.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, that's
so-
where that came from.
Yep.
But the whole point is that like there's a lot of research being done into like lessening our allergies through various means, and I'm banking on the one that replicates the calming effect.
I think it's a yes and situation.
It's like maybe antihistamines in the future will be made out of like some fucking substance that calms the immune system. Rather than
Yeah,
just
that would
blocking
be great.
histamines.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of nice.
But-
Although I might
Yeah.
not like that personally because I like having my fucking bioweapons goddamn immune system because I don't get sick ever. Like I
Yeah,
genuinely
yeah.
haven't been sick in I think like 10 years.
Yeah.
9
problem
years.
is
I got sick when Tyr lived with me, but that I was 19 when I got sick then, and that's the last time I remember being sick.
yeah, the thing is we need to get you the fuck away from those trees.
That yes, please. Trees
Either
that make me
that
break out
or-
in fucking hives. Please get me out of here.
Either that or if they do come up with that solution, because one of the other ways they've been doing it is introducing allergens very slowly to somebody, like using like slow release pills, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And in some circumstances, that's worked because it basically starts to train the immune system into not considering that a threat anymore.
Or at least as much of a threat, yeah.
Yep. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Nazi, do you have a map of this island?
いえ、今ここにはありませんが。
No, there isn't one here now.
That is a mistake.
Yeah, but they've already said that they haven't like, or at least they've already
Surveyed the
implied
area.
that they haven't surveyed the island, and we know why, because of that
Yeah.
fucking mansion, and like Kinzo won't let them.
Yep. Oh, do you think Kenzo actually had the direct servants basically bungle the surveying attempts?
Probably just like outright stopped it rather than like bungle it.
Well, yeah, but it's
Just like refuse to pay
Impl-
for it and shit like that. And, like, this is still my property. You don't get to do it unless I say so.
yeah, but it's implied that the reason the surveying didn't happen as properly as it should is the company basically stole money and didn't do anything. So I'm wondering if Kenzo had a hand in that.
Could be.
And he kept it hush because he didn't want them to know there was something he actually didn't want them to find. So he went about that roundabout way.
無理よ。適当に歩いただけだもの。
It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. Hideyoshi, do you remember shit clearly from like 19 or 20 years ago?
I don't even actually remember ever being 10 or like 9 or 10. So I got
probably couldn't reach it again, even if I went into the forest.
Like, I remember being younger than that and a little bit older than that, but like I don't actually ever remember being like 8 to 10. I don't remember anything that happened for any of that.
Fuck, I can't even remember anything sequentially like that. Like, somebody could tell me about an event, and if it was a memorable thing, I could go, oh, yeah, I fucking remember that.
Let's see, I'm trying to remember, like, anything that happened when I was in 4th grade. I just got nothing. The only thing that I've got is that my classroom when I was in 4th grade was at the very end of the hallway on the left. Like, there were 2 rooms at the very end. So, like, imagine a rectangle, and the far end, the short end, the one that's, like, fucking shorter than the longer bits. On the far end, there are 2 doors on that, and then mine was was the left one, and that's all I've got. That's everything from when I was 8. I remember nothing else.
Something I remember that I did in, like, I think the 1st grade, and this will be a quick story. I decided I was in the hallway that I wanted, that had my classroom in it, and I decided I wanted to see if I could navigate the hallway with my eyes closed. Because there was no one in the hallway. And so I go, and like I could kind of tell what was going on just because of the differences in light. So I thought I had reached the door where my classroom was, because this was back before anything caused classroom doors to really be closed in those kinds of classes.
Mm-hmm.
So the door was just open. So I walk in, but no, I had actually stopped at the room earlier.
Oops.
Than I should have.
I got some stuff in like 3rd grade and 2nd grade. 2nd grade is when I got the scar on my fingertip. So I was cutting something, and my fingertip was a little bit too close to the thing that I was cutting, and just like snipped off like a large chunk of flesh off my finger.
Yeah,
like I just sort of like wrapped my finger up in my shirt, and I was just like, "Hey, can I get a Band-Aid?" Like, it didn't even bother, like, the pain didn't even bother me at all, even back then. I was just like, "Hey, can I get a Band-Aid, please?" My teacher was like, "What happened?" I was like, "Oh, I was cutting something, and I put my finger a little too close. What do you think happened?"
Yeah. Several people let out dejected sighs. I mean, what did you think, people? You're not going to find that mansion in this typhoon. Or at the very least, you're not going to find it for quite some time. Unless Battler, like, gets some direction in meta form and then, like, projects that onto his other self.
Why
was vividly
do I
clear.
remember my teachers' names from 2nd and 3rd grade? What the fuck?
Fair enough.
Miss Atkinson's and Mrs. Patterson.
Alrighty.
I don't know why.
Just some useless information just gets stuck away in the nuggets there.
Yeah, like, and I just don't remember anything from like 4th to 6th grade for some reason. Like, the only other thing I've got is in 5th grade. I have a very, very vague memory of standing in a hallway next to some of the other kids. That's it. That's all I got.
I did a lot of disassociating in school hallways.
it wasn't even like disassociating. Like I was thinking about something very specific, and I can't remember what I was thinking about now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in general, like that's something I remember from school. It's
That's
just
fair. Yeah.
there was so much going on, and I am neurodivergent. It was vividly clear that in their haste they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there.
六軒島はこの屋敷の周りが整地されているだけに過ぎねえ。
There we go. On Rokenjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on.
他は完全に未開で全頭測量は相当の手間がかかるだろうな。
The rest is completely uncultivated and probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. I'm kind of curious what markers Kinzo used to navigate his way there.
No idea. Like I
でも
he might have
確か
something.
に存在すると分かった
Some
だけで
system.
も収穫よ。
Yeah, some system, but it's just a matter of what. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful.
お金はかかるだろうけど、例えば航空写真の会社に調査を頼むとか、
It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to
この
investigate,
屋敷を建設した業者に当時のことを聞くとか、
or ask the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time,
調べる方法はあるかもしれないわね。
we could probably find some way to search for it.
そうね。あるかないかもわからないものを探すよりは、まだ方法があるはずよ。
That's right, at least we have more options now as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Holy shit, you said something positive for once.
And also not in a mocking tone. Holy shit.
Something actually positive.
早速調べる価値があるだろう。
Indeed, it may be worth investigating right away.
その調査は兄弟合同でやるわよ。兄さん一人ではさせないわ。
The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Kraus. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Ava already.
兄貴たち、今はよせよ。
Give it a rest for now, you two.
ローザ、続きを話してくれ。
Rosa, please continue.
It's weird when Rudolph is the most reasonable person in the room, right?
Yeah. Though, honestly, he's kind of working out to be the most reasonable sibling. Because you have Rosa the abuser, Ava who is dealing with, like, a magical girl in her brain.
Yeah, he's got a magical girl in her brain and is also doing the worst kind of code switching.
Yep, doing some, like, fucking Machiavellian act whenever she code switches to family time.
Mm-hmm. And then we got resting smug face Kraus.
Yeah, and then we've got resting smug face Kraus. At least Rudolph is kind of sensible in most circumstances.
Like how he was described when Rosa was a kid is not great. But like I haven't seen any evidence that he's still like that today, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like he's not shown much of that bullying behavior. Like he doesn't really tease Rosa because he's got no reason to want to prickle her.
He is still like a bit of an asshole though.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely still an asshole. Finally, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked. So at that time, I naturally took the easiest path. Okay, so he at some point had a very subtle trail. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably just him and like maybe one or two servants that like walked along that trail, right?
Yeah,
So it would look like an animal trail. There's just not enough people going through it.
yeah, for sure. It was a fence, wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd
Italian Gothic?
forgotten. Maybe. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest. This fence was decorated differently. Moreover, it was very tall.
Yeah, actually, it might be Italian Gothic.
It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I'd been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me, so I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to get over it. So I chose to walk around it. Thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate. But it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area, or maybe I just had the impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while. She was like 15 or 16. I think she had fine enough legs.
Yeah, right? Like, most people are most grown by the time they're 16.
Yeah.
They're still probably
Anyway,
gonna
I
like have
could-
maybe like one or two more growth spurts and like grow a little bit more. And like this is especially possible like up until you're like 25. Like most people are
Yeah,
not
but
like
you
me
don't-
where you cap out at 14, right?
but yeah, in general, you do not have the wobbly toddler legs at 16. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, and I started to feel sad as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in.
そこが隠し屋敷だったの。
And there you found the hidden mansion?
あれが私たちの言う隠し屋敷なのかはわからない。
Yeah, and here's her doubting herself. I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we'd been talking
It
about.
definitely was a hidden mansion.
私たちの知る場所ではなかったわ。
Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we knew of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. Yeah, the entrance, like the gate, such as there might be one, is probably very hidden, because she was meant to be a prisoner.
Yeah.
And they don't, and they're not going to have guards for her, because that's more people in the conspiracy. So it's a lot more, like, physical barriers. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Brokajima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I'd forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission.
そなたは誰か新しい庭師なのか
Who are you? The new gardener.
Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other, because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale.
ごめんなさい。勝手にお庭に立ち入って。すみません。
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission.
そなたは誰か名乗るがよい。
Who are you? Name yourself.
後ろ宮ローザと言います。
I am Ushiromiya Rosa.
後ろ宮。ほう。金蔵の一族の人間なのか
One of Kinzo's family.
はい、金蔵の娘です。
Ah, yes, I'm Kinzo's daughter.
こんにちは。
Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man feared by everyone, and yet she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman in her dress and the flower garden in the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And again, we kind of have a liminal space, one deliberately cultivated by Kinzo.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, the whole island is that, but this mansion is specifically meant to be fantastical as well.
The very picture of a fairy tale mansion.
Yep. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down.
座るがよい。
Oh, unique art.
初めて訪れた庭へ招き、語らうのがわらわの唯一の楽しみよ。
Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure.
他に何の楽しみもないがな。
Of course, I have no pleasures other than that.
Yep. Because she's a fucking prisoner here.
Mm-hmm.
Gilded cage, but still a cage. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, really asked her a question all of a
あ
sudden.
の、森の魔女、ベアトリーチェですか
Are you the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice?
いかにも、わらわがベアトリーチェである。
Indeed, I am Beatrice.
It really is weird hearing her talk so polite.
Mm-hmm.
As I thought, Beatrice actually existed.
その姿はまさに肖像画の
Did she really look like the portrait?
ええ、まさにあの肖像画の通りよ。
Yes, really just like the portrait.
お父さんの想像の中の魔女じゃなかったんやな。
So she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination. Yeah, he didn't invent whole ass people.
I mean, I do, but that's like my job. So
Yeah, like that. Like, yeah, sure. Maybe, if he was a fiction writer, but that would be in his books, not things he told people.
I don't know. I might like if I could afford to pay someone to do like a full like 3x2 oil painting of Gwyneth. I might. I fucking might.
I mean, yeah.
And then like hang
But-
it up somewhere. I might, dude. I might.
I mean, sure. But also, like, his fucking monologues about
Oh
Beatrice.
yeah, absolutely. That's definitely not. Like I might do that when like I'm reading some like dialogue or a speech that I wrote back to myself. I'll like put the sauce on it and everything, but only when I'm in private. You will not fucking find any recordings of this anywhere. Don't ask for them. You won't get them. But I like that's it. Like you're not gonna hear me like speaking as myself like to these characters.
Well, what did you talk with her about?
彼女はお茶を入れながら私のことをいろいろと聞いたわ。
As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about
ま
myself.
ず森を抜けてやってきたことを驚かれた。
First, she was surprised that I had come through the
彼
forest.
女は柵の外には危険な狼がたくさんいると信じていたみたいだった。
And of course, lies to get her to stay in. It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence.
I'm surprised Rosa isn't mentioning this girl's age because like Beatrice at this point is not much older than her.
Yeah, she's at most
3
probably like
years older
4
than her.
years. Yeah, like 3 or 4 years older than her at most.
だから私が森を抜けてたどり着いたと言ったらと
So
ても驚いていたわ。
when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked.
どうやって狼から逃れたのか、
She
ビ
asked
スケ
how
ットを渡して許してもらったのか、
she asked how I had managed to escape from the
それ
wolves.
とも魔法の街灯をかぶって
Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go?
なんて感じのことを言ってたっけ。
Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. And of course, she was indoctrinated with things that really don't work for regular ass people.
Mm-hmm.
そりゃ確かに魔女っぽいわな。
Hideyoshi.
面白いお人や。
That's not the point that you should be taking from that.
Yeah.
Like if someone asks you that when you show up at their house, you don't go, "What an interesting person." Especially not like when the house is surrounded by seemingly infinite 2-story high iron wrought fence. You definitely do not go, "What an interesting person." You go, "Who the fuck
Oh,
is
God,
keeping you
he-
here?"
Yeah. Oh God, you were kept prisoner on Rokenjima,
Yeah,
is
like
what
the-
you say. You say, "Oh fuck, you were fucking Kinzo kept a prisoner on Rokenjima. We need to take him to the authorities."
Like as a 15-year-old, you might go, "Oh, that's kind of interesting," until you get a little bit more into the story, and then you're like, "Oh, hold on."
Yeah. Yeah, you go, "Wait, that's not how this works, and there are no wolves on Rokenjima." Because of course there fucking isn't, but of course Beatrice wouldn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, of course, like, how the fuck would a wolf get onto the island? And Kinzo wouldn't let a wolf stay around.
The cheeky answer is they swam, but
Hence point two.
Ember, would you stop, buddy?
That sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Hideyoshi recognized that Kinzo kidnapped somebody, or at least kept somebody prisoner.
Fucking jiggle your fat, Hideyoshi. And it will be deeply uncomfortable for both of us, but like mostly for you.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Just grab his face and jiggle. Though, I'll be honest, like, give me like another 10 years and I would actually probably find Hideyoshi attractive.
Just like the speed boxing peg thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just do that with his face fat.
Oh jeez.
Not very hard, of course. Just very lightly, but very quickly. Just continually jiggle.
Fair enough. Okay, now Ava has to tell him to shut the fuck up. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. This goes way back, but didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that live there? Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. That's also a good point. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago.
Honestly, they could be like there could be an isolated population of Japanese wolves on some fucking random island that no one explored.
Oh, for sure.
Weirder shit has happened, believe me.
Yeah, truly a trick to fool children.
Oh, actually, I just looked it up, and there's a 13-year-old discovered a possible Japanese wolf specimen. So they might actually be around.
Interesting.
And this was published a month ago, and it happened in 2020. So like there might actually be some Japanese wolves.
I don't remember though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. So he changed the story, probably. This was when you were still in elementary school, don't you remember? Back then you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves.
Quick aside, as long as the wolves like know you, you can pet them. Absolutely. Just like be careful. Because they are still like twice the size of a fucking golden retriever and very temperamental. Not really temperamental, but like they're not dogs, right? So you got to be careful when you're interacting with them. But it is absolutely possible to like go visit wolves and hang out with them.
Yeah, just don't try this at home, folks. Leave it to the naturalists.
Actually, you can go volunteer at wolf centers in like the UK and the US and all that stuff. And depending on your physical body, I'm saying like disability, whether you're able-bodied or not, and like some other factors, you might actually get to meet the wolves and like hang out with them, like genuinely just like lay down with the wolves. I actually know an artist who volunteers at a UK wolf center. Her name is I think her name is Rachel, but her handle is, or no, it's Michelle. There we go. I knew it was something like that. Her handle is Wolf Skull Jack, and she posts pictures of herself with the wolves all the time. Like one of the wolves, Bosch, like likes to take her beanie hat and like run around with it, for example.
Nice.
So you can absolutely like go hang out with the wolves and pet them and everything. Just you got you have like you'll be educated on it if you go volunteer to do this sort of thing. So you don't have to like take my word for it or anything like that. But like secondly, don't even fucking try if you're not able-bodied. Because they are still wolves and they will still attack things that like are limping or sick or whatever. So don't do it. I will never be able to meet the wolves. because of my legs.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a very natural instinct for them to go after creatures like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
I can like
hypothet-
walk normally for a couple of minutes, but after that, I'm fucked.
yeah, like hypothetically, yeah, a researcher who knew the wolves well and did stuff in a very methodical fashion, as in they have multiple degrees in this shit. So do not do this at home, but maybe could introduce a person who had a limp to.
Yeah. I would want to have mechanical prosthetics by the time like I went to go see wolves personally, because at the very least they wouldn't be able to fucking like bite through the metal.
Yeah, the alternate take is maybe a wheelchair.
I don't think that would work either, because like the wolf sanctuary things like are kept like wild, like the floor and everything. Like it's not. I would need a wheelchair that would be able to go over like rough terrain, and I don't think they make all-terrain wheelchairs.
Okay, maybe a wheelbarrow.
That'd be kind of funny.
It would, but
Although
also
like an
I figure,
all-terrain
yeah,
wheelchair is also a great idea for for some fucking fantasy shit.
oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, maybe a wheelbarrow. Just because I'm sure they take, you know, things that they need to do, their research or what have you.
Oh yeah,
In
like they definitely
some
like
form.
I don't know if the one that Wolf Skull Jack goes to has the wolves hunt for themselves or if they feed the wolves. I don't know if the sanctuary is big enough for that, but in at least some places they definitely will be like feeding the wolves, because like these places aren't for, they are kind of sort of for research. Like as a researcher you can go there and like watch and observe the wolves and everything in like being their natural state for the most part, not in captivity.
Yeah, and learning new things and stuff potentially, but yeah, it's largely for cultivation and reintroducing
Yeah, just to
the
have
animals.
wolves in the area.
お父様はすぐに狼の話を引っ込めて
Okay, yeah,
魔女の話
that kind of
に聞い
explains
ちゃ
why
った
he
のよ
changed the fucking story. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch.
Yeah, there's a reason why like wolves eventually became dogs. It's not because like we beat them into submission or anything like that. It's because like they are relatively friendly.
Yeah, like wolves have a pack mentality and they can pack bond with non-wolves.
Same as we can pack bond with non-humans. As evidence, my cat is running around right now being an asshole and I haven't killed him. I have not eaten this little bastard.
Seriously, what transparent lies they were. And yeah, I mean that explains it. Like your youngest son goes, "Yeah, I want to pet the wolves."
Oh,
You go,
the fucking
"Well,
wolves
fuck."
too, dude.
And yeah, I mean, of course, but you go, "Well, fuck, I can't use that excuse anymore." Witch instead.
Yeah, so
You don't
like
want to pet a witch.
all speak for yourself, nerd. Anyhow, a lot of the stories about like wolves being hyper aggressive are super fucking exaggerated. Because like,
Oh yeah,
you definitely don't want to be around a wolf pack alone as a small child. They will eat your ass because you're small and weak and alone. So, but like if you've got even like two people with you, like unless the wolf pack outnumbers you like literally 20 to 1, you're not gonna get attacked. Genuinely.
yeah.
Because wolves are smart creatures and they are generally non-hostile to humans. They will watch you if you're roaming around, but as long as you don't like show some sort of physical weakness and they're not starving, they will just leave you alone. They'll just make sure that you're not going near their dens or whatever.
It's the issue of fiction. It's like the thing with the creator of Jaws feeling absolutely awful because it caused a fear of sharks in people that was unnecessary.
Yeah, for the most part, sharks also won't attack you because like we're not part of their natural prey thing. Like they're their natural ecosystem, so they don't know what the fuck we are. So like at best, they're gonna like maybe nibble on your leg or something like that and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, basically the one mistake they make usually is if you're on a particularly shaped surfboard or wakeboard, they might mistake you from underneath as a seal.
Yeah, like a seal or something.
And then they go, "Oh, that's my usual chompy."
Yeah, and you can look it up. Like, there's only like maybe a dozen shark attacks in the world every year. Like, it's very uncommon, and most of
Yeah,
those people like survive readily because all they did was get nibbled a little bit.
Yeah.
And by a little bit, I mean like a lot, but to the shark a little bit.
Yeah, to the shark a little bit. But, that a little bit for us is nibbling on your giblet, so.
Yeah, like you don't want to get nibbled on by a shark, so like still don't swim in shark infested waters, but also it's not something
Don't
you need to be like worried about constantly.
Yeah, don't be overly worried. Do not be worried about the existence of sharks over much. Don't,
What you should be worried about is
lean.
fucking jellyfish, dude.
I mean, yeah, like fucking jellyfish are fucking freaky alien destroyers.
And
But
also like they hurt a lot when they sting you.
and do not support the fishing or capture of sharks.
My point about the wolves though was this is a natural evolution of like people telling their kids not to go into the forest alone because like there's wolves there, and the wolves like will attack like livestock and like sheep and so on and so forth. So they like heavily demonized wolves.
Yeah.
And so like for a very long time, people thought wolves were like these mindlessly angry demon monsters, right? But that's just not true. They're mostly like dogs. They're like strangers' dogs, basically. You know?
Yeah, they're a stranger's dog, so don't pet them if you don't know them. But you can, test if they're friendly and let them sniff you if you have no other option.
Yeah, and like, don't be rough with them if you don't know them, and like, definitely don't be rough with them anyway, just because like they're huge, and
Yeah,
fucking enormous, and like
the
even
thing
like
is, if you
like a warding nip is going to hurt a lot from them.
yeah, the thing is, if you play rough with a wolf, the wolf will play rough with you.
Yeah, and you don't want to do that because they're like 130 pounds and enormous, and not $130, 130 pounds, fucker. Um, they're enormous and they got sharp teeth.
Yeah, they're enormous. They have sharp teeth. They don't like doing it, but they will fight bears.
Yeah, like it's absurd the kind of shit that I've seen come out of wolves because, like, again, I was researching wolves and animals in general for Arc Wolf, right? And I found a video of a solo, like, lone wolf taking down a fucking elk.
Yes, I remember that. I remember you showing me that.
Just like rushed up and just like bit that thing right on the neck and dragged it to the ground. Like, normally lone wolves won't do that sort of thing, but like if they've got the opportunity, they fucking will.
Yeah,
and
opportunity,
like,
hunger,
Yeah, and like so you can tell like when there's 6 of them, they absolutely can take down an elk with no real injuries whatsoever. If a lone wolf can do it, like if they get lucky every now and then and manage it without injuries, like 6 of them can definitely do it regularly without injury. So like, and elk are like huge animals. If they can take an elk down, they can take you down. Believe me, buddy.
Yep. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? I see, so even Rudolph used to be that cute.
Why are you using honorifics with your fucking husband?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's teasing him by saying it that time. Because she doesn't usually. Shut up, I was just a kid.
まあとにかくベアトリーチェを閉じ込めていたのがお父さんなら同じ狼の話をするのは道理ね。
Well, at any rate, if Father's the one who shut Beatrice up in there, It makes sense that he'd use the same story about wolves.
彼にとって六軒島の広大な森は後ろ宮家と愛人の屋敷という
To him, the vast forest of Rokunjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds.
相入れない二つの異世界を分断する
い
越えてはならない壁だったのだから
You should really be changing what you're saying here, but anyway, the Ushiromiya family and his mistress's mansion.
Although
Because
they
given
haven't,
everything Rosa just said,
they haven't, or they haven't heard from Rosa that she was younger yet.
yeah, then again, she didn't describe her as an old crone.
It's true.
But yeah, basically, again, he's kind of creating this liminal hedge, which is, an additional reason not to have a identifiable way to get there. It might even be actual magic of, okay, if you wander the forest enough, you'll find your way there.
Could be.
Because that's the kind of magic I feel like Kinzo's capable of. Like
Although
on the
it did have
regular.
yeah, she did say that there was a game trail. So I think probably if there's magic involved, it's probably on the fence itself.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Like,
let
as
him
far
in.
yeah, as far as keeping other people out and stuff, for sure.
柵の高さを考えると、どうやら親父殿は庭ごと丸々を座敷牢にしたよう。
Thank you, Kraus. I won't say this often, but thank you. Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell.
さながら、二つの世界を分ける国境も同然だったのだろう。
Just like a border dividing his two separate worlds.
They are taking this in the wrong direction. Not a border dividing a separate worlds. It's literally a cage. You just said it.
狼はともかく野犬の類でもいたのではありませんか
Wolves
その
aside,
ための
could
策だった
there
かもしれません
could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. Nazi.
Natsuhi, I know you want to
Like,
think
it's
the
also
best,
like a fair
Kinzo.
question. It's also like a fair question if you don't if you weren't there. But also, I think you can draw some conclusions by now. Nazi.
Yeah, no, this is definitely Natsuhi being naive and ridiculous.
六軒島に狼も野犬もいないわ
There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Brokenjima.
その策は兄さんやベアトリーチェと私たちの間の国境だったんでしょうね
Kraus just said it. It's a jail cell.
Yeah, it's fucking. God damn it, you fucking
That
idiots.
fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice.
You really just don't want to believe that she may have been there
しか
unwillingly,
し
huh?、
狼の話を素直に信じるなんて、なんちゅうか、純朴やな。
But if she innocently believes that story about wolves, that's pretty naive. Just like how Natsuhi was just pretty naive just then.
Mm-hmm.
わしの想像していた魔女とは随分違う感じやで。
That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do.
そうねそれは私も感じたわとても尊大で確かに魔女のイメージ通りの人だったんだけど
You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a
どこ
witch.
かとても子供っぽくて
But she was somehow very childish, probably because she didn't get a chance to grow up among her peers.
なんていうのか素直すぎるというか
She was, how should I put it, too straightforward.
世間知らずな印象を受けたわ
She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world, because Kinzo didn't tell her anything because he didn't want her to want to escape and thus do the yeet us into the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
例えるなら、本当におとぎの国の人みたいというか。
Kinza doing some magical realm bullshit, basically, also. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale
本
land.
当に不思議な人だったわ。
She really was a strange person.
それからどうしたんだ？親父の話とかは出たのか？
What happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad at all?
ええ、何日かに一度。約束されている日もあれば、突然の日もあったそうだけど、ふらりとお父様が訪れては、一緒にお茶を飲んだり、散歩したりしたんですって。
Yes, once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear and they'd drink together, or else take a walk together or
私
something.
が訪れたその日は、たまたま彼女一人だったと言っていたわ。
She said she just happened to be alone on the day I visited.
なるほど。まさに愛人と言ったとこ
God damn it, Kraus.
やれやれ。
I see, an obvious mistress, you might say. My.
いくつ年下か知らんが、親父殿もやるな。
Oh, fuck you. That got rid of any goodwill I ever had for you.
Yeah.
I forgot you said that. My, I don't know how much younger she was, but good for father. No, not good for father. Jail for father. Prison
Yeah.
for father.
Good use of the meme.
1,000 years jail for father. Grounded till college for father.
Yeah.
いかがわしい意味での交流はなかったと確信しています。
Are you sure about that, Natsuhi?
Yeah, I really need the John Cena meme right now, because, gosh, are you sure about that?
We can be sure that this was no indecent relationship.
バカね。男と女の多さに色気がないはずないじゃない。
You people are not getting the point. I'm just gonna have to give up on you for a time to continue this. Because we need to get to how Rosa killed Beatrice. Because that'll probably be the end point.
Yeah.
Idiot, there's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality.
それでどうしたの？
What happened
そ
next?
れから何の話を？
What did you talk about after that?
私の自己紹介をしたので、逆に彼女のことを質問したわ。
I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her.
そうしたら、急に雰囲気が落ち込んでしまったの。
When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing.
なんていうのか、とても気だるそうな、寂しそうな。
How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. She wasn't able to develop as a person on her own. Whatever you want to say about her soul, she had no opportunities to be her own person, separate from being Kinzo's Beatrice.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted to
what
keep the
happened
name
if like someone fucking like rescued her ass and then like let her live a normal life.
She might
as a
not
human.
have ever returned. Yeah, she might not have ever returned to being as a witch. Or at
Yeah.
the very least, she would have been a much more rounded person.
Yeah, instead of like what we got now, which is deeply traumatized and very unsympathetic, likely
Yep.
because of that trauma.
Yeah, deeply
Well, yourself.
traumatized, had to separate herself from humanity just to deal with the shit she went and dealt with. Because I feel like that's why she separates herself from being human more than anything. Like, yeah, it's probably a little bit of the yokai, but it's a little bit of the... She doesn't want to be the same thing as Kinzo. I think.
Which, honestly, I understand.
Yeah, valid.
Like, on a very
He may,
personal level, I understand that.
yeah, he may have never struck her, for all we know, but he was still an abuser, just a different sort of abuser than the, kind of abuser he was to his regular ass children.
私が初めて彼女の顔を見た時に浮かべていたのと
It was that same expression I saw on her face in the beginning.
まあ秘密の愛人だからな。
Why are you guys so stuck on her being a mistress? She hasn't said that she was his mistress yet.
I guess a part of the themes of this is the stories people get stuck on.
I guess, probably.
Like the impressions they get and not being able to shake those impressions. Because they're actively not trying to shake those impressions. Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. She just walked around wherever she liked. Mom might have found her. I'll bet she was practically under house arrest. No practically about it.
Yeah, just like literally.
綺麗なドレスに綺麗な屋敷や庭があってもさぞや窮屈な思いをしてたんだろうぜ。
Yeah, like a prisoner. Like your dad kept a human being as a prisoner for his own interests. She didn't want to be there. Make the connection, Rudolph. You're my only hope.
Like, maybe him or Kiri, and that's all we got. That's our only hope.
Yeah. And I guess Battler just because he has more of the information.
Mm-hmm.
So
Although he already
kind of
knows
hear.
that she was there unwillingly.
Yeah, like we can hear it from he gets to hear it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Oh God, why did I say horse's mouth after the fucking
I wasn't even thinking about that.
homunculus talk? I wasn't either until I said it.
You know, that reminds
Even though
me, I have to, like, figure out how homunculi are made in Well of Souls. Like, what the actual process is. So I can write it down somewhere so people can, like, buy the materials they need if they want to.
Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I'll bet she had it rough. Well, at least you're, like, acknowledging that things might have been rough for her. There's that. I'll take some slim hope. And then?
彼女はきっと何か悩みがあった。それを私に話したところで、私もとても悲しかったのを覚えてる。
She was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad myself when I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her.
私と一緒にいることさえ忘れてしまったかのようで、遠くをぼんやり見ながら、ずっと無言でいたわ。
Fucking 1,000-yard stare.
Mm-hmm.
She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time. Fucking depression, basically.
私はきっと失言してしまったに違いないと思ったんだけど。
I thought I must have said something wrong.
謝罪の言葉すらも口にしていいような雰囲気じゃなくて。
But it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize.
私も彼女が私と一緒にいることを思い出してくれるまでずっと黙ってた。
So I remained silent too for a long, long time till she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly.
柵の向こうには本当に狼などおらぬのか。
Are there really no wolves beyond the fence?
Yes, that's right.
狼なんて動物園でも見たことないです。
I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo.
動物園とは何か？
I don't even know what a zoo is. Holy shit.
Yep.
Did Kenzo not, like, give you books, at least?
Maybe he only gave her, like, fairy tale shit.
Oh my god.
And, like,
That's so
shit
much
about
worse than I even
witches.
thought in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
What is a zoo?
ああ、いろんな動物が飼われているところです。
It's a place where they keep all kinds of
象
animals.
とかキリンとかパンダとか珍しい動物がいっぱいいますよ。
They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas.
動物園に狼はいないのか？
なら怖くないかもしれんな。
So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo. Then, it might not be so scary.
狼がいたとしても動物はみんな檻に入ってますから安全です。だから安心して見学できるんですよ。
Even if they're werewolves, all of the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves because she'd been basically indoctrinated.
That is a fantastic idea for a character, though.
Yeah, like
A
this
reclusive
is
witch in general that is just terrified of wolves for whatever reason. I could probably concoct some like trauma with a werewolf or something like that for it to work with a less abused character.
yeah, but for her, probably just inundated with fairy tales and stories about witches, because Kinzo wanted her to be the Beatrice he remembered, and she would just never be that while she was alive, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Not without her memories.
She would yeah, and she didn't have her memories because of the vessel she was in, so she'd never be that. You know, whatever way you want to take this, mundane or magical, he was just keeping a facsimile of her.
Kinzo, you fucking
Mighty-
shitbag.
The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time. Yeah, like there's certainly a gap in expectations there, I get it.
それはわらわとどう違うのか？
Oh, geez. Well, yeah, I kind of figured that connection was going to get made.
How am I any different?
She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. Because she really understood her place in the world. She wanted to know what her place in the world was. And Rosa unknowingly explained it to her. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence, it seemed to lack for nothing. She couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages. Yeah, because animals in zoos are cared for too. They don't have to hunt for food.
They generally have their health problems taken care of, or supposedly. Supposed
Yeah,
to.
You know, the places who do things right. You know, they have health problems dealt with. They have any needs met that the zoo can reasonably do. They do it in the places that do it right. It is, in essence, a gilded cage.
わらわは何者なのか。皆はわらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。それは確かに そなたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。
Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say.
Yeah, and honestly, you could separate these two people in a way.
Mm-hmm. They just share a name and appearance.
Yeah, they share a name and an appearance, but without her memories, a lot of what Beatrice is gone. And she's just this lonely girl who doesn't know much of anything. And she's very fragile. She doesn't have the power to do much of anything. And hell, probably Beatrice was a much kinder person when Kenzo met her. And what we see of Beatrice now is what Kenzo did to her.
Right, to answer the question from earlier in the stream, you told me that Beatrice describes it as Kinzo having put her soul into a homunculus 6 months ago, not quite a year. So you were right, I was wrong.
Okay, yeah, I figured it hadn't quite been a year, because this was very close to, this is the episode where I stopped off, so I figured it couldn't have been a whole ass year.
I did not factor that into my estimate. I was just like, well, time passes more quickly than we think it does. So.
Fair.
Especially when you're in chronic pain. So, I mean, like, it'd probably been like, 9 months to a year. Nope, not quite.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, she's just a lonely girl that doesn't know much. And Kenzo wanted her to be Beatrice, but a Beatrice bound, and that's no Beatrice at all, really, from anything we know about her before or after this moment.
Mm-hmm. Like, she, literally did the big old suicide to get out of this in the first place.
わらわには魔法など何も使えぬ。わらわはその魔女の魂をこの身に封じられているだけなのだ。
But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body.
And, thinking of it as a practical aspect, I'm surprised Kenzo even told her that much, but...
Yeah.
But speaking on a practical aspect, being told you're just some person from before, and you just get to be that person, and nothing else. You don't get to decide or see the broader world to broaden your horizons.
Mm-hmm.
Because Kenzo didn't want Beatrice to leave.
All this terror and all this horror started because this one man could not fucking let go when someone said no. Eat shit.
Yep. Yeah, you would think, giving a double bird and jumping straight into hell would be enough of a she's not that into you.
Apparently not enough for Kinzo. And sadly, I don't think that would stop a lot of people in real life either.
Yeah, that's the thing about Kenzo. Yeah, that's the thing about Kenzo, is for all the bombast, all of the occultism, all of the money, cartoonish Scrooge McDuckian amounts of money, he's a very real kind of awful.
Yep.
Whereas I would
makes him a fucking fantastic villain, honestly.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. This is definitely positives about the writing, but gosh, it hits hard. It hits hard. But basically, what I was gonna say, it's definitely a contrast to the witches, who are, when they are antagonists, much more fantastical.
Very inhuman.
Yeah, very inhuman.
In their evil. They're very human otherwise, but
Yeah, like they have their own traumas of dealing with eternity and what that really means. But this is just very human. Like, I can picture some rich asshole doing this. You know, not in all the exact same circumstances. There's still some anime zhuzhing it up, but it's just, you know, it's why Gaston is one of the worst, worst and best villains in Disney.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he's real. He's the sports star that everybody loves, but he can't get over a girl rejecting him. For Gaston. For Kinzo, all of the money in the world, all of any material need he wanted, the ability to go wherever he wanted after his elders died, and it was never enough for him. At any point, he could have divorced his wife and left.
Yeah, like he literally made the rules after everyone fucking croaks.
Yeah. And I get it, you know, cycles of trauma, and it's also doing that. And, like, you have to actively break the cycle, but fuck, Kinzo didn't break the cycle, he made it worse.
He doubled down on the cycle. He made a
he
new
doubled
worse
down
one.
on the cycle. Yeah, exactly. He made a new, worse cycle.
Which, like, this is only tangentially related, but now I kind of want to listen to Hellfire from Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's, another... Frollo is another one that is... I'm sure that exact shit happened. You know, not in that order, and, you know, maybe not at the same time, but, you know, abusive father, and also someone, you know, but that's getting too into the weeds, but you get my point.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seems she truly believed that magic exists. Because, of course, Kinzo wanted to be sure she believed in magic, so magic could prosper, and hopefully she would regain her abilities as a witch. But she believes in it to a degree that doesn't exist in this world. Not at this time where Rokenjima is not cut off. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. Yeah, it's just honestly very sad.
Yep.
Probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Yeah, that's another thing. When you have trauma and abuse, you don't know how to recognize your own feelings. You don't have the vocabulary for it, because Kinzo certainly fucking didn't give her the vocabulary for it.
Certainly not.
Because he wanted her to just be that elegant witch that he basically drove it, not even basically, he did drive her to suicide. Long ago, when I told Ava that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this: "A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside." Bullshit.
Total garbage. That's absolute bullshit.
Absolute, yeah. Ava, you definitely should know better than that.
Yeah, like you specifically should know better than that.
But this wasn't a bird. It really was a person. Well, okay, fair enough. Like, they're acknowledging birds aren't people, but...
Some of them are pretty close to being people.
Yeah.
Fun
But most of
fact,
those
ravens are
just-
very close to being properly sapient. Just some brain food for you.
Even
Ravens
if
are
she'd
very close to
never
being
been
people.
outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her.
柵の外へ出てみますか？
Do you want to try going outside the fence?
本当に狼はいないのか？
There really aren't any wolves.
いないですよ。
There aren't.
絶対平気ですから。
You'll definitely be safe. Spoiler warning, she was not safe.
Yeah, of course not. I don't know how the fuck she dies, but obviously she's gonna die.
だが、いつも門は閉まっている。
I want to leave, but the gate is always closed.
Okay, so there is a proper gate to be found.
私が入ってきたところがあります。くぐり抜けられる隙間があるんです。
There's the place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through.
そこを抜ければ、外の世界があるのか？
If we go through there, will there be a world outside?
Gosh. Like,
It's just
no
real
matter
fucking
what.
sad.
this is just fucking sad. And the thing is, even if whatever happened with Rosa didn't happen, this story was never gonna end well.
Yeah, absolutely the fuck not.
はい。
Yes.
狼は本当にいない？
There really aren't any wolves.
Yeah, and it's just how innocent she is that also hurts. Which is deliberately the fault of Kinzo, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
はい。いませんよ。
Right, there aren't any. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for.
わらわはもうここは嫌だ。
I have had enough of this place.
外へ出たい。
I want to go outside.
そしてわらわが何者で、この世界はどうなっていて、
And I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world,
わらわは何のために生まれてきたのかを
and why I was
知
born.
りたい。
I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know
That's
you shouldn't
gas
keep...
buildup.
Yep.
That's gas buildup. That's not like the air getting thicker. That's just gas buildup. You need to have proper ventilation in your fucking fireplaces.
Yeah. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind.
You don't have to if your fucking fireplace has proper ventilation.
She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, it must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Mother had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly.
見たい。
Let's see.
何を？
See what?
動物園が見たいのだ。
I want to see a zoo.
Just that fucking
Don't
innocent smile.
Goddamn blush at me while talking about a zoo. Ah! I mean, the
It's
fucking
like,
difference hurts. Like, this isn't
right?
gat mowing or anything like this. This just hurts.
Yeah, this is actually painful because we know how she ends up. Because, yeah, and I think the reason this especially hurts is it is like the exact opposite of the childcare genre.
Yeah, honestly. Fuck. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure like most of you know by now, but like I like the childcare genre a lot for reasons that are very personal and I would like to talk about at some point, but not when we're nearing the end of the stream. So we'll just move on.
I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a farsightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face.
When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school. About zoos.
Jeez. I forgot she didn't know what a school was.
Strangled wordless cry.
Yeah, Kinzo, some very awful things better happen to you in the final loop.
Like, you should never survive to get to the Golden Land. You should always get killed mercilessly.
Yeah. I hope that when this is all said and done, a single murder does occur on Rokenjima, and it is Battler killing you.
Yeah, it's like the rest of your family just immediately turning around and it's like, alright, beat him with sticks. Just beat him with shoes in a fucking pillowcase. Just kill his ass.
Yeah.
Like, even Genji should join in on it because, like, this shit's fucked up.
This shit is fucked up, but the honest truth is Genji was probably complicit.
Yeah, I know.
Which is unfortunate because I like Genji normally.
Genji is likable but not good, I think is the thing. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about those things.
Fucking, when this is all over, Beatrice, Lambda Delta, and Fern Castell just go on a fucking road trip.
Like, no wonder she tortured Rosa so badly. Because of what she grew into later in life. Like, Rosa specifically.
Yeah, Rosa, yeah, specifically, and it's something that Beatrice had front row seats to.
Mm-hmm.
Because she always visited Maria.
Will you take me to see them?
Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. Fucking put her in a gigantic suitcase.
Like a really big suitcase.
But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all of those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt.
Better, because she absolutely has been tricked by people by now.
Her smile was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. Yeah, that's the way to put it. I wanted to find a way to grant her a modest wish. Fucking AU where Rosa and Beatrice just fucking popped the twig and figured out a way to survive.
Yeah, just like ditch completely. And then they were roommates. Gasp. Roommates!
知りたい。
I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am.
ベアトリーチェではない。新しい人間を始めたい。
I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice.
だから、ここから連れ出してほしい。
So I want you to take me away from here.
もう、紅茶もいらぬ。
I don't need tea anymore.
ドレスもいらぬ。
I don't need this dress, and yet you're still wearing
金
it.
属とも二度と会わぬ。
I won't meet with Kinzo again.
ここよりわらわを連れ出してくれ。
Please take me from here, Rosa.
Gosh, yeah, like this could honestly be like in a less tragic story, be the start of a gay romance.
Just like super gay. Just huge gay. Look, it's even sparkling kind of gay.
Yep. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, and yet it was definitely the right thing to do. At least you recognize it was the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Oh, you know what? Fucking seeing the dress is probably part of what made her a fashion designer.
Could be, yeah.
And more importantly, the memory of the woman in the dress, even if she repressed it. Of course, I won't be able to talk to father, and not mother either. Should I talk to
Kraus and Ava.
Kraus and Ava? No, what about that reliable Genji?
Ooh. No!
Yeah, that's a bad choice. Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa? To whom I can always talk when I'm in trouble. I'm sure they'll be able to do
Kumasawa's
something.
like the only good choice there.
Yeah, Kumasawa, because she's popped the twig more times than anyone. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be.
Go get some food and water.
So I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. They were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been in her entire world. Because it was. Ah. So now that she'd traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. Now it was different. Or actually, the complete opposite. She'd left a world she'd believed to be finite. I was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It's almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve this situation, so I had a thought. let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There's no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by, and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest. For the sake of her smile as well. Ah, the sound of pain in my heart.
Mm-hmm. Again,
Gritting
it's like about 8, I think it was, square kilometers of space on this island. You could definitely like get lost and just fucking die in that much forest.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I feel like Kinzo would eventually have a search done before they died. You know, since it's moderate temperature, they're hopefully not going to die of exposure if they're careful.
Water.
Water, yeah.
Like 2 days. We got like 2 days.
Yeah. Admittedly, I feel like Kinzo would walk the path back to the, separate mansion, go, fuck, she isn't there, and just get
on,
all the servants.
How long until his next visit, right?
Yeah,
she said they're normally on arranged days, but sometimes he would show up unannounced.
Yeah, so it was every few days, she said.
So how long has it been since the last one? Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Because if it was yesterday, they're fucked. You won't notice for like 3 days.
Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island, but for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. Looked pretty dangerous, but I figured that there was no other way.
Brutal.
However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Very trusting. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought I'd probably be okay. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful. But if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore.
If that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing.
She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. Warned her repeatedly to be careful. Cautiously examined our potential route down. Seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down.
Oof.
If you look at it from the bottom up, it would have probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion.
Fuck you, give me your
Looking from the
house.
top. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. Yeah, just a matter of perspective. Looking up is one thing. Looking down is... But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never even been taught that high places were dangerous. Fucking hell. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry.
She literally already said that she had no magic.
Please be careful, we're pretty high up.
I should be careful. Looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? Not on the island. No, you'll have to go to the mainland.
No, there aren't any aquariums on this island, but there should be lots of fish in the sea.
I see. So there are fish. What's a fish? Okay. Only she knows what a fish is. Are there whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about?
I guess it makes sense, because, you know, obviously she probably ate sushi or like a fried fish at some point.
Yeah, probably. No, penguins don't live in this area of the world.
No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those, and you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium.
Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're actually not.
They're really big fish. Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air.
And dolphins is pretty much the same but smaller.
They're really smart fish, and weren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff.
And what about penguins?
Weren't they birds?
What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. Just because they're... Yeah, there you go. Just because they're not fish doesn't mean they don't live in the water.
Yeah, they aren't just fish, it's all kinds of things that live in the ocean.
I really am looking forward to that. Fucking dies next panel. Hey, look!
Fucking called it. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. Came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. Immediately wanted to say something to her. Wanted to say, "Didn't I tell you to be more careful?" It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course I said it out loud. "Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over?"
Yeah, your cat.
So she fell from the cliff, and then what?
What do you fucking think, Rudolph?
彼女はどうしたんだローザ
What do you think, Kraus? What happened to her, Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory.
死んだのね
She died, didn't she? Ava's brutal words were the ones that Rosa had most wanted to avoid, and when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation.
死んだわ岩浜だったもの尖った危険な岩がたくさんむき出しになっていた
Yes, she died. It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks
目
exposed.
を見開いたまますごい血が溢れ出してたちまち真っ赤な絨毯を広げていった
Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet.
声をかけたわ揺さぶったわ
I spoke to her, shook her.
Don't shake her. Fuck.
彼女は返事はおろか瞬きすらも
But she refused to respond.
まぶたを閉じることさえしてくれなかった
Not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids.
私が悪いのよ
It was my fault.
彼女はドレス姿だったのよ
She was wearing a dress,
こん
remember?
な動きにくい格好なのをしていたのに私が壁木を降りようなんて言ってしまったから
Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move
Yeah,
in,
should've
I
fucking
said
torn
we
that
should
skirt right
go
up.
down the cliff. Yeah, agreed on that.
彼女はすごい素直だったから私の言うことに何の疑いもせずに従って
She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. Rosa, don't put this on yourself. This is your father's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's a
You
lot
were-
of like decisions you could have made better there, but like, you were like
You were a-
15 or 16. You were a child. I do not expect
Yeah.
a child to make like the perfect decisions in that situation. Maybe if you were like
Yeah.
30, I'd be like, hey, maybe don't go down the fucking cliff. Just follow the cliff. But, you know,
Yeah.
maybe more difficult to walk on, but god damn it, at least you're not going to fall to your death trying to get down.
Yeah. But yeah, she was 15 or 16. Did not know any better. She should not have been responsible for another whole ass, near grown woman.
いつまで死んでいるつもりかいい加減に目を覚ませ
How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already.
まったくわらわの預かり知れぬところで勝手に肉塊に姿を変えようって
Damn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone.
Yeah, fuck you, localizers.
Yeah. Just let him swear.
おめえのとこの太もも姉ちゃんとイチャついてただけだぜ
I was just flirting with your ass sister friends.
それよりこれはどういうことだ
More importantly, what the heck's going on here?
見たままよわらわは足を踏み外して転落し死んだ
Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and died.
なんだと19人目として登場しておきながら死んだだと
What the hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person, you were already dead?
ふざけるなそんなわけはない
Don't mess with me, that's impossible.
ローザおばさんは子供だったし焦ってた
Aunt Rosa was a kid and she was
医
panicked,
者がいたわけでもない
and it's not like a doctor was there.
多分死んだと誤解しただけでお前は多分その
And pretending to be dead. Sure. Yeah.
I would have gone knocked out, to be honest, but okay, Battler. And
Or,
it's not
in
like a
shock,
doctor was there.
something.
You probably just mistakenly thought you were dead and you were probably alive and pretending to be dead or something.
そうだろ
Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here?
Buddy, you're
Well,
in the
honestly, like, I mean, first off, yeah. Second off, if Kenzo did it once, he might have done it again, to be honest. The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. Stared into that face, too. but her eyes were still open and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like she must be playing dead. No matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch. That makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. She was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today and opened up the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead. She has to be alive, right? It's obvious.
Does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead.
Yeah, Battler, like, I mean, good to get the autopsy report, essentially, but
yeah, it's like the coroner
you should have
here,
expected that.
The medical examiner is like, yeah, bitch dead. Bitch be gone.
Yeah. My theory that the 19th person was Grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. They'd planned to strike back from a defensive position, but... You know what answer you're about to get.
Mm-hmm.
Then who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic. No, she existed as a soul again.
Yeah, that's what she's like right now. That's why she needs magic to actually, like, manifest and interact with things. I've already explained that, haven't I? Have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul. But that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. And this is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means?
I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. What the? It's empty. Hey, could I get some black tea? I mean, fair enough. Like, you've been murdered over and over at this point, Battler. Sure, have some fucking tea.
But also just, like, have fucking Renove just be, like, strung up in a closet somewhere. Because he pissed. he pissed Beatrice off. Renove, our guest would like some tea.
I do wonder what she wanted to talk to Renove about in the first place. When Beto clapped her hands, Renove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient.
A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you?
Well, I've got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine.
Why did you even ask then, asshole? Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom.
Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. Turned my back to Beto, sipping it in silence.
目を覚ましてよ、ベアトリーチェ。
Hey, open your eyes, Beatrice! Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. You want to do this?
Yeah, I
Since
should
it is kind of
probably be
her.
doing this one. So I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse and then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me.
ようやく金蔵の戒めから逃れられたのか。
So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds.
It's kind of that halfway point between the innocent voice and her more matured voice, more casual almost. And also just being haggard because she just fell to her death.
Yeah, I'm sure that kind of hurt. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo, and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I've now finally regained myself.
ローザ、そなたはわらわを死なせてしまったと後悔しているだろうが。
Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death.
わらわにとっては感謝したいくらいよ。
But I should be thanking you.
I couldn't see Rosa. Oh, that's you.
Yeah, I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did you go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of a cliff, or side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power. As I pondered how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away. It would probably take more than 100, 200 days. And it might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch. The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. No, Kinzo. regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. The imp laughter.
Yeah.
Just had to leave us with that one, huh? All right. I think that's going to be it, because I have been up since 6:30 this morning and it is nearly midnight. I'm tired. I'm not even going to do anything after stream. Like, I'm going to, like, I might read for like 15 minutes and then I'm going to pass the fuck out.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to get some food and do some
I don't even have
stuff.
the energy to go, like, get some food. Like, I'm gone. I'm done. I'm surprised I'm still coherent.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Yep. If you look down below the Twitch player or scroll through the About section, depending on like whether you're watching the bot or not, you'll find links to my Twitter, my Discord, and my Kara. My Kara has my portfolio of my art and everything that I've actually talked about a little bit today and shown a little bit, like with the sketch that I was working on earlier. But my Twitter and my Discord, I have stream alerts posted to them all the time, and you'll also be able to find my Blue Sky if you just like go to Blue Sky and type in Contagious, because I'm pretty sure I'm about the only fucking person on the planet that actually uses that damn username. So like just type that in, and if it looks like my face with the purple eyes and everything, it's me. But I post stream alerts all of those places. We will not be live on Thursday or next Monday because Mal has some stuff to do, and I'm just gonna hang out here. Well, I mean, I might go live on Monday or something like that for like a short art stream. I don't know. It depends on like what I'm doing that day. If I've already finished like what I'm working on right now, like the sketch of the One Ring God, then I'm definitely it's definitely possible for me to do that, but I'm not going to be working on commissions on stream.